which is the only qualifying session of the day. The rest of today's events will all be racing. So they're all making their way out onto the track now, and this will be pages 38 and 39 of the programme, which, as far as I'm aware, has only one adjustment to make. Number 2, James Howard, as far as you know, he's not here today, so he's deleted from the programme. My name is Kieran McKinley. I'm up here in the commentary box with one Mr. Alan Hyde. Alan, good morning.
Good morning, Kieran. Good morning, everybody. And nice and early on the Sunday morning. How cool is it to see figures as far as the eye can see, lined up down the Colin Chapman way to all of you that are listening, and I'm sure there will be plenty more of you. Thank you so much. All the time. Quite a few of the connections with the car park, which is great to see them. I'm not sure that I've seen it so early on today, but quite so many.
Absolutely, that's brilliant. Obviously, so glad to see all of you here. It's nice to have a crowd. It's nice to see you back here at Brands. Actually, very welcome to see you back to some racing action as well. Plenty going on around here as well. As well as that, the Brands Hatch go-kart track focus today, long as you can rest yourself with opportunities for individuals to sample a scaled-down version of the Indy circuit. It's just by the Kingston restaurant and sessions you can book there on the site. That's you have to go yourself. And of course, if you fancy talking to us in the commentary box, if you spot something we've clearly missed, you can get in contact with us. Hashtag VH on Twitter. Well, the penultimate race of the afternoon at about 5 past 5. And then at the end of racing today, we have certain mini car clubs that have come down to the festival here at Brands Hatch. And today, we have a multiple moment starting. Go around for a few laps. They have those few laps because it's now 4 laps out on the circuit. But yeah, there are also elements of the circuit that make it a lot more dry than others. Historically, gradual bend. Well,
car number 1.
Hello and welcome to Brands Hatch Mini Festival 2021. It's been 2 years, but we're back. It's great to be back. I'm Stephen, I'm here with the Mini 7 Racing Club, and to my right, we've got Paul.
Hello, I'm Paul and I'm here with the Castrol Classic fastest mini in the world, and we have got a packed day of racing today, haven't we? This is all about Sir Alec Issigonis, his marvellous creation, the Classic Mini, in all of its forms. Now, I think you need to talk us through, as the expert on these things, there's so many classes and formulas today. Just explain to me, we've got loads of minis, some of them look like minis, some of them have mini engines in, some of them really don't, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But what is the basic formula of this race meeting?
Right, okay, so we've got all sorts. We've got 6 races for you today. We've got the Mini 7s, we've got the Mini 7S class, we've got the Mini MIGLIA, the Libra, and then the fastest mini in the world race, all going live later on.
And this
Where do you
event
start?
has a
So you
great
got-
history, doesn't it? This has been running for a lot of years.
Do you want me to talk through the minis as
I
well?
do, yeah, just talk me through the formula, because I've looked through the pits. You know this backwards, and I
Yep.
don't. So why are there so many classes, and what are they roughly? Because at the top end you've got fastest mini in the world. Now you've got space frame chassis, you've got V8 engines.
That's a completely unlimited series.
It's crazy,
So,
isn't it? That just anything goes.
as long as it passes a scrutineering, a regular racing motorsport scrutineering, then you can bring it. If it looks like a classic mini,
And that's
Good to
literally
go.
the only criteria, because some of the cars there, they have nothing to do with minis. They're just plastic, composite, tubular frame, inboard suspension. We'll have a look at some later. They are so trick. But a little bit lower down the field, but not necessarily in time, are the more traditional minis in terms of an A-series engine or what looks like an A-series
well,
engine.
surprisingly, yesterday in the wet, the Mini Miglias are actually faster than some of these four-wheel drive 800 horsepower cars. It's not all about power; it's all about balance, agility.
Yeah, and of course driver skill.
Of
as well.
course, yeah. And some of these drivers have been doing it for decades.
We do have some driving legends. Just talk us through some of the people that have been involved in the scene for a long time. We're going to meet one of the legends later, but we're also going to interview some of the drivers. But just tell me about some of the people that come here year after year, keep winning, and of course race these cars in other series.
We are going to have a series of demo laps from Pete Baldwin later on. He's won the championship 7 times. He's in his 80s, absolute legend. So we're going to see him go around the track. He still tunes minis to this day. So that's a bit of a highlight later on. He'll be doing some demo laps for us.
And he's won, what, sort of 20 championships, I think, hasn't he, over the years?
Well, in the Mini Miglia series, I think it's 7.
Well, yeah, but he's won just
Oh,
so
he's
much
been
stuff.
racing
Yeah.
since the 60s.
He has a very big trophy cabinet.
And
I
around
think
the
it's fair to
paddock,
put it that way.
there's some of the guys here have been doing minis since the 60s, so it's a real collection. And you've got the younger guys coming through as well. You've got guys in their 20s that maybe their dads race minis.
Yeah, and what do you think the enduring appeal of a Mini is? Because it's a race car that's been relevant since the 1960s, and there hasn't been a race meeting somewhere in time since the 60s where you can't see them race. It's probably the only car that's been able to do that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a small car. You can get 3 or 4 across the grid. Racing's always super close and reasonably affordable as well.
Yeah. Although you say that, I mean, we're talking about how you build one of these cars. So if you're building a competitive Mini Miglia, what's an engine cost or something like that?
Maybe best not go into the full costs of it in case anyone's wives are watching.
That's
but,
very true. Actually. They're very
yeah,
affordable, very cost-effective.
you can build one
racing
yourself.
series.
Not too bad,
Yeah.
obviously, but if you have one professionally built, you're probably into house deposit money.
Yes.
That said, in the Mini 7 category, you do have the S class, which is essentially a standard 1275 road-going engine. So that's very much the affordable end of the Mini racing spectrum.
So talk us through the programme of stuff today. We've got a packed itinerary of racing today, and you know what it is.
I do have written it
Stephen's
down.
a professional.
I know.
I'm just going to point it out right now.
Well, I've got a notepad, so
You
right.
look very important because you've got a clipboard.
So we've got Mini Miglia's coming up. We've got a 20-minute race at 10:30. Then we go over to your
Fastest
grid.
Mini in the world, which is bonkers. It's the only word to describe it. I'm going to try and walk you through 5 or 6 of the key cars. You will not recognise them as minis, but that race is just silly. And also quite a disparate grid, isn't it? You've got really ridiculously quick stuff at the front, trying to get through by the end of the 15 minutes, the slow stuff at the back. It's going to be a bit silly, that race.
Yeah, and it's such a short lap as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's lapping sub 1 minute. It's probably 54 seconds.
Yeah.
Then we've got the Mini 7s, the 1 litre Screamers, along with the S-Class. Back to fastest Mini in the world in the afternoon. Miglias again, and then Mini 7s. But we'll put all the timetable up on the screen there later on so you can watch us all day.
And also, you've got there some lap data, I noticed as well. The level of prep that Stephen's gone into is wildly impressive. So just talk to us about some stats, because people will be impressed by this.
Yeah, cheers, Paul. Right, so we've got the Miglia lap record, Nick Padmore, 54.3 seconds, 80.3 miles an hour average. And don't forget, that's in a A-Series engines, more or less original Mini. That's going some.
That's very quick.
Then go down to the Mini Libra class, very similar, 54 seconds. That's the 16 valves, more unlimited A-Series tuning cars. Mini 7s, which is 1 litre, we've got Jeff Smith there at 59 seconds, 73.47 miles an hour. And then down to the S-Class, Conor O'Brien, who we're going to speak to in a bit, 1 minute. So that's your rough kind of lap time, around about a minute or just under.
So do you think we're going to see any lap records today? Because we should talk about the weather, shouldn't we? Because this is a track, because of the way the surfaces and the corners, particularly corners like Paddock, are very, very tricky in the weather. The weather really affects the lap time here, doesn't it?
It's looking greasy out there, so I think it's unlikely.
But it's very cool, and the track could dry, so you never know. I see hints of blue sky. Could be an interesting day because the track's very greasy and green this morning, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
and
gonna be quite leery, I
we're
think.
so close to the coast here. The weather rolls off the hills, and it can be sunny straight away.
can.
Or if you're unlucky, you've got your wet tyres on, you burn them out. So it's all down to tyre choice. If the weather's a bit changeable.
And a bit of luck, isn't it, really?
Absolutely,
a lot
yeah.
of that on your setup choice is key here, particularly in the early sessions in the morning before the track dries out fully. So I think we could have some fun early sessions.
I don't think we're going to see any lap records, but we're certainly going to see a lot of close racing. We've got completely full grids in the Mini 7s, so we actually had qualifying races yesterday, which hasn't happened since the 90s. So things are looking really good. Hope you enjoy the day.
Yeah, let's go and interview some of the drivers.
You go that way, I'll go this way.
All right.
See you, Paul.
Bye.
Okay, we're down in the paddock with Andrew Jordan, currently leading the championship, 2 wins last time out, and you're on P2 for today. How's everything going for you?
Yeah, very well. Castrol was obviously very good with a couple of wins and some lap records and stuff. The car was fantastic there. So yesterday was a bit of a mixed weather day and wet qualifying, so as you say, second, very close with Aaron in front. So today I've just been and looked at the track. I think it's slicks but very damp, but there's a bit of rain in the air, so I think it might be a bit of a tyre lottery over in assembly area, but everything's going good and enjoying it.
It's certainly going to be exciting to watch, see which way you go. Now, for some more important questions, we're going to play service station or cheese. This is, yeah, it's a highlight. You haven't seen the look on your face, you're very excited by this. Right, we've got 5 questions, you've got to guess if it's a service station, and you've done a lot of travelling for your motorsport. Or a cheese. Ready? So, Duddeswell.
Cheese.
It is. It's a sheep's cheese. Number 2, Rivington.
Services.
You're good. A1M. Peas Pottage.
Services.
On Fire. Yeah. M23.
Okay, that was a guess.
Really? I thought you'd get that one. Okay, right. Cofferstone.
Cheese.
Yep. That's also cheese. And finally, Annandale.
Cheese.
No. 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5.
A74. Cheers, Andrew. Good luck with the race.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, bit of a long walk now to see Aaron Smith right down the end of the paddock, our previous year's champion. How was qualifying for you yesterday?
It was eventful, but we got out there in the end and yeah, just knew what we had to do and we've put it on pole position, so yeah, I couldn't be any happier really.
And we've got some quick fire questions for you, liven things up a little bit. Electric or petrol car?
Petrol.
Fiercest racing rival?
Oh. Current, Andrew Jordan, he's got to be up there, he's pretty fast.
Fast circuit or a twisty circuit?
Twisty circuit.
Would you rather buff out a swirly or fit some new arches?
Some arches, because I know a man who supplies them.
One final one. Gherkin or no gherkin?
Gherkin.
Well, there you go. Thanks very much, Aaron. Enjoy your race. So we're joined now by James Cuthbertson, who's had a fantastic result in qualifying yesterday. His best ever, and he starts on the second row in P3. How was that, James?
Yeah, it was really good. It was a bit wet yesterday. Just got out real early, missed a lot of the traffic and stuff, and just got a really good run, so got lucky really.
You've never started on the second row before, I'm thinking, so have you got any tactics for the race?
Yeah, just go fast from the beginning. Basically just try and get away really quickly, try and stay out of trouble, and just try and hold them up.
It's nice that we've got quite a few spectators back again. How's it feeling being back at the Mini Festival after 2 years?
Oh, it's great. This place is brilliant. You know, the Minis love it. The club loves this place. You know, the weather's a bit tough today. We're not sure if it's going to be wet or dry, but yeah, it's great to see the people back, and yeah, really looking forward to it.
Awesome. Well done on your P3. Look forward to seeing you progress to the front.
Cheers. Thanks, guys. See you later.
Lined up, got the green flag from the back from the marshal. 5-second board goes out. Red lights go on. And we're racing. What are the starts like? It's a great start from the exit. It's a fantastic start. Andrew Jordan leads them then for the first time through the Paddock Hill bend. And a really, really good start from Ashley Davies. Someone who found themselves going backwards there was Aaron Smith.
We did talk about that lining off on the outside of the front row of the grid. That was exactly what Andrew Jordan did. He got the perfect start. Not a hint of movement before the lights went out, and then when the lights went out, absolutely nailed the start. So he got the angle right, got everything about it right, and now leads right down the field straight. However, on that opening lap, we've had a bit of a bubble at Paddock Hill bend. Not surprising really when you've got such a mixture of full grid. One car has ended up one car floating uphill at the bottom. Neatly in time, as they came down towards Paddock Hill Bend, they saw the SC boards out, the safety car boards out, they saw the waved yellow flags, and Andrew Jordan was under a huge amount of pressure going into the yellow flag zone from NF Owens from the outside of the second row of the grid. We mentioned before the race started, these are experienced drivers. NF Owens, a proven winner in Mini Miglias, and not surprisingly, got a good start and was not allowing Andrew Jordan to get away. They've got it all to do again. The BMW safety car picks up the field as they go around the right-hander at McLaren into clearways. Andrew Jordan, with all his experience, has really caught right up to the back of the BMW and is weaving the car from side to side to try and make the dissipation of heat in the tyres as little as possible at this stage. They don't really know how many laps they're going to be circulating behind the safety car.
At this moment in time, Andrew Jordan getting a great start. NF Owens also getting a good launch off the line, and who's found themselves now into fourth place is the number 87 of Ashley Davies, who absolutely nailed the launch there. Just got themselves a couple of positions up into third place at one point, challenging for second in towards Paddock Hill Bend, but now down to fourth place. And someone who didn't get the greatest start in the world, the number 21 there of Aaron Smith, that instantly recognisable pink Mini, just seemed like they were going backwards when the lights went out there.
But he's set about making those places back up, hasn't he? He's got back up to third place at the end of lap one. He was back up to third place when the safety car was deployed. Kane Astin was another one of the drivers that we picked out before the start of the race that would potentially improve on grid position. Has done already, so is now currently running in fifth place. That's car number 11. There are so many very, very impressive drivers here in the field, so plenty to look out for. But Andrew Jordan, NF Owens, Aaron Smith, the top three, very much predictable that they could be running at the front before the race got underway. Andrew Jordan making the most of that that angle when you basically point the car and a red flag, so not able under safety car control to effect this recovery in the gravel on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend. So unfortunately the race is halted briefly.
Yep, halted, so the obviously timer comes to a stop and the recovery will get underway. Cover those cars, but yeah, a mighty start there from Andrew Jordan, as you already said, to take the lead of this race at the time of the red flag. NF Owens in second place in the number 32. Then in third place is the number 21 of Aaron Smith, the number 87. Got a great start, Ashley Davies in fourth place. Number 11 of Kane Astin in fifth place, with the number 34 of Joe Ferguson in sixth place. Number 37 of James Cuthbertson in seventh place, with the number 49 of Martin Wager in eighth. Then it's the 88 there of Kieran McDonald in ninth, and rounding off the top 10 is the number 55 of Ben Colburn.
So the cars line up single file down the start-finish straight, the Bradham Straight. Just marshals allowed out onto the circuit at this stage until the order for getting the cars into their grid spots and getting the restart underway. Instructions are given from race control, and if needs be, the original grid will be used. Otherwise, timekeepers, the order at the end of lap one, and then will line up on the grid in that order. Andrew Jordan is indicated to pull forward and then come to a stop. So the 77 car comes to a stop. Of course, Brands Hatch has got to be a very, very dear circuit in the memory of Andrew Jordan. He claims his BTCC title in 2013 here at Brands Hatch in a thrilling season finale, and last year didn't compete in the BTCC, but electing to really build upon the incredible work that JRT, Jordan Racing Team, his father Mike and himself do in restoring historic cars, and has been focusing on that and racing historic cars and also racing in minis. His father will be racing in Mini 7s a little bit later on. Mike, a former British GT champion and a BTCC race winner as well, and they will be lining up according to the original grid. So the cars are forming up now. Andrew Jordan has got all of that work to do once again. It will be a reduced race distance. I think we're complete with our recovery over there at Paddock Hill Bend. And a recovery taking place on the run up towards Druids as well. So one of the recoveries is complete. The grid that's lining up with Aaron Smith and Andrew Jordan. First row is in place. So to the second row with James Cuthbertson in the yellow and blue Mini, alongside number 32 Endaf Owens. Powerful little minis, these 1300cc engines. Always get close racing. Not the most aerodynamic of cars, so being able to follow a car at close quarters offers an advantage to pull out from the hole in the air that the car in front is creating, and get a tow and then pull out. The opportunities of overtaking become extremely exciting in Mini MIGLIA racing.
Yes, and if they are lining up, which they are, I think they are, with their original grid positions.
They are, yep.
Ashley Davis, who had a fantastic start, he's got to do that all over again now. And, start from 6th place again. Was challenging for 2nd place going down towards Paddock Hill Bend. And now this time around we'll have to do all that hard work again. But it's a second chance this time for Aaron Smith, who didn't get the greatest launch in the world first time around. But he will get a second chance to see if he can put up a challenge to Andrew Jordan heading down in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Of course, the 21 of Aaron Smith is on pole position, so should get that second chance to get the launch underway.
So there will be a couple of gaps on the grid where cars that have been involved in those opening lap incidents should have been, and once everybody has lined up, we'll endeavour to identify the cars that have not made it to the grid. Now, one car that hasn't made it to the grid but is intent on taking the start of the race is number 85, and that's Sam Summerhays. His car has lined up Kieran down in pit lane at the end of pit lane.
Yes, so Sam Summerhays was the one at the very top of the hill at Paddock Hill Bend in the gravel, got recovered and then drove the car all the way back. So I believe he now has to start from the pit lane now, because he has to cede that grid position, as he was unfortunately in the gravel and had then to be recovered. So he has to now cede his grid position. And I think there's still, yes, they've got the car on the back of the flatbed on the run up towards Druids there. And it was the number 4 of Colin Peacock. That's the car. I was trying to figure out who it was up towards Druids. So that's now on the back of the flatbed recovery.
So from the 4th row of the grid, we're missing the 62 car. From the 7th row of the grid, we're missing number 4 and number 85, but number 85 we know is down in pit lane. cars being held on the grid until the word is given for another countdown. Have we got a new race distance? We have 17 minutes. This race is going to be, not 20 minutes as originally intended. The Andrew Jordan start was really a textbook start from the outside of the front row of the grid. Got the angle right, got the car turned downhill, if you like, to the right hand side, and by Paddock Hill Bend already had quite a gap. He's got to do it all again now.
Yeah, that's the other thing as well, is getting into the mindset of getting into a restart. You've gone through all the paces of gearing yourself up for a race start. You got a racing lap in, then a time under the safety car, then the race being halted altogether, and now you've got to go through the process of getting into that mindset of starting again. And sometimes for the drivers, I mean, I'd love to say I know how it feels, but I really, really haven't got the slightest. But gearing yourself up for that recovery or for that race start once again, you know, there must be an element of nerves in having to do it all over again.
And we also have another car which will be starting from pit lane. It's the number 26 car, which originally would have started on the outside of row 12. So Peter Arnold, in his very pleasant looking green and white Mini MIGLIA, is lined up behind the car of Sam Summerhays down in pit lane. Two cars then will take the start after the field have gone off and started the race from pit lane. How are we doing over there?
I think we did have a flatbed truck down there recovering.
Good point to mention the marshals, because they've been put into operation very early in the day of racing in the Mini Festival. The marshals, we couldn't go racing without them, and absolutely fantastic job they do. We'll talk more about the marshals as the day goes on.
We will indeed, as we are hopefully gearing up to get our green flag lap once again. So green flag lap goes away, and the drivers get another opportunity to put some heat into the tyres, the brakes and the vitals of the car. And Andrew Jordan instantly getting to work in trying to go weaving left and right to put some heat into the tyres. And of course a fantastic job from the recovery teams and our Orange Army out there. Of course, without them we could not go racing. Now, issues for the number 88 off that start. That's Kieran McDonald. On this green flag lap, he's pulled over to the right hand side, just past the start finish line, just past the start line lights. Now, that is in a place where the escape road is right behind him, so we've got someone running to the car to push it back, and that's really unfortunate for Kieran McDonald. We have Sims now getting away for the number 20 in Mark Sims, but for Kieran McDonald, unfortunately that car's being wheeled back, and well, that's a huge shame for Kieran McDonald. Whatever happened, it just seemed to happen as he was trying to pull the car away and decided it will go no further.
You know, you mentioned earlier on that Arden Mini are here this weekend.
I do remember that.
And one thing I didn't realise is there is a unique opportunity with Arden Mini to drive one of the new electric Minis here at Brands Hatch. How cool is that?
That's pretty cool.
All you need to do is go down to Arden Mini, and there is a tarmac area behind the expo area where Arden Mini are. So seek them out, have a chat to a member of staff, and see if potentially you can be driving today's ultra modern technology in a Mini and the all-electric Mini. I don't suppose there's much opportunity in the timetable to go over and do that, but they are very intriguing cars, aren't they? Very impressive.
Yeah, very good off the line, an electric car, that is for sure.
Oh yes,
that is very for sure.
Am I allowed to talk about some laps that I had at Silverstone in a Porsche Taycan?
I mean, no one is going to stop you, Alan. I would say that.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Well, we can, because we've got the Porsche Festival coming up in just a few weeks' time here, and I'll find out the exact date of that, but similar to the Mini Festival, but all about Porsche and celebrating 60th anniversary of the Porsche Club Great Britain. Today, it's all about Minis, and the front row of the DUNLOP Mini Challenge is supported by Mini Spares MIGLIA's lineup. Front row in place, second row in place, Aaron Smith, Andrew Jordan, James Cuthbertson, Endaf Owens. Third row in place, 87 Ashley Davis, 34 Joe Ferguson, and on its own on the fourth row is Kane Astin.
Look at some of those angles. Ashley Davis, who got a brilliant start, angled up towards the outside of the track, the left-hand side of the track. Andrew Jordan got a brilliant start from the outside of the front row of the grid, facing his car downwards.
So then, as we just wait for the last of the Libras to take their places on the grid, all eyes will now be on the start line. Green flag at the back, 5-second board is out. We're moments away from racing once again. Red lights go on. And we're racing. What are the starts like this time? It's a great start from Andrew Jordan. Much better start this time around from the 21 of Aaron Smith as they now hurtle their way now towards Paddock Hill Bend for another time. Through they go. So Andrew Jordan leads now from the number 21 of Aaron Smith as they now descend down Paddock Hill Bend and now onto the climb towards Druids. Once again, Andrew Jordan leading the way. That was NF Owens thinking about a move up the inside of Druids. Didn't quite have the room to try and make that way through as they head their way now down towards Graham Hill Bend.
Kane Aston got a good start as well from the fourth row of the grid. He was on his own, don't forget, on the fourth row of the grid, up to fifth place. Down the Cooper Straight they go. Yep, Andrew Jordan got the same textbook start this time, however, slightly different in as much as Aaron Smith got a very good start as well. Not quite good enough to head the field into Paddock Hill Bend, but much better this time because Aaron Smith there in second place. He was a very cool customer in qualifying yesterday, wasn't he? He left it until well into the session before he went out and diligently set about getting better and better and better laps and went quicker and quicker and took pole position away from Andrew Jordan by the end of the race. Andrew was trying to do something about that right until the checkered flag. Now it's a battle between them in the race on track around.
Yeah, we've got Kane Aston who's had a spin up at the top at Druids. He's able to rejoin, but that's not great because he was challenging away for fourth place there at the time and has found himself into a spin. Meanwhile, the number 32 then of Endaf Owens has now gained a position and moved ahead of Aaron Smith, now up into second place. So now we get to see the number 77 of Andrew Jordan versus the number 32 of Endaf Owens as they make their way now through Clark Curve and now heading their way on towards the Brabham Straight. Andrew Jordan leads once again on this lap. Endaf Owens in second place with Aaron Smith rounding off the top three as they make their way towards the line. Then it's the number 34 there. Number 34 of Joe Ferguson. Following him behind is Ashley Davis in fifth.
Top three have broken away a little bit as they head up Hailwood Hill towards Druids. The order is Andrew Jordan, Endaf Owens and Aaron Smith with a little bit of a gap before we then have the 34 car of Joe Ferguson. They head down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend using the curves. Sideways moment there from third place, loses out a bit of pace as well as a result of that for Aaron Smith, so he drops back a little bit more into the clutches of Joe Ferguson now rather than mounting a challenge to take second place back away from Endaf Owens. So it's a pair for the lead as they head through Clearways up towards Clark Curve. It's Andrew Jordan that leads, the former BTCC champion, up towards the line and completing another lap. In second place it's Endaf Owens. In third place a little way back is Aaron Smith. Then a gap before we've got this great battle for a fourth place. Absolutely tied together they are, and that's the way they approach Druids. So the top three are through Druids. They go down the hill, but the battle very much on for fourth.
Yeah, Ashley Davis has now got up into fourth place ahead of the number 34 of Joe Ferguson as they now descend in towards Graham Hill Bend, both really attacking Graham Hill Bend and are now starting to use the outside curb on the exit as well. Not so much the inside curb of Graham Hill Bend, they're not confident for that yet. And no surprises there because it will still be pretty slippery as they now make their way through Clark Curve, and that's the number 34 there of Ferguson getting very close to the grass on the left hand side, just on the approach, just on the exit of McLaren. Here they come then towards the start finish line. Still it's the number 77 of Andrew Jordan ahead of the 32 of Endaf Owens as they now make their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and fastest lap of the race for the number 21 of Aaron Smith in third place. He's closing on the top two again.
The recovery after that little problem, little sideways moment at Graham Hill Bend. You can see the gap is coming down. He's made this race fairly difficult for himself, hasn't he? First of all, the first of starts wasn't the best, and then this little slip up going through Graham Hill Bend this time. So he's got a bit of work to do to close up on the back of NF Owens, who in turn is pretty much as close as he could be to the back of Andrew Jordan's car, through the left-hander at Surtees, through the right-hander at McLaren, up towards Clearways to Clark Curve, and the completion of another lap. It's Andrew Jordan, car number 77, that leads. Right in his wheel tracks is the car 32 car of Endaf Owens. Is close enough to pull out from the slipstream. They go side by side into paddock, and Endaf Owens around the outside at paddock, and and then unfortunately maybe a little contact between the two of them, but a big sideways moment for Endaf Owens, and ended up putting two wheels into the gravel. Got back onto the circuit though. Was there contact?
Well, hard to tell from that angle, but what it did do is lose him a lot of time. It's lost him a position there to the number 21 of Aaron Smith, who is currently the fastest driver out on track at the moment, but could have been in the gravel trap a lot deeper there, could end up Owens, so he's still got a chance of making up some positions, and in the grand scheme of things didn't actually lose a lot of time. The only problem now is that he's got the pressure from the number 87 of Ashley Davies right behind him, but our leaders now make their way on towards Bramham Straight once again to complete their 6th lap of the race. 11.5 minutes left to run. Andrew Jordan leads now from the number 21 of Aaron Smith. Then it's Endaf Owens in 3rd, and it's the number 87 of Ashley Davies rounding up our top 4.
So Aaron Smith now takes up the job of Endaf Owens, and that is chasing for the lead of the race. Andrew Jordan is still leading. We have two categories within this MIGLIA's race. One is for the MIGLIAs and one is for Libras, and the Libras currently being led by car 177 in 18th place overall. In 2nd place in the Libras is car 115, and 3rd place in the Libras, with two MIGLIAs before, is car number 149. So there are races within the race. The leader is going to be very much in traffic before too long.
Yeah, we've got the top 4 basically battling away for the lead, but we've also got a fantastic battle shaping up for 5th place between the number 34 of Joe Ferguson and the number 23 of Rupert Deep. They were going side by side down the Cooper Straight as they now make their way in towards the Paddock Hill Bend, but at the moment it looks like Deep has got the position, moves up a place now and up into 5th. Our leaders there stay line of stern at the moment as they make their way out of Druids and down towards the Graham Hill Bend.
So 10 minutes just over of the race remaining. Andrew Jordan it is that leads. Aaron Smith in 2nd place, Endaf Owens in 3rd place, and Ashley Davis in 4th place. And that quartet of cars are getting very, very close to cars that will be going a lap down. So now a very important job by the marshals and the light panels around the circuit that will indicate faster cars are coming through. Blue flags indicate that the leaders are coming through. That's the job of the marshals, and race control as well, doing a very good job. The first of the slower cars moving neatly out of the way, so the quartet for the lead have got through. Maybe Aaron Smith a little bit closer to Andrew Jordan. Now the problem with this is going to be at what point you meet the cars that you need to get past, and you could meet them on the wrong part of the circuit, i.e. just coming up to a corner, and that's when you either get an advantage or a disadvantage depending on which position in the battle you are. But it's Jordan and Smith that have got through very neatly. Andrew Jordan flings the car into the left-hander at Surtees, turns the car into McLaren and onto Clearways. His mirrors very, very full of Aaron Smith.
Yeah, an unmissable pink in his mirrors there for Andrew Jordan as they now make their way on towards the Bramham Straight. Now, could Aaron Smith size up a move? He's into that little bit of a toe. He looks at the left-hand side, trying to go round the outside, going in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Now, Endaf Owens tried this. It didn't quite work, but now heading through Paddock Hill Bend, he might get a little bit of a switchback here. Might try an inside move as they make their way up the hill in towards Druids. It looks like Andrew Jordan trying to cover that inside line as they make their way, trying to grab that apex as well, holding on to the lead there, but closing on them both is Endaf Owens. He's back in this lead battle once again.
It's a trio for the lead now, isn't it? Coming down into Graham Hill Bend. First of all, Andrew Jordan. Second of all is Aaron Smith. And now Endaf Owens is in the unenviable position of not only trying to attack for the lead of the race, but also making sure that he defends for second place as well. Endaf Owens has closed right up, and that's why you now see a bit of a gap between Aaron Smith and Andrew Jordan, because defending all of a sudden became more important than attacking. Now they're on the Brabham Straight. He can attack once again. Goes to the high line, entering Paddock Hill Bend, and then Owens has a look down on the inside as well. Absolutely fantastic between this trio. What a great race. Andrew Jordan from Aaron Smith and Endaf Owens.
Aaron Smith now trying to look up the inside in towards Druids. He saw the door open and tried to stick his nose up the inside, but Andrew Jordan has that covered. Meanwhile, Endaf Owens going round the outside. Now that gives him the inside line going in towards Graham Hill Bend, and Endaf Owens now moves up into second place. Now his eyes firmly set on that battle for the lead as they make their way now down the Cooper Straight. No surprise really, as Endaf Owens is the fastest driver on the circuit, 54.221 on that last lap. He now has his sights firmly set on the battle for the lead. Got to keep an eye on his mirrors though, because number 21 of Aaron Smith is not going to make this easy for him. The trio battling for the lead make their way on down the Brabham Straight, and this time around Endaf Owens has a really good run on the 77 of Andrew Jordan heading down the straight. He tried the outside this time, he switches to the inside this time around, heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend. They run side by side. Endaf Owens takes the lead away from Andrew Jordan, and then coming through as well is that number 21 of Aaron Smith to take away second place. So now Andrew Jordan down 2 places.
And Andrew Jordan immediately fighting back with that second place, has a look on the outside going through Druids, but Aaron Smith defends it and therefore slots in front of him on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend. So from first to third for Andrew Jordan. Super racing, isn't it? Is there any wonder why we absolutely adore Mini Miglia racing? It's just so exciting and has been for many, many years. Superb to have so many mini races all in one day for the Mini Festival here at Brands Hatch. Now, they've been having a very close battle. In the meantime, the 4th place car of Ashley Davis is beginning to close up on that trio. So could it be a quartet for the lead before the end of the race? We've got plenty of time, just under 6 minutes. So the trio go through in the same order with Endaf Owens, Aaron Smith and Andrew Jordan. Then a little bit of a gap before we've got Ashley Davis. But here's the thing, although they've been having their own battle, they are about to be back in traffic before too long.
Yeah, when you approach that traffic and when you come across that traffic, can decide a battle or two. As you rightfully said, Davies in the 87, he's lapping faster than the trio ahead, so he's closing onto the battle for the lead. It could be a 4-way battle before you know it, as they make their way now through the left-hander of Surtees, then in towards McLaren, and making their way now through Clark Curve. I guess the best run out there, Endaf Owens leading the way and also holds the fastest lap of the race. That is that number 21, that unmissable pink Aaron Smith car, still into that little bit of slipstream now, down the Brabham Straight and towards Paddock Hill Bend. He chooses the outside line this time around, and there's number 77 there of Davis thinking about a move up the inside, maybe thinking against it, but that's a really, really good run from Aaron Smith as he tries to look around the outside going in towards Druids to challenge for the lead of this race. Endaf Owens chooses the inside line and he manages to hold on to the lead. Aaron Smith still trying to hang it round the outside heading in towards Graham Hill Bend, but decides against it. Endaf Owens holds on to the lead.
And you know, that traffic we talked about, it's on the Cooper Straight, and so too are the race leaders as they head into the left-hander at Surtees. Endaf Owens, Aaron Smith using plenty of curb down there as well, and Endaf Owens takes the wide line on the approach to Clearways. We said it was going to be a quartet for the lead. It almost is. Ashley Davis almost on the tail of the trio for the lead. They're coming up towards the battling pair 17 and 133 that are having their own battle, about to go a lap down. Owens goes through, so does Smith, so does Jordan, and so does Davis. So they're through the past the first of the slower cars on the run up towards Druids. They've got one more car to deal with, which gets neatly out the way on the outside line as they go into Druids. So they have all three closed up. Endaf Owens, Aaron Smith, and now the 3rd place car of Andrew Jordan are the 3 cars in the lead that have got through. Andrew Jordan has a look on the left-hand side of the track. That's going to give him the inside line down the Cooper Straight for Surtees. So 1 place made back. So Aaron Smith drops down into 3rd place, and now Andrew Jordan is there. He's having to look in his mirrors because Aaron Smith fighting back as they come through Clearways.
Yeah, fighting back. He's not going to give up on that 2nd place just so easily as they now make their way onto the Brabham Straight. But it's allowing Endaf Owens to build a little bit of a gap between the both of them. as the number 21 falls back to third place. Aaron Smith thinking about a move up the inside, but Andrew Jordan goes defensive in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Saw that one coming and put his car in the right place. We've also got a car off just on the right-hand side of the Graham Hill Bend. That's the number 15 car of Gordon Pocock. That will be covered by yellow flags, so the leaders won't be able to race going through here. Right-hander of Graham Hill Bend, so Endaf Owens will hold on to the lead through there. Andrew Jordan second place with Aaron Smith in third at the moment. It's a great battle for the top three right now. Just 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
And the time very much ticking away. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock, and an absolutely fascinating battle between these three as they come through clearways up towards Clark Curve. They've still got more traffic to deal with before the end of the race. The lights are on for Endaf Owens, the lights are on for Andrew Jordan, albeit a little bit more dimly than the lead car of Endaf Owens. Still in the same order, they jostle for position. As a result of that jostling, they all close up together. The slower cars pull over to one side to allow the top three to go through. Aaron Smith has a look on the outside of Andrew Jordan. That's the outside line for Druids and the inside line for going down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. Therefore, Endaf Owens has been able to get himself a little bit of a gap over the battle for second place. Andrew Jordan defending from Aaron Smith.
Yeah, really good defending there. Smith knew exactly where to put the car there, or at least Andrew Jordan did enough to defend at the moment, but that's not going to help in his battle and his conquest to try and close in on Endaf Owens if he's having to look behind him all the time as they make their way now round the final corners and onto the Brabham Straight, and what will be the penultimate lap of the race as they make their way up towards the start-finish line once again. Do not take your eyes off this top three battle and making their way on towards Paddock Hill Bend. Once again, Andrew Jordan thinking about the outside line, but simply nowhere to put the car that time around as they head down the hill. Up now they go towards Druids. Maybe a move up the inside, maybe around the outside, who knows, but Endaf Owens has it covered either way.
What a tremendous battle coming up towards two back markers as the trio for the lead thread their way down from Druids down towards Graham Hill Bend. So three together as one go through in one line through Graham Hill Bend, accelerate down the Cooper Straight down towards Surtees. That's where the two back markers having a race of their own, quite legitimately, but in a moment they're going to have to be aware that there are the three leaders of the race looming down on them, maybe by the time they get to Paddock Hill Bend, because the two back markers make their way out of Clark Curve. They go side by side having their own battle, which is a very good battle in its own right, and the leaders are looming down on that battle as they go down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Andrew Jordan had a look on the wide line going into Paddock Hill Bend. All of a sudden the two cars that are about to be engulfed by the leaders realise that's exactly what's going to happen. The first moves a little way out of the way to allow Endaf Owens through. Andrew Jordan goes through as they go through Druids. Down the hill they go, and this has all played very much into the hands of the race leader Endaf Owens.
It really, really has, because Andrew Jordan struggled to get past one of the back markers in the number 96, and that has allowed a very, very healthy gap for Endaf Owens as he now makes his way through Surtees. He's got his own traffic to deal with. Meanwhile, behind him, that number 21 of Aaron Smith is not going anywhere as they make their way through Clark Curve once again for the final time as they make their way round the final corner onto the Brabham Straight. Endaf Owens has got a very, very healthy lead. He flashes his lights in celebration. He knows it's done already before he's even got to the line. Endaf Owens comes across to win the race. What a fantastic drive for second place. It's almost for the number 21 of Aaron Smith, but not enough because Andrew Jordan pips him to the line by 0.139 seconds. Great battle for the lead there. Great battle for second place too as the rest of the drivers come across the line. It was deep then in the number 23 who finishes in fourth place then. We await then more drivers to head towards the line. There goes the number 37 flashing his lights across the line. Cuthbertson finishing in 8th place. And then we've got Summerhays, who started this race in the gravel trap and has done a tremendous job. 9th place for Summerhays as he crosses the line there in that number 85 car. And then the number 44 of Sean King rounds off our top 10. For the Libras then, looking at it, we've got Cruz in the 177 as a leader of the Libras. As he now makes his way towards the line. There he goes, crossing the line to win the Libra class. That 177. And that's the second place car, the 149 of Warburton, and then rounding up the top three in the Libras is the 113 of Harvey. Well, if that was just the first race there, Alan, that was tremendous fun.
Mini racing is superb, and we've got a complete festival of it here at Brands today. Also, The Brands Hatch Indy Circuit rather lends itself to extremely close racing for minis. We've got minis of all sorts of different disciplines. The MIGLIAs have entertained us for many, many decades here in the UK, and that didn't leave us wanting, did it? What a great way to start the day.
Fantastic way to start the day. More of those, please, as that was great battling with our top three and great battling all the way through. As we saw them to the line, and a shame really that the back markers, obviously they were having a battle of their own. They have the certain rules that it's 3 blue flags, so they were well within their right to give way whenever they could, and that just affected Andrew Jordan's charge. But it really did help Aaron Smith in his run to try and take away second place. Not enough. I just wanted that race to go on for a few more laps, maybe a few more minutes at the very least. It was absolutely great fun. So that's the Mini Miglias as Alan makes his way down there to have a chat with some of the drivers who finished in the top 3. It would be great to hear from them as we get ready then for the next race. The Super Mighty Minis and the Mighty Minis will be coming up very, very shortly. We'll go through their grid very shortly. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from some of the drivers there. But great way to start the day. Hopefully you're having fun out there wherever you are situated on the circuit, whether you're in the grandstands, whether you're parked just opposite the Cooper Straight. Great to see so many of you turning out, and of course as we draw our attention to the display area, so many minis. Fantastic to see. And I was actually talking with Alan. He's amazed that the early minis, and compared to a modern day mini, how really they have evolved in size. Quite astonishing over the years.
So, with the backdrop in place for the mini-festival.co.uk mini festival here at Brands Hatch, the podium looks set for a busy day here today. We're racing right the way through until best part of 6 o'clock this evening. We've got plenty of podiums and hopefully the opportunity to have a word with quite a few of the drivers as well. But it will take a little while to get the drivers down to the podium. That's where I am, down at the race control end of the pit lane, the Parc Ferme area where the cars have been taken into to go through their technical checks post-race. Is at the other end of the pit lane, so the drivers will be making their way down. There will be 2 podiums as well that we have to look forward to. One is for the Libra category and one for the overall top 3, the Miglia class as well. And in due course, drivers will appear down here. We might have a chance to have a chat to all of the Libra drivers, but certainly we'll do our best to have a chat to the top 3 drivers that were involved in that tremendous battle for the top 3 podium positions for the first race of the day. Next race of the day is going to be for the Super Mighty Minis and Mighty Minis, race 10 of our weekend, race 2 of today, another 20-minute race in prospect. And Kieran, maybe you'd like to set that one up because the podium will potentially conflict with the start of the race.
So while we wait for some of those drivers to have a chat with Alan, obviously the Super Mighty Minis are coming up next, and once they make their way out onto the circuit we will go through the grid. But yeah, great action so far. That's a tough act to follow, isn't it? Top 3 battling away, but I'm sure as we head our way through we'll have just as much fun, I'm sure of it. So the Super Mighty Minis then, 1293cc engine with a straight cut Clubman's kit gearbox and fully adjustable spherical suspension with GAZ double adjustable shock absorbers. The main difference between these cars is their engine size, which is the 1275cc in the Mighty Minis and the 1293cc for the Super Mighty Minis. The other difference is that the Class B, which is the Mighty Minis, run straight cut gear sets and different tyres for each class as well. So the Super Mighty Minis run on Yokohama 048Rs and the Mighty Minis run on the Yokohama A539s. Brands Hatch is one of their penultimate rounds this season. Their last round coming at Castle Combe next month. So championship is on the line. Ian Slark is leading in the Super Mighty Minis, at least at the time of the printing of the programme. Steve Rideout in second place and Stuart Combe rounding off at the top three. Then in the Mighty Minis, it's Dan Hayward topping the order. Matt Baker in second place and Lizard Ogborn rounding off our top three. And there will be another split in the grid as well. The first 7 rows will be the Super Mighty Minis, and then everything behind them will be the Mighty Minis. So there will be prizes on offer for each class.
I'm pretty sure that the organisers will be assembling 6 drivers up in Park Fairmont at the moment. They haven't made it down to the podium as yet, but hopefully we'll get the 6 drivers, 3 drivers, top 3 in the Libra category, overall top 3, the top 3 in the MIGLIA category. Hopefully they'll appear down here before we get the next race underway. The recoveries are being completed. I think I can see one of the recovery vehicles tracking away in lane. I can also see marshals that are standing down there on the grid waiting to get the cars right off the track. Next race on those super Mighty Minis. They appear now, so around the corner they come, and that's to line up on the grid. Hopefully we'll get drivers off the track very soon.
Time to just have a quick look at the grid then, Super Mighty and the Mighty Minis. So the Super Mighty Minis line up like this. On row number 1 is number 40, and Bobby Thompson, number 1, Ian Slark. Row number 2, Stuart Coombs. Number 8 from in number 7, Rideout. Row number 3, number 19, Martin Gillette. Number 10, David Kirkpatrick. Row number 4, number 46, David Burns. Number 41, Alex Berlin. Row number 5, number 20, Martin Hathaway. Number 19, Paul Hogwarts. Row number 6, number 5, Anthony Lucas. Number 54,
supported by mini spares at MIGLIA. First of all, the Libra class, and Naomi is here from the championship to make the presentation. Let's welcome first of all onto the podium, third place in the Libras, number 113, Philip Harvey. Well done. Congratulations to Philip. Naomi, do you want to step forward onto the podium and make the presentation? Naomi makes her way over towards the third step of the podium, a DUNLOP cap and a trophy as well. Second place onto the podium, number 149, Gary Warburton. Well done. Congratulations. Gary steps forward, leaves his water behind, and Naomi is there with the trophy.
In the Libra class,
Hello guys, welcome up to the podium. So Stephen here, we've got top 3 mini Libras just coming through. It's Pete Cruz, well-deserved victory. He's a seasoned campaigner with the mini Libras. So he collects his anniversary trophy.
winners Libra trophy. A nice round of applause from the crowd.
So
Well done to all 3 of them. Now, pose with your trophies, pose with your caps for anyone that wants to take a photograph on the far side of the circuit. Big smiles. And that, everybody, is the Libra podium. Gentlemen, would you like to make your way off the podium to make way for the MIGLIA class? Thank you.
okay, so it's top 3 in the mini Libra there, you just seen, and we now have the mini MIGLIA top 3. So Aaron Smith.
The top 3 absolutely tied together. He gets the trophy from Naomi.
Our reigning champion, Aaron Smith. And Andrew Jordan taking second place.
Naomi comes forward with the trophy.
Another hat for the collection. And top step for NF Owens.
Are absolute stars. A handshake and a trophy and a cap from Naomi. Thank you, Naomi, for making the presentation. On goes the cap for our race winner, and all 3 of them posing with their trophies and their caps as well on the podium for the first race of the day, the DUNLOP Mini Challenges, supported by Mini Spares, MIGLIA overall class.
Awesome. Guys, can you hold on a second? We have a quick chat. Okay, so we'll stay now with the Mighty Minis. Roar away. There we go. First off, we go to the end to Aaron Smith. We have a quick word with you. How was that?
Very close, wasn't it? It was good fun. There was nothing in it between the top 3 cars. I did make a couple of mistakes, and you only need to make a little mistake and another car's back past. So all that work early on, and then you let them back by, and you got it all to do again. So no, it was a good race.
And of course, we do reverse grids back top 8, so that's going to put you a bit closer towards the front than if you finished on the top step in the first race.
Very true, yeah. And they've got to get by me now, so I'm not letting them pass this time.
And you're a master around here. You're going to be defensive as hell in the next race.
For sure, if I can get in the lead, that is it. I am making that car as wide as the track.
Awesome. We'll keep moving on. So we've got Andrew Jordan, a seasoned professional. You're much better at talking on the camera than me. So over to you. How was the race?
Good, very close, very busy, and some very close racing. And it was a bit of a chess game. Obviously, me and Endef had a touch at paddock and dropped him back, but I could see him coming very strong. So really enjoyed it. Very close, and we're still talking, so it's all good.
There was a bit of contact going into the first corner. Did you see any of that?
Did I see it? Yeah, I was in it. Yeah, it's just close racing, and that's what it is.
Awesome, well done. And over to next race, and we've got NF Owens wins again.
Lucky.
It seems like you're not doing every round this season, but when you do come out, you're right at the front. So
yeah, we've had a good few meetings. I've enjoyed it, and it's just nice to have no pressure doing the championship, and just good laugh.
Come out, enjoy it.
Yeah, have a good fun.
Any tactics for the second race?
Try and make my car wider than Aaron's. No, just go enjoy it and see if we can get through the pack.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And the next round in 3 weeks' time, we will be going. Well, next race weekend in 3 weeks' time, we will be going to your home country and going to Pembrey for the festival of NDAF.
Yeah, it should be good fun there, just down the road. So we haven't raced there for about 5-6 years. So yeah, it'll be good fun.
Awesome. Cheers, guys, and congratulations.
Challenge coming on from Evan Kirkpatrick as well, going through Grindfield Bend, but that's someone who's got very wide there. That's number 46 of David Byrne, going very wide in the instinct over Grindfield Bend. You've got to watch out there because...
Catch up with a legend of fastest mini in the world. Harvey, you've won it 3 times. It's a family affair. I can see your fleet of minis behind us. You've got your brother in there, you've got your daughter in there. Do you think it can make it 4 today?
Certainly have a go, and let's hope everyone has a good race, and particularly all the family. And yeah, I'm 6th or 7th on the grid, I can't remember, and a bit of a wet qualifying yesterday, but hey ho, it's dry today, and let's try and use some power.
So your brother's obviously worked very hard in getting this race organised. I think we should tip our hats to your brother, and we're going to have a little chat to him in a minute as well. He's not had the most successful weekend in every other way, though. The race is running flawlessly and faultlessly. His race car, not so much.
Yeah, you're very accurate there. A bit of an understatement, possibly. He managed to roll the car at paddock and ended up in the gravel. And amazingly, the car was on its side, and he was still in his clearly in his seat. And he didn't even swear; he just turned the car off, which I thought was really calm and cool. And then, unfortunately, yesterday in qualifying, he managed to buzz the engine, I think. So we had some engine repairs to be done last night. But let's hope it's all good for the race.
Do you still slap your little brother? Is that how it works?
No, I think it's encouragement, isn't it? I think he's put a lot of effort in on the race, and he's managed to pull together a super race and a big grid. So let's hope it's all good for him as well.
Are you going to let him off the bill then?
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know how bad it is yet.
It's quite a big body shop bill to come. And it is a family affair. Your daughter's racing as well. So is this going to be something that continues through generations of your family, do you think?
Yeah, it'd be nice to see, particularly racing minis. And my brother Clive raced with me for quite a few years. We used to race with the Heritage GT with a 2-driver in sort of our endurance sort of race. And Alice has always expressed an interest, so I thought, well, why not? And here's a chance for her. And Nigel drove in 2019 and enjoyed himself. So why didn't we get the 4 deaths out in one race?
Yeah, brilliant. Well, good luck today. Hope it all goes well. Bring back some silverware in every class if you can. And I might chat to you on the podium later. You never know.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for good luck.
Cheers, mate. Now, all of this race, Castrol Classic, fastest mini in the world, really the organisation of that, putting it all together, is this man, Nigel. Well done, mate. Well done on putting such a good event together. Well done on packing the grid out. Not so well done on your incident, should we call it, in free practice. Just talk us through what happened, mate.
Well, it's not my biggest moment of glory, but I came around paddock and the car stepped out a bit. I thought I could bring it back in, but it caught, and the rest was front tyre dug in, and over I went, and there I sat laying on the gravel for a long time. So yeah.
What were you more worried about? Were you more worried about what your brother would say, or whether it would go out again? What was the biggest fear in your mind at that point?
We've had the inquiry, they played the video, and it's definitely driver error, and he's not best pleased. But he said, "Why on earth didn't you swear while it was going on? You just stay silent." So he did think, what was going on. So yeah, but it can be fixed. That's a racing incident.
He did actually compliment you just now on your cool, calm, collected nature. He said whilst you were in the cockpit there on your side, you didn't swear. You just turned it off, saved the engine. So all in all, it was a fixable problem though, wasn't it? That's the main thing. You're back out today. The car's ready to race. How much work has had to go into it? How many beers have you had to buy?
Well, it's not. Yeah, I'm supported by a great team of people, and they were working late last night. So they just made barbecue at 8 o'clock. So yeah, beers are on me for definite.
I think everybody's doing this. Well, we all know everyone's doing this race because of Nigel, and the Deeth family. The effort that they put in, the cars that they've managed to get out here is just unrivaled. We've never ever seen it before in the history of the race, and fantastic. Well done, and it's all down to you, Nigel. Thank you, mate.
Thank you very much.
Well, good luck today, mate. I'll let you kind of get in the mental space. We'll come and see you in the assembly area. But good luck. Remember this shiny bit up, That bit down.
Noted.
So sticking with the generations, so we're with Alice now. Now, Alice, you get to race, I think, what is the coolest looking car of the entire fleet.
Thank you.
It's called Tim. Why is it called Tim?
I don't really know. I think Tim is basically my alter ego when I get in the car. Yeah. So I don't know. Hopefully Tim will come out to play today. I don't know.
And how did you get on? I haven't looked at your timesheets yet. How was qualifying and free practice for you? How was the track feeling for you out there?
So qualifying was a bit wet yesterday. It was my first time out on the wet as well, especially in that car. But it was okay. I got some laps done. I managed to beat my uncle, which is okay. So.
And you managed not to crash, which is also very good.
Yeah, I managed not to crash. So yeah, hopefully we can continue that through today. So yeah.
So just by not crashing, you beat your uncle, really, because he crashed quite significantly, it turns out.
Yeah.
So obviously a family that races minis a lot. Your dad knows everything about driving them, prepping them and racing them. What has he handed down? What sage advice has he given you for today's race?
He's quite competitive, and I think it must just run in the blood. So he always used to say to me, second is first loser. So yeah, but he didn't say that to me today. He just wants me to get around safely, so yeah.
And what's the competition? Obviously it's a class structure in minis. Who are you looking to try and beat today? Who is your arch rival? I appreciate afterwards you're all the best of friends, but on track, gloves off, who are you trying to beat?
So funnily enough, it's actually my uncle. So Uncle Nigel and I are racing together in Class D. So yeah, he's my number one competitor.
Are you just going to give him a little tap at paddock on the way in?
Maybe, a little nudge round, yeah.
You heard it here first, there you go. Steward's inquiry. Clerk of the course, this is evidence now. Yeah. Well, good luck today anyway, best of luck.
Thank you very much, thank you.
So people might be watching this thinking that space frame minis are a relatively modern invention, but where we're standing now, and with Bill, hello Bill, that we're standing with, they're not, are they? So these, you're saying, are the two oldest cars on the grid. What's going on there? This is not a new idea, is it?
Oh, no. It goes back donkey's years. And a guy called John Maguire was the guru in space frames back in the 70s. And Bill was one of his original customers. Bill's been racing space frame minis and steel-bodied minis since God knows how long. Too long. Get me, Bill. But, yeah, Mary's car is, like Bill has said earlier, is like a mid-70s, 74, 76. And then Bill's is a later vehicle. Now, Bill's has gone through quite a few transformations in its life. It started off as a Mini Clubman space frame, exactly the same as this one here. Then it went to a Metro. So Bill's one of the, well, he was the first person to race a space frame Metro. So when the Mini Metro came out, he had a fiberglass mould made of that, and that used to run a 1300 Cosworth BDH in the front. Superb car. And then Bill went and had it converted back to a Mini and a Mini Traveller. So, yeah, it's a beautiful car. So much history with that car. If that could tell stories, we'd be in the bar all night, mate, I'll tell you. But yeah, this one runs a A-Series, 8-port, a Bill Richards engine in that one. And Bill runs in his Mini Traveller a Ford Duratec with a sequential box. So yeah, it's like... It's certainly upgraded from the old days, you know, but yeah, Bill's won fastest mini race in the world as well, so a lot of history there, and a fantastic guy, a nicer man you will never meet. He's lovely.
So Bill, well, thank you for sharing some time with us today, because I know you're about to go to the assembly area. So that's a 70s, so this is pretty much the same age as me, this car. How has the sport changed? Obviously you've seen it progress through all the evolutions of these cars. You've changed, I guess, engines, you've changed suspension, but you're still running the same chassis.
Same chassis. This is an original Maguire. As I say, we've sort of cared for it over the years, and Mary, the driver, I mean, she pulls no stops. She's quite mad, actually, but you know,
I'm feeling that a lot about Mini drivers generally. I'm getting a bit of a vibe here.
Well, Mary's actually the backbone of British motorsport. She hasn't got a lot of money, so everybody helps her. You know, her crew just turn up, and she just makes the coffee. And I mean, I supply the engine for her and do all the jobs for her. But as I say, Mary's a passion. The passion is she wants to race.
Yeah.
But you know, there aren't many chances open for people that haven't got a lot of money that want to start racing. I mean, what Lewis is doing, you know, with these academies, that's a good thing. But, you know, for the likes of Mary, she started off as a biker. And I believe that she was one of the first women to do the Isle of Man TT in a sidecar outfit.
Yeah.
She wasn't the passenger, she was the driver. So so with Mary, it goes on and on and on, you know. But with me, now, interestingly, when I had my Maguire, actually I met John Maguire because I had a Steel Shell Mini. And we took it to him from some advice for handling, and he took one look at it and he said, look, I'm going to show you something. and he jacked the side of the car up, and he said, "Now open the door." It wouldn't open. I said, "What's that?" He said, "Listen, you drilled so many holes in this. If you crash the car, you're going to die." He said, "Look, I know you haven't got a lot of money," and he said, "Would you like one of my chassis and pay for it on hock?" In other words, like HP, yeah. And because I had a lot of history at Special Tuning, you know, and I knew all the names in motorsport. You know, Jim Whitehouse, who made the 8-port heads. You know, Gordon Allen, who made the Ford conversion. I knew all those people. And anyway, I said, yeah, so he made me the chassis. So then it had an 850 Arden. Yeah. And I did, one of the many championships was the Wendy Walls. And in 1982, I won it.
Wow.
I won the Wendy Walls. So, I mean, that was serious. And then over the years, I started to do more and more work for a company, Mini Spares. Okay, they're one of the biggest manufacturer of mini parts. And they said, "Listen, we don't like you running a Metro," because by the time I met Mini Spares, the Metro had come out and it had a lower drag coefficient. Basically, it goes through the air quicker. Yeah. So straight away, we thought we'd extend the cage a little bit, put slightly bigger arms on the back, and we'll put a Metro body on. And I raced it for years and years. And then I met, as I say, Mini Spares, and they said, "Now listen, we don't do many Metro parts, but we do mini parts. So we want you, if we're going to sponsor you, we want you to drive a Mini." So then we had a look, right? And we discovered that a minivan has got the exact same wheelbase as a Metro.
Meant to be.
It took us about a week to take the body off and put a new body on. Same car, same everything, but now it's a Mini Traveller.
So is it a bit like Trigger's Broom, that car? So obviously it's been the same chassis, but how many bodies, how many engines, how many suspension setups, how many has it had over the years?
It's the longest engine that's been in this is my 1300 BDH, and it was a true special saloon. So basically, the gearbox had to be in the same place as envisaged by the manufacturer. Yeah. That was the rule. Any engine can go on a box. So I had this conversion done by Gordon Allen, another absolute genius in this country. Genius. Sadly, he's passed away, but he mounted a mini gearbox onto a full crossflow, which then was converted into a BDH, which was a twin cam. And we raced that forever. Yeah. Forever. But the 1300 class, it wasn't about that anymore. It was about the big class, horsepower, and, you know, but then we decided, right, what should we do now? So we'll go with a Duratec. But then they made a 2 litre and a bit Duratec, which gave us quite a lot of horsepower. And to be honest, we thought the car's too old to put that much power through. So we kept it minimal. So
I was going to ask about chassis design, because obviously with most race cars, chassis design from the 70s to the present day has progressed massively in terms of triangulation, gusseting, strengthening. I'm sure the car is incredibly safe, but is it fair to say that the old 70s chassis maybe aren't quite as stiff as the current chassis?
That's the beauty of the car. These chassis are nickel bronzed welded. Yeah. Okay, they're not TIGged or the other systems that you have. So they're flexible. Things move around. And so when you race in the rain, they're quite pleasant. They're not, you haven't got the characteristics like Chris's Monster there. Although it's 4-wheel drive, it's still very nervous. This car, it bends and twists because the chassis all moves. Yeah. And, you know, I know it's a geometry nightmare when that happens, but hey-ho, you know, that's what you got.
But I suppose this many years driving that chassis, you just know it instinctively now.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, I know every inch of this car, and Mary's as well, because over the years, Mary's original Maguire had a steel body. That's how Maguire made them. But obviously we had a fiberglass body made, because that's the first conversion you do. Whip the old steel thing off and put something a bit nicer on. Yeah. And she keeps it. I mean, just look at her car. You know, if anybody touches it with dirty fingers, God help the crew.
So, Bill, obviously you've been doing this a long time. This is, I guess, your best setup. But what was your favourite setup over the years? What was the thing that either felt the best or kind of made you feel the most comfortable as a driver?
I think we call her Bessie. This chassis is just nice. Yeah. It's just nice. The whole car fits around me. Everything is lovely. I've tried to come to grips with the modern stuff. Like, for instance, my wife passed away last year and she did all the lap board and the lap times. But now I've got to get used to this new gadget which does it for you. And there's loads of new gadgets which being old school, it takes a little bit of used to. Even the camera on board, I pressed the wrong button and recorded something wrong. So, you know, all the data that we got on the gadget on there I lost because I pressed the wrong button. But I've got a little light machine that tells me now what revs I'm going to be putting, and I've just got to get used to that.
Well, if you like, Bill, Pete's not doing much today. Do you want me to get him to do a pit board for you while you're out there?
I love Pete. Pete I've known forever, you know, and he's a good man. He's good people. Yeah, he's good people.
Well, good luck today because it's almost assembly time. Okay. The best of British, sir, and bring back the silver.
I'll do my best against that monster.
Thanks, mate. Cheers. Pete, you and I were talking earlier, weren't we, about the fact that in this class, in Castrol Classics, fastest mini in the world, pretty much anything goes, engineering-wise, as long as it kind of looks like a mini if you squint, you're allowed to do it. But with Chris here, now this is the extreme example of what you can achieve within the regulations, a Quattro Mini.
I think, you know, Chris has rewritten the rule book with this car, really. It's, well, you can see it's absolutely stunning. It's obviously mini silhouette still, as per the rules and regs, but it runs Audi S3 running gear engine with a sequential gearbox in it, and very high horsepower, four-wheel drive, so he's hoping for rain today, I'm sure, but no, it goes very, very well. And the feat of engineering is absolutely stunning, really. The preparation is beautiful. You know, you cannot ask for a nicer turned-out vehicle. And Chris Slade's the driver. So have a word with Chris. He'll tell you more about the car than I can.
Yeah, Chris, welcome, mate. And it's looking good for you today because the weather's looking very changeable. How do you think it's going to go? Well, first of all, just talk us through the build of the car because, as you say, it's an S3 basically, bits of Audi Quattro, space frame chassis again. Just give us the highlights.
Yeah, well, basically it's a 2.5 litre 5-cylinder from a Audi RS3. With a Lamborghini head, running a big turbo and running on ethanol. Yeah. Running about 870 horsepower. Running four-wheel drive as well. I would have liked more rain. But even with the rain, it still would have been a handful. But yeah, it handles a bit heavy. It's just over a ton. Yeah. So, you know, compared to these light ones, it's a bit of a handful around the corners, but straight line speed, I can sort of claw it back.
And what is the equation there? Because obviously in racing it's either lightweight, lower power, obviously higher weight, higher power. Yeah. What do you think in a mini? Where's the sweet spot, do you think?
Well, right in the middle, really. You want high power and low weight, but with the four-wheel drive system, obviously the size of the engine, we just couldn't get the weight down. We've tried to make it as light as possible. I mean, even the fiberglass shell weighs 150 kilos. Yeah. So it's hard to keep that weight down. The wheels are 10 inches wide. They're custom made for this car. And like I say, we need the extra power now for the weight. But no, it handles really well considering the weight.
I love this. You know, a ton car is a heavy car in this series. Yeah,
and a 900 horsepower almost, and he needs extra power. Yeah. He has all the power in the paddock.
Yeah. How much power would you like, Chris? Really, when is 900 not enough?
Well, I think, especially with the shorter wheelbase, it's getting to a point now where it's too much power to be drivable. We're just on that sweet spot, I think. But yeah, anything can happen. We tested and the prop broke, so I had 800 horsepower through the front wheels, and that was pretty scary.
Yeah, I can imagine. And let's talk about power, because obviously during the height of the Group B area, the cars that was meant to be really undrivable and scary, they didn't have anything like this power in a car with a much longer wheelbase. Yeah. So how on earth do you drive this car when it gets a little bit slippy?
You hope for the best, really. It is manageable. It is manageable. The power comes on nice and smooth. You can sort of feel the turbo spinning up. Yeah. So if it starts to get a little bit out of control, you can lift off and it will settle itself.
And have you got any kind of traction control on this at all? Any kind of ABS on this at all? Or is it all truly old school?
No, truly old school. Nothing.
That is impressive, mate. Impressive. And what's your background, Chris? What's brought you to this point? When did you wake up in the morning and think, I'm going to build an S3 powered 900 horsepower Mini?
Well, I started in Mighty Minis. Did the Mighty Minis for 3 years, moved up to the Supers. We live down in Plymouth, so it's a bit of a long trek to get to any circuit, really. Closest is Castle Coombe, that's 2.5 hours. Yeah. But after we'd done the Mighties, we wanted to have a bit of a break, and then we saw this come up for sale from a guy in Norway.
Wow, okay.
And we drove to Norway and picked it up. We just saw the picture and was like, yeah, we got to have it. It comes up saying 870 horsepower, four-wheel drive. Yeah, I'll have it.
Yeah. And have you had to do much work since you brought it back to the UK? Have you had to make many changes to it?
We've done quite a lot of changes. I mean, they spent probably 2,000 hours on the car. We've probably done just about that since we've had it. It was a standard H pattern gearbox, still is, but we've got the flappy paddle conversion now because we had a problem with the gearbox jamming.
Yeah.
And so we just had to mod it to get it in the regulations for the MSA. We haven't really done a lot to it as such. It's just slight little tweaks here and there.
Yeah.
You know, I had a big crash in it on a hill climb in France, so all the front suspension's been rebuilt. And apart from that, it's been pretty much as we bought it.
Well, it's an impressive purchase, I have to say. Looking forward to seeing how you run today. But who would you say is your arch rival? Who are you gunning for today? Who's going to be in your sights as you sit there on the grid?
Well, after my qualifying yesterday, I'm at the back of the grid, so I'm happy just to finish. But no, Bill Richards, I had a 2017. Me and him had a brilliant battle all race long. I just want to get close to the front. That's what I'll be happy with this race.
Brilliant. Well, good luck today, mate. Hope it goes well. Can we have some glorious power slides through paddock, please? That's my request.
I'll try my best.
Thanks, mate. Best of luck.
Biographies about the series as well. So, up here. And how many there are left, but it's great to see a number of you in the grandstand seats as well. If you are partial to that, they are a limited number available. They're £10 for adults and £5 for under 16s at Paddock Hill. So if that sounds like your destination, then please head up there. Obviously give you a great look at Paddock Hill Bend as the cars make their way through. It's great to see. I know we said it's so many times. It's great to see fans back, crowds back. It's how much it is fabulous to have everybody back. It's been a difficult 18 months with spectators either limited or not able to watch major racing at all. So we've got so many different fans actually playing for the festival. But little reminder, well, I just put on my school teacher voice, just remind everybody that COVID-19 has not gone away. Everybody, outdoors, enjoying much more freedom in the country now. Do please follow sensible guidelines around this, so we can continue to offer for spectators to come along and enjoy those things. So social distancing when you can, even though we're outside, it's important. We've got loads of things, so it's easy to do as simple as possible, and also the idea to put those masks on. It's very busy inside, but there are plenty of signs around recommending what is the most sensible way to approach each of the areas around Brandston. So do please just be aware COVID-19 is still with us. We're learning to live with it. It's a bit more tricky than it was before we had it, but we can't uninfect it, unfortunately. So we have to learn to live with it, do our very best. The only way that we have to carry on opening the gates here at Brandston, circuits up and down the country as well, to enjoy our passion, which is motorracing. So, we have an incident at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, at the bottom of Hellwood Hill, which is being dealt with by the various professionals. The marshals are very much in our minds at Brandston this year. The marshal's job is never easy. The marshals are incredibly brave and passionate in what they do. They do a simple job, a difficult situation at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. It's really great to take for granted of the marshals when we are ever grateful for the work that they do. It's really rather lovely. The Mini 7 Club had their tribute to the marshals, their thank you to the marshals on the slow down man from MIGLIAs with the orange flag being displayed. The same will happen again for the Mini 7s that you see later on today here at Brandston. Last night they had a very enjoyable evening in the paddock. They had a live band and I could believe the distance last
Marshall's Club, and they raised last night just shy of £1,000 at by the end of today. They would have raised well over £1,000. Their own tribute to the Marshalls, to Orange Family, so often called the Orange Army. The Orange Family is appropriate at the moment, and they have, I think, completed their work down at the bottom of Hankill Bed, because the unfortunate Mini is coming back to the paddock on the back of a flatbed recovery vehicle. The Marshalls are returning to their stations, to their posts. There is, of course, the opportunity to get involved with motor racing and Marshalls. It's very much a family, and a great way to get close and involved to the sport that we love so much. All you may need to do to find out a little bit more about how you would get involved is to go to marshalls.co.uk.
impressive machines, as you would expect. You can see them turning up. Guess what else we've got? Not only have we got fastest minis in the world lining up on the grid, but to celebrate the mini festival here at Brands Hatch, the sunshine has come out. So we've got shadows. It's a lovely warm temperature. We've got this glorious van at the front of the field, and very much a nod to our sponsors that I've just been down to the podium to see if we were going to get drivers onto the podium for our last race. Alas, there were no drivers down there, but I saw them dressing the podium for the Castrol Classic Oils fastest mini of the world podium, which will come after this 15-minute race. They've been situated down in the outer paddock throughout the weekend, building up to this. A big presence from Castrol Classic Oils, and now with the countdown underway, there's a historic sight down on the start-finish line.
Now that's a pace car, isn't it?
It really is. It's a pace van.
Pace van, yes,
Yeah.
very good, very good. It's our only session that has a rolling start, the fastest mini in the world. And they're making good use of it by using that pace van, so really, really great to see. But keep an eye out then for that number 26 of Bill Richards, because he was late into the session qualifying yesterday, but every lap that passed he was getting faster and faster and faster. So definitely one to keep your eye on there. Jim Lyons lines up alongside in that number 11 car, and as I was just saying, Alan, in the programme there's a really good comparison between what these cars are capable of and a Bugatti Veyron.
It's amazing, isn't it? Just to have a look at the set. Have you got the page number there? No. Right.
Yes, I've got 3435 is the
Okay,
page number.
let me find it, because it is quite fascinating. Hopefully you've all been able to get yourselves a race day programme, but all of the details are there on page 34. The 0 to 60 time, very, very impressive, with 2.3 seconds for one of, it's the Mini Quattro, which is on the back row of the grid, which had problems yesterday, had a little brake fire. Maybe an over-adjustment of brake bias was the reason for Chris Slade having that problem in qualifying yesterday. So expect that car to march the way through the field from the back row of the grid, but it compares to 2.5 seconds 0 to 60 time for a Bugatti Veyron. And the brake horsepower is quite stunning as well. 820 brake horsepower for the Mini Quattro, compares to over 1,000 brake horsepower for the Bugatti Veyron. So these are mean machines, no doubt about that. They thread their way around behind the Castrol Classic Oils van through the right-hander at Clearways, and that van beautifully restored, absolutely gorgeous. It's been down in the outer paddock throughout the weekend, but this is a rare opportunity to enjoy the Castrol Classic Oils fastest mini of the world.
Yep, here they come then. Pace van pulls in and the drivers start rolling up towards the line, and once the red lights go out we will be racing for the fastest mini in the world. They approach the start-finish line with the red lights still on, so they have to hold formation until the red lights go out. Getting ever closer to that start-finish line. Red lights go out and we are racing. And it's another good start. It's a good start actually from Bill Richards, heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the very first time. He gets ahead of Jim Lyons, then in towards the Paddock Hill Bend we go, but we've got a car spinning and into the wall, collecting another one right onto the entrance of Paddock Hill Bend. There's at least two cars caught up in that one.
I think three of them.
Yeah, three of them. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So I think now just remaining is two, maybe cautious driving by two of the cars coming to a stop so that they could allow those cars to finish their moment. And not surprisingly, not one lap into the race, we've got the red light come on. So we require intervention to recover those two minis in the gravel as they go down the hill from Paddock Hill Bend. So unfortunately, with one driver, certainly I can see trudging away in the gravel trap, walking away from the incident. Unfortunately, the cars are going to have to line up once again and go through the start process all over again. A little bit about Bill Richards. I knew he'd been racing for a long time, but started racing in 1974, and I couldn't quite remember where I'd first come across him, but racing in the Wendy Walls Special Championship, which was the silhouette cars, won the overall championship in 1981 and numerous other championships from there on. He's won BARC modified saloons. He won the special GT championship at Glidden Hill and has raced in Seattle and Portland in Oregon. And he is a very, very experienced driver as well, really specialising in modified saloons over the years. And if ever there was a great example of a modified saloon, it's the cars that we're looking down on now.
Absolutely, and Jim Lyons just tucking into second place there at the early start, and that car was his first ever road car, owned since he was 15. Her name is Tiffany.
Yeah, I agree that cars like this should have a name.
Yes,
yeah,
definitely.
I wonder how many of those Minis have got names.
All of them, probably.
I hope so.
I hope so as well.
It would be right to do so. I have a smart car, and it's not my first smart car. I've had more than one smart car, and the thing that I was particularly taken with when I got my first smart car is the first page of the owner's manual is a page dedicated to inserting the name of your new smart car. Naming it, and obviously they've made provision for having more than one name over the course of its lifetime when it changes hands, so there is more than one gap to put the car's name in.
I don't know about changing a car's name with the new owner.
Well, it may.
I don't know about that.
It might be, so no, you have to, because potentially it could be a name that you really don't like or agree with, and you've just bought the car and all of a sudden it's the same name as your ex-wife. So yes,
I hadn't thought of that. Yeah.
You change the name.
Yeah. All right. In that circumstance, yeah. All right. Fair point. Fair point.
So we've got 4 rows of Minis that have lined up now, and the marshal's doing a good job to get them in. You can see them wafting the doors as well. They'll bear in mind these are very powerful machines, some of them, and they will get very warm inside. We do have a bit of sunshine that just adds to the internal temperature, so wafting to get a bit of air into the car. Drivers tend not to notice it really so much when they're racing, but it's when the car comes to a stop and the heat dissipates from the engine bay and from the brakes and from the tyres, and the car is sitting still, so there's no movement of air inside the car. That's the point at which they really notice the cars will be heating up inside. So not surprising that a few of them are wafting the doors and trying to get a bit more air into the car. Threading its way through now is the BMW safety car. It will line up at the front of the grid. How are we doing as far as recovery is concerned? Take a while, won't it? There's quite a few vehicles in place at Paddock Hill Bend to recover those 2 Minis. That process has not yet happened. So the 2 cars in place, and the grid lining up in the sunshine underneath our commentary box.
Yes, and hopefully for Alice Death as well, and then is 72. It's a bit of a better day for her. She had an interesting first qualifying session ever, where the car just didn't want to go at all. It stopped in the Cooper Straight, had to be recovered back to the pit lane, and the team gave it a once-over, so hopefully it will be racing today. And quite a first race to be flung into, but the car's a recreation of the PJ Green Touring car. It's raced at Goodwood and Silverstone Classic events. So worth keeping an eye on Alice Death. She starts this race from 16th place on the grid.
So the marshal's working down on the grid to get everybody lined up. In the original grid order, albeit with the two cars involved in the incident at the in the middle of Paddock Hill Bend will not be taking the restart, but the marshals armed with the original grid, lining the cars up down there, down below the commentary box as the day goes on. It's giving you an idea how the day will pan out. We've got single-seaters and saloons as well as minis racing here. We've got two races for single-seaters today. We had Formula Fords yesterday, which was very much entry-level and hugely entertaining single-seater racing from days gone by. And now today, in addition to one race that we had yesterday for Formula 3 machinery, much more powerful cars with slick tyres and wings as well. And we've got two races for the F3 Cup Championship, and one of those will follow the fastest mini in the world, and one of them will be the final race of the day. If you want to get in touch with us in the commentary box, it's on Twitter, hashtag BHComsBox, BHComs with two M's box, to speak to us up here, to maybe have a shout out. Maybe it's your birthday or you're celebrating with the family, coming out of lockdown, and Brands Hatch is your first outing venturing back into the big wide world. Then if you'd like to hear your name on the PA system, just send us a message at hashtag BHComsBox, and we are monitoring that at various points during the day. And if we see your message and we've got a moment, then we'll say hello to you on the PA and on the radio here at Brands Hatch. So the recovery continues over at Paddock Hill Bend, and one car being retrieved just behind one of the pickup trucks and being towed onwards to the inner paddock. And once the final car has been recovered, then we'll get the countdown for the restart of the race. So one car recovered, another one in the process of getting up onto the flatbed recovery vehicle, so that requiring a full recovery. And one more car remaining to be recovered back to the paddock. So drivers have lined up. So we talked about the F3 Cup, so two races for the single-seaters. Had a great race yesterday, didn't we, for the F3 Cup?
Oh, we did indeed. Yeah, it was great stuff. I mean, it was more of a story of how dominant one driver could really be in the F3 Cup. That was more of the story. All of the field but second place, a lap behind the leader, the eventual winner.
So many stories as well, and it's not a huge grid of Formula 3 machinery of days gone by, so not the current specification of FIA Formula 3 cars that you see supporting the Formula 1 World Championship around Europe, but certainly the previous incarnation of Formula 3 machinery, and for many of us a form of motorsport which is richly enjoyable, because British Formula 3 for many years was the focal point of racing drivers, young racing drivers around the world. They would come here to compete in the British Formula 3 Championship. A driver that immediately springs to mind is Ayrton Senna, who came over from Brazil, joined up with Dick Bennett and West Surrey Racing, as it was then, and competed, won the championship in British Formula 3, and impressed not only everyone around racing in the UK, but also around the world as well, and started a hugely successful career for Ayrton Senna. Of course, Dick Bennett still racing over here in the UK with WSR, West Surrey Racing, competing and winning championships with BMW in the British Touring Car Championship, the BTCC. last weekend, enjoying their 100th win in the BTCC, which is a remarkable record in its own right. So F3 Cup will be coming up. It's going to be a little bit later than the scheduled start time of 12 with the couple of delays that we've had so far today. Dunlop Mini 7s, so they are the part of the Mini 7 and Mini MIGLIA package, but they are the slightly less powerful cars, but the rating will be just as close as the quite superb Mini MIGLIA race that we just enjoyed. A hugely experienced motorsport journalist, Simon Aaron, who is a friend of mine, and here at Brands Hatch today, I'll read his message out, exactly what he said to me. He said to me that was the best races I have seen for centuries, and that refers to the opening race of the day for the Mini MIGLIAs, and I echo that. It was a super way to start the racing today.
Yes, of course they had their the Mini 7s and Mini 7Ss. They had their qualifying session. There were 40 entrants into the race, but they had to whittle that down to, I think it's, if I'm right in thinking, 34
cars.
34 entries. So they had to have a qualifying race, and that was during the pre-66 Mini races. So you'll see a couple of drivers there towards the back of their respective grids who had to put in another, 15-minute race yesterday in order to earn their place in the grid for today.
They did, yeah, plenty of on-track time, certainly plenty of racing opportunity this weekend.
Getting their money's worth.
Yeah,
you would say.
Yeah, they really are. And what's not to like? Racing a Mini around the Indy circuit at Brands Hatch is a treat for any one of us. Now, the marshals and the recovery teams and the officials have done a superb job of dealing with the incident at Paddock Hill Bend. The final car, the number 78 car, with a little damage displayed as it comes back into the inner paddock, is number 78, and it appears underneath us. So therefore we have a clear track ready to go racing once again. The grid has been lined up for a little while, and we are very soon about to see once again the green flag lap, the final warming up lap for the fastest Mini in the world. Off they go. Bill Richards leads the field around Kieran.
Yes, he does, and he'll be hoping for a good start this time around as well. As I said in qualifying yesterday, he had himself a good qualifying session, arrived late into the session, about 5 minutes in. Boy, did he make an impact in the short time that he had, grabbing pole position by just over a tenth of a second at the end of the qualifying session. So it builds up, and it builds up that tension between the two of them. It should be a good battle between the top two as they head their way through, as we go for a restart here in the fastest Mini in the world. And I always love that comparison with the Bugatti variant. I like the fact that they say that it's limited, these cars, to 167. Limited. They could go faster, but the organisers won't let them. That's what that implies. I love that. So the drivers are now making their way on towards the Cooper Straight, and soon we'll have to get into 2x2 formation behind the safety car. It is the BMW this time around they have to follow. Through they go in towards Surtees and McLaren before they make their way round Clark Curve, and once again the red lights will come on, and once they go out we will be able to go racing once again and head down towards Paddock Hill Bend for a retry of this race start. So they're now bunching up going through Clark Curve. Safety car will now pull into the pit lane. The top two of Bill Richards and Jim Lyons will have to hold formation until the red lights go out. Go racing again. Of course, there will be absentees. Those gaps have to be left, otherwise it's infringement for that driver who's in the wrong position. As the drivers now make their way up towards the start-finish line for another attempt at a race start. The red lights stay on. They're out and we go racing, and it's another good start this time around from Bill Richards as he makes his way down in towards Paddock Hill Bend once again. Jim Lyons trying to go round the outside, and this time it's Bill Richards on the back foot. Jim Lyons takes the race lead as they make their way now up towards Druids once again.
Yeah, Jim Lyons really did do a superb approach to Paddock Hill Bend on the outside line and made it look relatively easy, didn't he, around the outside of pole position man Bill Richards. They now turn into the left-hander Graham Hill Bend. They accelerate, and when we say accelerate, boy, do they accelerate down the Cooper Straight into Surtees, the left-hander, into McLaren, which leads directly into the final part, in fact, of the Grand Prix circuit, but also makes up the final part of the Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch. That's Clearways into Clark Curve, and the completion, which is very quick in one of these cars, of lap number 1. Bill Richards down the straight goes to the inside line. By the time they get across the line, he had a nose in front, so Bill Richards leads. Second place, it's Lyons from the front row of the grid, and an absolutely supreme turn of speed down the Brabham Straight by race leader Bill Richards.
Yeah, and Harvey Death is actually looking up the inside, going in towards Druids of that pretty yellow Jim Lyons car. He's actually got second place, so he started from the 7th spot on the grid. That's more an accurate phrase now, but he's now onto the back of our race leader in that number 26 of Bill Richards as they make their way in towards Surtees. And look at this, Harvey Death now trying to go round the outside. He's taken away the race lead as if it was easy.
Oh wow, that was supremely impressive. Harvey Diaz then around the outside of the left-hander at Surtees, gave him the inside line from McLaren and made it look easy peasy up towards the line, and another lap in the book. Harvey Diaz, car number 60, is the car that leads across the line, and up towards Druids they go. So up Hellwood Hill towards Druids, with the top 3 a little more spaced out now, as the number 60 car from row 4 of the grid, Harvey Diaz, leads the field down. Look at that lick of flame from the exhaust on the left-hand side of the car. These cars are very, very impressive machines indeed. Incredibly quick into the left-hander at Surtees. Scene of that brave manoeuvre around the outside at Surtees. The inside line there for McLaren on the previous lap. And Harvey Diaz from the 4th row of the grid has shown them a clean pair of heels.
I mean, look at him go. Look at Diaz go. He set the fast lap of the race last time around, 52.7. I'm expecting a quicker lap this time around from that number 60 car. 51.2. It is a quicker lap that time around, and already a 3.4 second lead. Absolutely flying is Harvey Diaz. Then it's Richards in second place, and that number 26, Bill Richards there. Then it's Jim Lyons who rounds off our top 3. The number 1 car of Chris Slade has done really well. Had to start from the back row of the grid, has now fought his way up to 5th place. Keep an eye on that number 1 car, because it had those rear brake fire, you said, Alan, earlier on today.
Yeah, and we spoke to him, and it was just as a result, he thought of adjusting the rear brake bias and maybe adjusting it just that little bit too much. The marshals were pouring some water just onto the rear brakes down in pit lane, and unfortunately qualifying did not go according to plan. These are going to be one of the most spectacular races of the day, aren't they? Just look at the speed of Harvey Diaz going into Paddock Hill Bend, turning into the corner. Now they are in traffic already, because we have a number of different categories within the fastest mini in the world, and neatly out of the way goes the little mini at the tail end of the field. But that Mini Quattro, you know, can see the leader, albeit on his run up towards Druids, and the leader's run down towards Graham Hill Bend, but certainly within sight.
Definitely within sight. Of course, 4 different classes for this race. Class A, which is absolutely no restrictions on the engine and any aero permitted. Class B would be the less than 1600cc, but aero is still permitted. Class E is an A-series engine, over 1300cc, but no aero permitted. Class D, an A-series engine under 1300cc with no aero. So you can see, you can pretty much tell what class the car 60 is in, I reckon. I reckon Class A.
We don't get indication of the classes on our timing screen, unfortunately, so we can certainly keep up to date with what the leader is doing. First, putting in the best lap of the race, a 51.294. Secondly, an advantage over Bill Richards of just over 7 seconds. That's incredibly impressive. And thirdly, completing 5 laps. So the race leader heading on to lap number 6, halfway through lap number 6 now. There is a little movement because car number 121 has made up a place. That's Jamie Billingham, started on the penultimate row of the grid, made a place up on the previous lap, up into 8th position to the detriment of the number 77 car. So Richard Morris from the second row of the grid goes one further place down. Harvey Diath has come through and completed now 6 laps in the book for the leader, and the holder of the fastest lap extends the advantage by 3 seconds on that lap. So now the gap between first and second, 10.2.
10.2 at the moment, but it's shaping up to be a good battle for third place between that number 11 of Jim Lyons and the number 21 of Richard Billingham. Billingham has been closing in on Lyons lap after lap, and on that last lap, just have a look at the lap times there, yeah, about almost half a second closing into the back of Jim Lyons there. So Richard Billingham may be ready to size up a move in a couple of corners time, but yeah, keep an eye on that one, because as soon as Jim Lyons has to try and defend his third place, might start to lose touch with Bill Richards, because he'll have to start taking lines to defend his third place. Have to keep an eye on that one. But our race leader comes across the line, Harvey Diath, 52.4 that time around, which is 1.2 seconds off his own best, but it's fair play to him, because it's still pretty much 9/10 quicker than anybody else out on circuit at the moment.
So Harvey Diath, the race leader, very much once again with that lick of flame on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend. Spectacular to watch. Started racing minis in 1993 with the ICS Saloon Car Series, and has raced historic minis in various forms ever since. A retired engineer and company director, and the number 60 is celebrating his 60th birthday this year, and could be more fun what could be more fun than racing with your family, your brothers and eldest daughter all in the same race. Yeah, there are a number of Diaths in the field this weekend, and happy birthday, happy 60th birthday this year to our race leader. Now with 8 laps in the book, an advantage of 12.7 seconds over Bill Richards in second place. Harvey Diath continues the run through the traffic, because there are now plenty of cars to deal with.
There really are, and that's going to just exacerbate the problem as the laps pass out, as you come across more and more cars to put a lap on over the race. And we've got just under 7.5 minutes to go in this race, and gap, well, it's equidistant from second to third to fourth, and it's all about making sure you put in those consistent lap times to make sure, well, in the case of Bill Richards, to hold on to that second place. Looking at it, they pretty equal second and third place, both setting a 53.6 on their last lap as they head their way towards the line. So at the moment, Bill Richards doing a fine job of just holding that position as they head towards the line, then towards Paddock Hill Bend. Last lap times 54.3 from Richards, 53.8 from Lyons that time around. So a good half a second cut out from Jim Lyons to the gap to himself and Richards as they now make their way up towards Druids. And yeah, Jim Lyons has really closed up to the back of Bill Richards. Now they head their way down towards the Graham Hill Bend.
So top 6 have been through and completed now 9 laps, now 7. So Harvey Diath, car number 60 it is that leads in the British Racing Green Mini. Car number 26, the turquoise car, in second place is Bill Richards, and in third place the number 11 car from the front row of the grid, that's Jim Lyons in the black and yellow machine. So 10 laps in the book now for Harvey Diath, heading down towards the right-hander at Paddock Hill Bend. He's got the best lap of the race, a 51.294. The last lap was a 53.090. And Richards, Lyons and Billingham in second, third and fourth, 26, 11 and 21 have all been through now and completed 10 laps.
Yes, as we approach now, just under 6 minutes left of this race, and yeah, again, Jim Lyons is really closing into the back of Bill Richards as they passed the line last time around. Less than a second separates them. Also worth to keep an eye on the battle for 5th place between the number 70 of Luffarelli and the number 8 of Skidmore. As they pass the line there, just over half a second. That battle's now heading its way up towards Druids then, as they make their way through. So that's the battle for 5th place. Luffarelli in the 70. Number 8 is Skidmore. Down the hill they go then, in towards the Graham Hill Bend.
Is that the Quattro Mini into pit lane?
No, I think it's the number 1. It's the number 1 car, Chris Slater's coming.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, the car that had problems yesterday is back into pit lane, having started on the back row of the grid. Meanwhile, Harvey Diaz has completed 11 laps, so a best lap of the race, 51.294. Last lap was a 52.637, and we have under 5 minutes of the race remaining. Top 6 have all been through now and completed 11 laps. Incredible machines, aren't they? Absolutely supreme. When you watch the speed differential as they put a lap down, or maybe 2 laps down, or maybe 3 laps down the other categories, then you get a real idea of just what the speed differential is between the front of the field and the rest of the category.
It's a great battle here. Skidmore in the number 870 is Laffarelli. Skidmore went round the outside going in towards Paddock Hill Bend of Laffarelli, managed to hold the position, and Laffarelli slightly out of shape coming down in towards Graham Hill Bend, managed to gather it all up, but good move from Skidmore. He now moves himself up into 5th place.
Yeah, good battle, heading out of Clearways and up towards Clark Curve, onto the Brabham Straight, up towards the start-finish line to complete another lap. They've extended themselves a little bit now as they go down into Paddock Hill Bend. Meanwhile, the race leader coming up towards the line, pretty much uncontested at the front of the field, consolidating that advantage at the head of the field lap after lap. Harvey Diaz with now 13 laps in the book, and waiting for the second place car from pole position, car number 26 of Bill Richards, to come up towards the line. The blue flag's waving to let the slower cars know that Bill Richards was coming through. 19 seconds is the gap between the top 2 now. Lyons and Billingham have been through as well and completed 13 laps. We've got 3 minutes left on the clock.
We do indeed, and I have to say that battle for 5th place has just intensified again, as if it couldn't get any more. Skidmore now coming across the line. It's Laffarelli right behind him for that battle for 5th as they make their way now in towards the Paddock Hill Bend. Laffarelli trying to take a tighter line through, maybe prioritising some sort of exit up towards Druids, but Skidmore's got a firm lock on that position right now as they head up towards Druids once again, and as you said, 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
So car number 60, Harvey Diaz, continues to lead. Don't forget, he started on row 4. He had a time of 1:07.428 in qualifying, which really doesn't give the story. The conditions yesterday very different to the conditions that we have today. Today we had sunshine peeking through at the start of the race. Maybe the chance of a drop of rain halfway through the afternoon this afternoon, but very different conditions today. A fully dry track and therefore some consistently quick lap times. 51.294 set on the second of the flying laps at the start of the race, on lap number 3. But the last lap, Harvey Diaz, bear in mind he's also dealing with traffic as well, was a 53.399.
It would be a crime to say Harvey Diaz is coasting right now, but he's done all the hard work in pulling out a massive lead at the moment. And now he's just trying to make sure that car gets home with less than 90 seconds on the clock, as he's now making his way through the Graham Hill Bend back onto the power, and will be soon approaching this close battle between Skidmore and Laffarelli for 5th place.
Yep, he can see the battle going through McLaren and Clearways as the leader negotiates the right-hander at McLaren, turns into the final element of the Grand Prix circuit, the final element of the Indy circuit as well that we're on today, and he can see those 3 cars very much in sight. Looms down on them so quickly, such the differential of speed. Heads down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Those of you in the Paddock Hill grandstand have got a great view of the speed heading into that right-hand turn where the circuit really does drop away from you. One of the most spectacular corners anywhere in motor racing on the planet. And when you've got quick cars that you've got on circuit now with the Castrol Classic Oils fastest mini in the world cars, but you'll also see the speed with the Formula 3 cars that we'll have on circuit. That's a great place to watch.
Yeah, Harvey Diaz is the, if you like, defending champion, isn't he? Because he won the 2019 event, no 2020 event, unfortunately, but he now rounds the final corner, and it's seconds left on the clock. Now is the checkered flag, it is ready to wave as the 5th and 6th place cars come through. Checkered flag will go to Harvey Dearth as he takes the line and the race win of the Castrol Classic Oils fastest Mini in the world, race number 1. And then the battle for second place making their way through now in through the final couple of corners onto Clark Curve and onto the Brampton Straight. It's going to be the number 26 then of Bill Richards, who comes across the line in second place overall. And in third place across the line comes Billingham, who finishes on top in the third place spot on the podium. Going on. In fact, Jim Lyons actually came into the pit lane on that last lap, so has not actually taken the checkered flag, which means then the battle between Skidmore and Laffarelli turns into a battle for 4th place, and it is going to be the number 8 car of Matthew Skidmore finishing ahead of Fabio Laffarelli. Great battle between the two of them, great racing, and a great move from Skidmore to go round the outside. So Skidmore 4th, Laffarelli in 5th, and I think Lyons, well, he didn't take the checkered flag. He came into the pit lane.
How
on that
disappointing.
last lap.
So ends up in 6th place.
Yeah, at the moment, yes.
Having not taken the checkered flag.
That's a huge shame for Jim Lyons because he was running in 3rd place. So not a great day for Jim Lyons then, as the crew is around the car to work on it and see what the issue is. Obviously, more important to make sure that the car can make the second race later on, which they will do after lunch, rather than finishing the race and putting an extra mile on the clock. Rather just make sure that the car makes it to the garage. So then the winner of race 1 of the Castrol Classic Oils fastest Mini in the world is Harvey Dearth, finishing 20.8 seconds ahead of the number 26 of Bill Richards. 3rd place in the race, number 21 Richard Billingham. 4th place, number 8 Matthew Skidmore. 5th place, number 70 Fabio Laffarelli. 6th place, didn't actually take the checkered flag, is number 11 Jim Lyons. 7th place is the number 77 of Richard Morris. 8th place is the 121 of Jamie Billingham. 9th place overall, number 44 Ashan Silva. And rounding off the top 10 is the number 85 of Clive Dearth. 11th place, number 132 Brian Davidge. 12th place, number 144 Francesco Roodhouse. 13th place, number 72 Alice Dearth. And 14th place was the number 5 of Nigel Dearth, with the number 1 car of Chris Slade coming into the pit lane 9 laps into the race, so just under the halfway mark. And non-finishers, number 13 Mary Grinham, number 59 Sam Polly, number 62 Lee Jones, and number 78 Mark Burnett. So we'll hopefully have Alan down there having a chat to some of the drivers.
Well, we already have the number 60 car, which has come down pit lane and has come to a stop. We've got a Castrol Classic Oils bunting around the podium, so it's all rather beautifully presented for our title sponsors of the fastest Mini in the world. And cars appearing down in pit lane. We've got Richard Bellingham's car, which at the end of the race ended up in 3rd place, with the unfortunate demise in pit lane of car number 11 Jim Lyons. And we've also got Bill Richards, who has appeared very close to the podium, so shouldn't take too long for the drivers to make their way up to the podium. We've got the top 3 cars and therefore the top 3 drivers that have appeared in pit lane, the right end of pit lane, and hopefully there's someone down there from fastest Mini in the world to assemble the top 3 drivers and get them over towards the podium as quickly as possible. I can see Harvey Dearth with arms folded, having a look at the winning car. We've got Formula 3 cars that look incredibly large down here on the grid compared to the Minis that we've had so far racing here at Brands Hatch. But we have 3 drivers, 3 cars for the podium. We have a Castrol Classic Oils dressed podium, and hopefully the drivers will make it up to the podium very soon indeed.
So the is how they line up. Row number 1, number 28, Stefano Lini, number 15, George Fine. Row number 2, number 77, Robbie Watts, number 5, Stuart Wiltshire. Row number 3, number 21, Tony Bishop, number 8, Dominic Paul, and on their own, on row number 4, number 11, Shane Kelly, 7 drivers in this one, and Stefano Lini lapping all but second place in yesterday's race. As the sun hunks through the clouds, definitely on the Paddock Hill bend. Sometimes he's out there at least. Car bend, really by laps, on the weekend so far, it's part of these really want to get this race started another way. First race of the day, second race of their weekend. Last driver starts the line up on the grid. Dominic Paul and Shane Kelly taking their place on the grid. Green flag from the marshal at the back. 5-second board is out. Red lights come on. And we are racing. On the start line. Good start from George Fine. He tucks out into the city with Stefano Lini, but a fantastic start from Shane Kelly. Back to the grid. Up into fourth place before the break. So going in towards Paddock Hill then. They now start to climb up the hill, and Shane Kelly fancy a move up the inside, going in towards Drew. The door is firmly shut there as he tries to continue his charge up the field. Down the hill they go now, in towards Paddock Hill then. So at the turn of the first couple of corners, Stefano Lini leads away from George Fine in second place, and then that's number 77 for Robbie Watts in third. Shane Kelly comes down in place. Shane Kelly has the back out of that one, and we've got a car off into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Was that our race leader who gets away? Yeah, we've got someone buried into the gravel, digging into the gravel there. Heading now down towards the Graham Hill Bend. George Fine leading the way. Stefano Lini going to have to dispatch 5 cars if he wants to lead this race back. First up, number 21 ahead of his position. From Bishop, and then climb the hill up towards Druids once again. Stefano Lini
come back down to the paddock and we spotted a Mini 7 S-Class here that's on the flat patch. Without bothering these guys too much, we'll just go through a little bit of in-between race setup of what they're doing. So they'll be adjusting corner weights here. This flat patch of concrete is, as it sounds, completely flat. So if you set up the corner weights of the car, get the handling absolutely precise at home in your workshop, and then you bring it to a racetrack, as you can see how hilly it is here in the paddock at Brands Hatch, this is the ultimate place to come back and make some little adjustments. If there's something that's not quite right in qualifying, I might be able to quickly grab Nick Croydon-Fowler, who's a Mini 7 driver.
Hey buddy, how you doing?
What are you up to here, Nick?
Quite a big change from yesterday for the car. It was just not handling well at all, so the car was flat sliding, it was just too stiff, all bottomed out. So we've gone over it for a few hours last night. We've just set the anti-roll bar nice and neutral for him for today. So he's going to be quick today. He's going to be really quick.
I think it's always amazing how the small tweaks make such a big difference.
It's fundamental. A Mini is an underpowered car that needs to handle spot on, and if it's not, you're scrubbing speed and you're going slow. So it's wheels need to point in the right direction, camber needs to be right, caster, toe, corner weights. It's a big game.
What kind of power are these Mini 7s putting out?
100 horse would be nice. Yeah, if you look, that's the magic number if you can find the right dyno on the right day, the right conditions.
So it's all about corner speed.
All about corner speed. If you can go through a corner with your steering wheel straight and the back's turning, you're going quick. So that's the way to go.
I think a lot of guys come to these cars and they're so loose and they're just not used to it.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to. The mid corner is the scary part. Once you've turned in, you have to settle it and get on it and go. And if you're hesitant and she starts to go, as you know, man, it gets airy pretty quick. So you've got to be on it and smooth and fast. Definitely.
And you qualified well for the race later on?
Yeah, qualified P2. No testing yesterday, so I'm quite happy with that to go straight in there and get a good time. It's competitive, man. Top 7 at 0.2 of a second, so it's going to be all decided out on the track, isn't it?
Awesome. Well, thanks for taking time out of your busy work schedule here to help us out.
Thank you very much.
Okay, with Andrew Devaney now, one of the front runners in the Mini 7 category. And you had a bit of an off into the gravel yesterday. Do you want to talk us through what happened there?
Yeah, yesterday morning, did about 5 laps, then had a front wheel brake, which pitched me into the gravel down at bottom of Paddock Hill. Yeah, so a bit exciting.
It's not the fastest point in the track, but quite a scary place to go off.
Yeah, luckily it was down the hill a bit, not right on the edge of the corner, so I started going straight again, but it still managed to go in and smack the front end on the tyre wall, which damaged the car a bit.
What damage did you do to the car? You managed to get it fixed up overnight, so it couldn't have been too bad.
Yeah, it's mostly cosmetic, because they're all fiberglass fronts. It just looked a lot worse than it was. Most of the trouble was trying to get all the gravel out. It's gravel everywhere, so it was a bit of a pain.
Despite that, you did 5 laps and managed to qualify 10th, so you're in the race. The grids are oversubscribed, so you made it through.
Yeah, luckily I managed to scrape through, so I didn't have to do the qualification race, which was yesterday afternoon, which would have been a push to get ready for. So I'm glad that happened. But yeah, it's very close out there.
What keeps you racing minis? You're one of the long-term guys on the grid.
I think I'm addicted. No, it's just good fun. It's fairly cheapish for a motorsport, but it's just such a good fun.
Awesome. Well, congratulations for getting your car back, and we look forward to seeing you make your way up through the pack.
Oh, let's hope. Yeah.
Welcome back. Well, that was an exciting race. I hope you enjoyed that on the live stream. I'm here with my podium set from World's Fastest Mini. It's an aggregated result, I understand, but race 1, P1, top step of the podium. Harvey, well done. How was that? How did it go?
Yeah, it went very much to plan, and thank you very much. And it was a good race, and everyone drove very well, and the back markers were respectful, and yeah, the car went well. The car was faultless, which makes a change.
Well, it's good. What's your strategy for race 2? Because there seems to be quite a speed differential. You seem to be carving through the pack. Is it just same again?
Hopefully same again. I've just got to keep this young man in my rear view mirrors, hopefully.
Well, Bill, let's talk about that. So, P2, well done, sir. A great drive. The car clearly has its legs left in it, as do you. Talk me through your race. How did it go for you? It seemed to just got in your groove and stayed there.
Well, the start was good, and then obviously my plan for the start was with turbos have got big legs, So my plan was a nice steady speed up to the start line, and you mustn't overtake me because I am the man at that time. I am the man, and I backed off. So and my turbo friend next to me, he had to do the same, and then bang, I was on. So we left him. But of course, the restart, he knew exactly what I was up to. So that was the end of that. And yeah, basically it was just keep him off, which was hard going, really hard going.
Yeah. Now, Harvey, you can disappear, but you two are having a great little scrap, and of course you came through, mate, in the end to take P3, so well done for that. How did it go for you? Because you had a bit of a scrap there for a bit, didn't you?
Yeah, kept going, yeah. But yeah, it was good fun.
And any problems, you think, during that race? Anything you want to change for race 2?
Just maybe tyre pressures, I think, a little bit. Yeah, should be good, yeah.
It's good, but well done, chaps. There is our podium for race 1. There will be a race 2. It's the aggregate of the two that decides the fastest Mini in the world, so join us later on.
Kieran McDonald of Big Mac Racing and Mini Spares unfortunately didn't finish that last race. I saw you being pushed off by the start-finish straight. Yeah. What happened there, Kieran?
I got started, but the second time I didn't get started. Yeah, no, I mean, I had a flyer on the first start. There was obviously carnage going down into Paddock Hill, which always a shame to see. Yeah, obviously red flagged. Had to sit on the grid for quite a while. Started okay, and then yeah, revs just died. So I had to be pushed back, and then it was just misfiring, so game over.
And the guys behind you from Skirrid Mountain Garage just putting that back together again. Do you know what's wrong with the car?
I think it's fueling. Yeah, plugs just getting fouled up, and yeah, just missing. So, but yeah, Ashley's on the case. SMG Motorsport. But obviously, he had a good run until he had problems as well.
So your driver's gone from Mini 7 Formula 9 and 8 to the Mini Miglias. So you're a good person to ask the comparison between the two for everyone that's watching at home.
Yeah, I think the most common question is, which do you prefer? And yeah, I don't prefer either, to be fair. 7 is unbelievable fun, and I would honestly crave to just get back in one, do a few laps, do an odd race, because they are, you know, the ultimate, just the way they move and the closeness of it all, the high revving, just a whole experience factor. Miglia, well, it's a big workout. Got to get to the gym quite a bit, I think.
So McDonald's or Burger King, I should say, as you are Big Mac Racing.
Indeed, Big Mac Racing.
What's your preference?
What, Big Mac or what, chicken sandwich or Burger King?
What's your choice? What would you go for?
Oh, it's a hard choice. Depends how you're feeling. If it's after a hangover, probably was it double sausage and egg McMuffin? Okay. That goes down well.
Sitting on the fence there a bit. Thanks, Kieran. Look forward to seeing you in the next race.
Thank you. Cheers.
Leon Ollie Window.
Hello.
Back for the first time. We haven't seen you on the camera now for what, good couple of years?
2 years, yeah. I mean, not intentionally. I think COVID got in the way of the first lot, didn't it? And then I went and bashed myself up earlier this year, so I haven't been able to be out racing. I was in a car crash and then followed by a motorbike crash. Yes, it's my first time out this season.
So it's our very own Mr. Danger.
Yes, Captain Danger.
And you've been nominated to talk us over your Mini 7 race car, because it's a very tidy car.
Yeah, fine. Yeah. This car is 4 years old. This is my first race car. It was built by Team SMG and in South Wales, in Abergavenny, where we're from. And it started life as an Owens fabrication shell, and then it's had the best of everything thrown at it for a Mini 7. We won Best Prepared Car with it, and then Novice Champion in my first year out, and slowly things went backwards from there.
Let's pop the bonnet off and have a look underneath. So you've got a one-piece lightweight carbon front on there.
Yeah.
Lovely, so, showing the weave.
Lightweight, so these are from curly carbon fibre, and where we get all our composite panels from. And then, yeah, we've got a mixture of different bits and pieces then. So we've got, obviously, the Mini 7 runs a single carb. So I think the rule of thumb is that people say that you get the best power from using a Weber, but you just only use one side of it. So then we've got the Maniflow manifold there, and we come on to the rest of the engine, which is pretty much all the handiwork of SMG and Brian, who's around here somewhere, who does the machining for us. And then we've got a mixture of bits inside from MED, from CAD, and away we go.
So in a traditional Mini, you'd see the distributor right down the front here.
Yeah, yeah.
And all the rain would come in.
Yeah.
Conk out.
Soaking wet.
There's no distributor on here, so what's going on there?
So we've got an electronic, we're allowed to run an ECU, yeah. So we have electronic ignition. Is that right, Stephen? Yeah. You happy with that?
I've asked you the questions, yeah. It's
Well,
got
you know as well.
It's got a Mappo ignition on these cars,
right.
so a lot more reliable. Push out a little bit more power.
I know a little bit about them, but I'm supposed to drive them. I'm not actually allowed to touch it.
So they're pushing out just over 100 horsepower, which is quite incredible, really, for something that was designed all those years ago.
Yeah, totally.
And we're still finding power with these engines.
Yeah, I'd like to find a bit more, but yeah, there's some people still finding power, but there we go. But yeah, no, I mean, I went out on testing on Friday and put it on the pace. I lost that pace yesterday then somewhere, so yeah, so I'm starting a bit more towards the back of the grid today, and hopefully got to kick ass and make it back a bit.
Let's have a look through the inside of the car as well, and
Yeah,
they've got
go on
loads
then,
of
go on that side.
Kevlar panels in here. It's a lovely looking thing. So, header on round.
So, what we've got in here, we've got your typical Mini 7 interior. So this one, we've gone for like a more of a retro style. And yeah, so on this one we've gone for a more of a retro style. We've gone for your Kevlar interior. We use some of the better gauges and bits and pieces out there, like the stack-on stuff. And you'll notice you've got your seat, harnesses, pedal box, which some people use, and I use a standard pedal box. I'm pretty tall, so there's not a lot of room in the car for me to have some of the fancier stuff. So yeah, this is quite bare and basic, and but yeah, it's everything that you want.
It's quite far removed from a standard road Mini, so obviously there's no interior or anything like that. If you're familiar with a modern day touring car, it's almost similar to those now.
Very similar, yeah, and it's just like, well, we always say, it's like these are mini touring cars, aren't they? You know, it's door handle to door handle, bumper to bumper racing.
If you want to get involved in racing a Mini 7 or a Mini MIGLIA, how would you go about it?
Rob someone, first of all, yeah. Get lots of money, yeah. Rob multiple people.
That's not the official advice from the club.
No, it's not. That was the Welsh advice. No, the real advice is work hard and get in at the S-class level. Yeah, get in the scholarship class so you can actually afford to actually do it. It can be affordable. It can be done on a shoestring. Yeah, work hard, present yourself well, get some sponsors. You know, do all the good stuff. You know, if anyone needs any advice out there on how to do any of this, just slide into my DMs and I'll happily give you a bit of advice or help you, because I've had to be there and do it all. Once you've got the car, you can start as an S-Class, you can move up into a 7, you can move up into a MIGLIA, you can go to a Libra. So once you've actually got the main shell of the car, you can actually keep it and you can grow over the years and do bits and pieces, which a lot of people in the club do. Ashley next door to me, I mean, he started that way and now he's built up into a MIGLIA, and it can be more affordable to do it that way. But like with any motorsport, yeah, it's not a low-cost hobby, no matter what anyone says. So yeah, you do have to work hard, you know, and hopefully have a bit of luck on the way, and we'll find you towards the front of the grid then.
So, quick run through the car and the club. I noticed you've got an orange flag here.
I have got an orange flag, yeah. So, very sadly, what happened at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago, unfortunately a marshal lost their lives doing their very commendable volunteering job, looking after all of us racers and helping on the track. Without marshals, there is no racing. So every racing driver has massive respect for the marshals, and this is just a little something that Rosa at the Mini 7 Club has done. She's given every driver an orange flag, so at the end of the races today, we're going to put these out the window just to show our respect, and just to try and make a little bit of a spectacle and raise some attention just for the wonderful job that the marshals do for us.
Thanks very much, Ollie. Summed that up perfectly.
You're welcome.
Good luck in the race, and come out. Yeah, thanks to the marshals. And I found Ben Butler. Ben Butler is driver's rep for the Mini 7 S class.
Correct, yeah.
So you guys start towards the back of the grids in your separate grids. Can you tell us a little bit about the class?
Yes, absolutely amazing, brilliant class. It's obviously the entry level class to the Mini 7s. Nice, cheap. Well, I say it's cheap. Everything's a bit expensive when it comes to the racing, but it's the cheaper formula to definitely enter. Definitely.
You've done a fair amount of mini racing before. I see you've done some 24-hour races as well.
Yeah, I've done 4 years of the 24-hour with obviously the Slarks, which has been great. This year I'm not doing it. I'm going to have a year off, but yeah, no, it's good fun.
On your car, do you prepare a lot of it yourself? You do all the engine?
This engine I do, yeah. I mean, normally it's Neil Slark that builds my engines. Obviously Paul Lynch is helped out in the past. But no, this engine I built myself, ready for this weekend. So fingers crossed, it'll be all good.
With the grids getting bigger and bigger for the Mini 7S class, do you think we're almost at the point where you're going to have a separate race?
There's talks. There is talks. At the moment, it's still up in the air, but yeah, there's definitely talks for next season. Definitely.
Moving away from Mini 7 slightly.
Yep.
Lewis Hamilton or Max Verstappen?
I used to race with Lewis. Oh wow. I'm going to have to say Lewis. Definitely, I'm going to have to say Lewis.
Favourite corner of this circuit?
Definitely, 100% paddock.
Scary choice.
Amazing, absolutely brilliant. You can't beat that corner.
Would you rather have a close race and finish second, or an easy win?
Close race and finish second. Definitely, definitely.
So you're not all about the points?
No, not for me. Not for me. It's just that I just want to be out there having fun with all my mates. That's all good.
So we've got so many cars for the Mini 7. We have qualifying races. What's the deal there?
Sorry, what did you say? I couldn't get that last bit. I'm a bit deaf in one ear at the moment. I've got an ear infection.
So we've got qualifying races for the Mini 7. What's the deal? What's happening there with the S class and the 7? Are you having equal numbers, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's quite difficult. I mean, they had to juggle the amount of cars that could actually enter for the actual main race. So there's a number of cars that are going to be sat on the back of the 66, and I think it was the first 15 that qualified for the main race. So luckily I got in there. So yeah, good.
What do you think it is about mini racing that keeps people coming back year after year? You've been doing it for some years as well.
I'll tell you what, to me it's the ultimate car. It is the history of the actual Mini, and just the way they handle. Everybody loves a Mini. It's amazing, amazing cars.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, and enjoy your race.
No worries. Thank you very much.
So Phil Manser, we're down here in the paddock, the Mini 7 paddock. You haven't been racing for a little while, but your car's still here.
It is, yeah. It's amazing, really. It hasn't changed much since I raced it, last in 2001. And I sold it to a chap called Tara Collinson, who is the son of Peter Collinson, the director of the Italian job. He used it in the Midland Speed Championship, I think it was called, which includes sprints and hill climbs. And then eventually he sold it on to Endaf Owens.
I think it's unusual to see a car that hasn't been kind of re-liveried and carried on racing. They do seem to last forever, these Mini 7s and Miglias.
They do go on forever, and this one's had quite a lot of racing under its belt.
When was the last time you raced it yourself?
It must have been at the end of 2001, I think.
Would you mind talking us through the car a little bit? Do you want to show us what we've
Yeah.
got? And maybe how they're a little bit different now. I mean, the arches are a bit narrower than the current crop of Miglia arches, aren't they? But is there anything else, do you think, that's really come on with the cars?
Well, I know one thing that's changed in the regulations is that the valve lift is restricted now. This one's probably illegal to race today.
Right.
Because I think they've restricted it to 500 thousandths of an inch now, and it was more than that.
So do you think you had a bit more power back in the day then?
I would have said so, yes. But then again, everything else has come on, hasn't it? So they develop in other ways.
Let's have a look at the inside. So the roll cages, I know, are quite different on the current crop of cars, aren't they? If I untangle my mic slightly, come on round.
Yeah, this was a really up-to-date roll cage when it was built by a friend of mine. It was bought from the roll centre in kit form, and then my friend, who is an expert welder, welded it all in, and it's a very, very strong cage. It would be perfectly adequate today.
Yeah, it's quite a step up from bolting cage. A lot of the cars of that era didn't have a cage quite so good as that.
No.
So yeah, you can see why the car survived maybe.
After this car, I had a historic car which had a bolting cage, and I must admit, I used to think this one was much better.
I noticed you got the internal, the gear shift there. It's just the standard rod change.
Yes.
Whereas a lot of the cars now, they lift them right up out.
They do, don't they? I don't quite know why, but this was fine for me.
Other than that, quite surprisingly original inside, and not far removed from what we've got now. I just suppose they have a few more extra bars, a bit more carbon fibre.
There is a lot. There's no carbon fibre on this car at all, as far as I know. It wasn't when I had it anyway. But Yeah, I think the weight limit's probably the same.
Well, it's great to see the car back out again. Do you think we might see you back behind the wheel at some point?
I doubt it. I doubt it. I had a job to get in it a few minutes ago, and then even more difficult to get out of.
Awesome to see you back anyway. And,
Thank you very much.
Thanks for taking a bit of time to talk.
It's great to see everybody again, and also it's great to see a lot of new faces. That's what Mini Racing and Mini 7 Club need.
Absolutely, yes, and younger guys coming through as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Cheers, Phil. Thanks very much.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
the racing.
Thank you, Steve.
Champion, double champion, back-to-back championships for Jeff Smith, former BTCC driver, brings the car to a stop. But we mentioned it earlier on, they had down in the paddock, had a live band, had a I'm not sure what they described it as, a bit of a party, a bit of a disco last night, and in the process of doing that raised just shy of £1,000 for the Marshall's Fund, which is a very well received donation. So thanks to the club, thanks to Mini 7s, and they will entertain like you have never seen before. I guarantee it.
And I can absolutely guarantee that, because I saw these drivers racing at Cadwell Park last month as well, and they put on a really, really good show there as well. So, you know, as I always say, put these minis, which are, you know, so small, so narrow, that it just promotes going 2-3 wide down places you wouldn't normally see them in motorsport. So it's always fantastic to see. So Jeff Smith starting on pole position, alongside him the number 99 of Nick Croydon-Fowler in the Mini 7s. In the Mini 7 S class, it's the number 728 of Michael Winkworth alongside the number 711 of Damien Harrington on the front row. Now the 7Ss, as I've already mentioned, if you haven't known already, get a 10-second delayed start, so they will stay stationary whilst the S classes get away, and then they'll be waved on by the flag 10 seconds later. So as the last of the cars then make their way into their grid positions before we'll get proceedings underway. So as Alan alluded to earlier, this will be their green flag lap they will go on, come back to their grid positions for 2 standing starts. 20-minute race coming up. And their green flag lap now gets underway for all drivers to put some heat into those vitals of the cars.
Now, I've got a bit of a challenge with pole position man Jeff Smith. By the way, for those that follow the British Touring Car Championship, and there are a number of links between the racing that we've got here today and the BTCC drivers that have competed at the very top level of touring car racing here in the UK are in a number of the different categories. Jeff Smith claimed a pole position here at Brands Hatch in the BTCC. He sent me a text this morning telling me a bit about the money they raised last night, and said he'd like to, if he can, say a few words. And I said, that's absolutely fine. All you have to do is to finish on the podium, and that's where I'll be with my microphone. So there's the challenge for him, and I'm sure there are plenty more challenges, like lots of championship points, because he leads the championship. He is a double champion. He's said to him yesterday in the interview after qualifying, he's really found a place with mini racing, hasn't he? As Jeff Smith, he races with his partner Joe Polly, who's also on the grid on the 6th row of the grid in car 76. A former BTCC driver, Mike Jordan, father of Andrew, that entertained us so royally this morning with the Mini MIGLIA class, while Mike's on the inside of the third row of the grid. Jonathan Lewis, who first won in Minis back in 1980, and does an amazing job restoring classic racing Minis, and is still as quick as ever he was. Has raced in Minis for many, many years, and Jonathan Lewis appears on the outside of the second row of the grid in car number 41. The front row is in place. Jeff Smith brings the car to a stop. Nick Croydon-Fowler, fresh from a great weekend racing at Cadwell Park, lines up on the outside of the front row of the grid. And the scene is set for Mini 7 racing. Strap yourselves in, everybody. This is going to be quite a ride.
It really, really is. As the 7S classes take their positions on the grid. Of course, they will launch 10 seconds after the S classes will. And it's a long, long time to wait for the likes of Jeff Smith and Nick Croydon-Fowler, who have been sitting there for quite some time, as the last of the remaining S classes take their position on the grid. Once they do, we'll get the marshal with the green flag at the back. We do indeed. Ready for things to start. 5-second board is out. Red lights go on. And we're racing, and it's a good initial start from Jeff Smith then, but they're going to run side by side with Nick Croydon-Fowler as they head their way now towards the Paddock Hill bend for the very first time. He did have the nose ahead, Jeff Smith going up the inside, and he does move ahead of Nick Croydon-Fowler as they make their way now up towards Druids for the first time. The S classes also now make their way after 10 seconds down in towards turn 1.
So they all thread their way safely through as the S's come through Paddock Hill Bend, and supreme driving as well, because everybody is cleanly through Paddock Hill Bend in both of the categories. Riding the curbs through Graham Hill Bend is Jeff Smith, already with an advantage over Croydon-Fowler in second place, and Jonathan Lewis is going to go side by side, wants to have a look for third place. He doesn't quite make the manoeuvre stick by the time he gets to Surtees, but he does by the time he comes out of McLaren and into Clearways. Huge amount of experience over the years in mini racing has Jonathan Lewis, and the lime green machine now with everybody else queuing up behind in third place.
What that's allowed to do though is Jeff Smith now as a commanding lead as he makes his way now down in towards Paddock Hill Bend, as Mike Jordan fancies a move up the inside going in towards Paddock Hill Bend, but not quite the momentum taken through there as they all now make their way up the hill in towards Druids for the first time. For the 7S's it's Winkworth and the 728 leading the way.
Jeff Smith makes his way down towards Graham Hill Bend with an extended gap. They all are battling away to be second place at the moment behind Nick Croydon-Fowler. So onto the Cooper Straight they go. Into Surtees goes Jeff Smith. What a wonderful position to not have minis all over the back of you, and he's been able to do exactly what a mini driver would like to do, but very rarely is able to do, and that's break the toes. So with a bit of a gap, Jeff Smith just has to pick his lines and keep everything neat and tidy. He can take the optimum line, can't he, down towards Paddock Hill Bend. He turns now, everybody else trying to be second. Croydon-Fowler defending from the hugely experienced Jonathan Lewis in third place.
Here comes Spencer Wanstall though, right on the back of Jonathan Lewis as they make their way now climbing up towards Druids. Fancies a move up the inside, no way through there just yet, but O'Brien fancies his chances round the outside. That's Conor O'Brien looking for a move round the outside. Now we'll have the inside line down towards Graham Hill Bend, up the inside of Spencer Wanstall then for fourth place. And Conor O'Brien, has he got that position? Yes, he has, moving now up into fourth place. Nice move from O'Brien.
Yeah, and it played into the hands of the second place battle as well, because Jonathan Lewis for a little while could concentrate with no one challenging from behind. He could concentrate on perhaps setting himself up for a manoeuvre for second place on the podium, a manoeuvre on number 99, Nick Croydon-Fowler, young driver and a hugely experienced driver in second and third places, as Jeff Smith, all on his own, comes up to complete another lap. So the red and Union flag liveried car comes up towards Paddock Hill Bend, turns into the corner now. Jonathan Lewis defending and attacking. That's an unenviable position, isn't it, for second place, and defending third place. Up towards Druids they go. Jeff Smith all on his own, turns through. His advantage at the end of the last lap was 2 seconds, almost exactly, and the best lap of the race has gone the way on the first of the flying laps to Jonathan Lewis at 59.421.
Great battle between O'Brien and Wanstall, but O'Brien gets a good run out of Graham Hill Bend and could try and move up the inside of Jonathan Lewis coming up towards Surtees, but has to back out of that one. Momentum was just not quite enough on his side to see if he could have a move at some point going through Surtees, but they've got to be careful, both of them actually, from the number 80 of Joe Thompson behind, because he's ready to pick up the scraps then, and also as well the number 88 of Mike Jordan. And they all come line of stern down the Brabham Straight. Heading it is Croydon Fowler. That's for second place. Is there a chance for Jonathan Lewis? Looking for maybe a move around the outside, but I think he's just interested right now in staying in the slipstream of Croydon Fowler and maybe making the move as late as possible.
So it's 6 cars for second place, isn't it? But they broke off there as they came over the line into 3 pairs of cars down the Brabham Straight into Paddock Hill Bend. They are in the same order as Jonathan Lewis has a look to the back of Nick Croydon Fowler's car as they turn through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, and meanwhile the 87 car of Conor O'Brien is defending well from Spencer Wanstall, so they are still in the same order. And at the back of those 6 cars, Mike Jordan might be the biggest threat of this, because he's got a grandstand view of what potentially could go wrong in front of him.
Well, he does, and we've got someone coming into the pits. I think that's the number 80 of Thompson, making and diving his way in towards the pit lane. So that's a huge, huge shame there for Joe Thompson. Does that confirm on our timing screens? We'll have to wait and see. Jonathan Lewis thinking about a move up the inside again of Nick Croydon Fowler, but no way through just yet. That's going to open the door though for Conor O'Brien, seeing if he fancies a move up the inside, coming up towards Druids for third place. He's got his nose ahead right now, but he's got to slow that car down in time. He does now move ahead and into third place. Good move from Conor O'Brien.
Super manoeuvre, very, very well executed indeed. Jeff Smith in splendid isolation at the front of the field, turns through Graham Hill Bend, accelerates down the Cooper Straight. Second place, it is still Nick Croydon Fowler, but now with the new third place car of Conor O'Brien, Jonathan Lewis has lost another place because Spencer Wanstall has gone through, and Jonathan Lewis fights back as they go into clearways, fights back successfully as well, so just gets a nose in front by the time they get to Clark Curve, and all of that has allowed Mike Jordan to close up as well. He's in the orange number 88 car, so it's a trio now being headed by Jonathan Lewis. Into Paddock Hill Bend they go. Jonathan Lewis in front, Wanstall just behind, and Mike Jordan in turn just behind.
Yeah, 49 of Ross Billison as well, starting to close up to that battle, and could be joining in as well for another car into that second place battle. But at the moment, at this moment in time, Jeff Smith in that number 1, great lead for him, comfortable lead right now, but it's only comfortable if he can keep up that pace. And it's the Nick Croydon Fowler in second place, Conor O'Brien in third, with the number 41 of Jonathan Lewis in fourth. And as you were saying, Mike Jordan there might be in that prime position, because he's got Spencer Wanstall ahead of him. He's already been battling away pretty line and toe there with the number 41 of Jonathan Lewis. He initially got the move in towards Surtees until Jonathan Lewis fought back.
Raced in TBR Tuscans many years ago, did Mike Jordan, and also competed at top level in British GT racing, won races in the BTCC, and then sort of pretty much achieved a life goal in racing alongside his son Andrew when he came into the BTCC. Then took a step back and just concentrated on running the team. They now run Jordan Racing Team together, putting together very, very impressively prepared historic cars, and Mike Jordan is still a very, very quick racer as he turns through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Meanwhile, the former BTCC driver and team owner as well, Jeff Smith, turns through clearways up towards Clark Curve, invested in the team that Mike Jordan had started in the BTCC and ran the Eurotech team for a good few years before Jeff decided to concentrate on mini racing, in which he has proved to be very successful indeed. He has now completed 8 laps, his advantage 4.023 of a second over Nick Croydon Fowler.
Jonathan Lewis getting a good move there on O'Brien, round the outside into Paddock Hill Bend, now moves himself up into third place. He holds the fastest lap of the race so far at 59.1, so he's on a charge at the moment. Now he's got the number 99 of Croydon Fowler ahead of him as they head their way now down in towards the Graham Hill Bend, and well, O'Brien will want that position back. Got to be careful as well with Spencer Wanstall behind in that number 2 car. Again, just ready to pick up the pieces. But I have to say, Croydon Fowler's done a good job of just keeping his own concentration there. It's all been going on behind him at the moment.
Keeping an eye on the race leader as well into the traffic. That's perhaps going to be slightly more tricky for this battle for second place than it was for the race leader, because Jeff was able to pick his points and make his way through. So he has done that. Into Paddock Hill Bend goes Jeff Smith. He is now on lap number 10. Still that fastest lap of the race held by Jonathan Lewis, but now on lap number 7 of the race, Jonathan Lewis having made his way back up into third place on that lap. Jeff Smith heads his way down towards Graham Hill Bend.
Indeed, and all eyes on that battle for second place, because at the moment Croydon Fowler's got that second place. Jonathan Lewis all over the back of him though as we make our way in towards the Graham Hill Bend. Conor O'Brien gets a good run initially going through in towards Graham Hill Bend, and will run side by side with Jonathan Lewis down the Cooper Straight and up towards Surtees. He's still on the inside. They're going to run side by side, are they? Yes, they will. Jonathan Lewis gives him the space, but now he's got the inside liner, and Conor O'Brien, with his momentum, is shifted right to the outside. Might have to cede that position for now. Might prioritise his chances of getting a good exit. They've got traffic up ahead with one of the Mini 7S classes as they head their way now down the Cooper Straight.
And it's a good place to come across slower traffic coming out of Clark Curve and onto the Bradman Straight, because they are able to use the superior performance to make the most of it, and that's what Jonathan Lewis has done. He goes side by side for second place. On the outside line is Nick Croydon Fowler. Jonathan Lewis, by the time they get to Druids, is up into second place. You can see going down towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend and riding the curbs, bumping the car over the curbs at Graham Hill is race leader Jeff Smith. But meanwhile, we've got a new second place car, the vastly experienced Jonathan Lewis.
Yeah, he makes that move and gets up into second place, with Croydon Fowler now down into third place. O'Brien in fourth and Spencer Wanstall in fifth. Mike Jordan's fallen slightly back in sixth place, but he's still present there. Spencer Wanstall fancying his move up the inside on the exit of Clark Curve, then back onto the Bradman Straight. There we'll go. But the top four, well, the four here battling away for second place. Croydon Fowler's not done with this, because he's now into the slipstream of Lewis then as they make their way towards Paddock Hill Bend. Once again, Croydon Fowler choosing the outside line. Spencer Wanstall fancies his move down the inside of O'Brien there, clips the curb. There's still no way through for him. He might have just scrubbed off a little too much speed, more speed than he would have liked.
So the race leader heads down from Druids. They have now completed 11 laps in total. Jonathan Lewis still has the fastest lap of the race. The lime green machine in second place, heading the train of 4 cars, and then a gap, and then the 5th car of Mike Jordan, all on his own as they go down the Cooper Straight. And I rather fancy the disadvantage that second place has got to the race leader, which was sorted out very early on in the race, wasn't it, by Jeff Smith. Got that advantage at the end of lap number 1, and lap after lap he has just consolidated it. The last lap was a 59.880. Those contesting second places are all over 1 minute laps as they come across the line now. Now they've got through the traffic, they're all able to go sub 1 minute, and a personal best lap that time for Croydon Fowler in his pursuit of Jonathan Lewis, a 59.688.
Yes, but it's still a tenth slower than the car ahead of him in Jonathan Lewis. So although he's putting in his best times of the race so far, Jonathan Lewis is doing enough to still try and pull what is a small gap over third place as they make their way through Graham Hill Bend. Conor O'Brien as well in fourth place, and Spencer Wanstall in fifth. And seeing now if Jonathan Lewis can try and break away, but looking at the slipstream you can get in one of these cars, I mean, it's looking like if you stay with the car ahead, you've still got a chance, especially down the straights, of pulling back anything you lose through the corners.
Yep, and momentum is a huge part of Mini 7 racing as well, and being able to break that slipstream early on in the race. Jeff Smith has really done this in a textbook way. Absolutely superb as the battle for second place in 2 pairs now comes through Paddock Bend and heads up towards Druids. There is going to be much traffic to deal with before the end of this race. They are coming up to a number of the 7Ss very soon. Jeff Smith has been through. His advantage was 4.7 seconds at the end of 13 laps. He's going down towards the left-hander at Surtees. And now we'll see Jonathan Lewis blast into Surtees. Two pairs, the battle for second place and then the battle for fourth place. Mike Jordan is a little bit more distant now in sixth place, as the race leader very soon is going to be in this traffic.
Well, Jeff Smith is certainly taking you up on your challenge now, Alan, for sure.
He does. He wants to have a chat.
He does absolutely want to have a chat, and he's trying to make sure he has a chat by trying to extend his lead at the top. It's slowly starting to come down, though, as Jonathan Lewis gets himself a bit of clear air. 2/10 on that one is now 4.5 second gap with just under 6 minutes to go. I just think for Jonathan Lewis, with 2/10 of a lap, 2/10 of a second per lap, I should say, might not be enough. Jeff Smith might just have this one covered, but you know, there's still a lot that can happen in 5.5 minutes.
And there is, with the amount of traffic that they've got to deal with. It's not necessarily a question of if the traffic doesn't get out of the way at the right point. It's at what point you come across the traffic, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, probably 10 cars to deal with in the not too distant future. For Jeff Smith, he's coming up towards the first of them, and bear in mind also they in turn are having their own very close battles indeed, so a very important job by the marshals to indicate with the blue flags that the leader is coming through, and Jeff Smith slices down. He's not about to be held up, is he? Slices down on the inside going through Paddock Bend, and the top drivers have now got 15 laps in the book.
Oh, I fear there's an issue for Spencer Wanstall. Was going quite slowly going in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and yet he's starting to slow down on the rise up towards Druids, so that's not great for Spencer Wanstall. He was right in that battle there, part of that battle for second place, but he's now off the pace. I wonder, that will probably be mechanical. He's just trying to coast that car back to the pit lane. Such a shame if that's the case, as he was well up there for at least a battle for a podium position. So one driver out of that battle for second place. It just now leaves Jonathan Lewis in second place. Then it's Croydon Fowler in third and Conor O'Brien in fourth place. That's going to put then Mike Jordan up into fifth place as he finds his way a position. 4 minutes to go on the clock as Jeff Smith crosses the line to begin the 17th lap of this race.
For the first time during the race, second place Jonathan Lewis going into Paddock Hill Bend in the lime green machine has got no defensive work to do, so he can really set about picking his way through the traffic. His last lap was a 59.841. It compares to the best lap of the race, also in the hands of Jonathan Lewis, of 59.197. The last lap by the race leader, 59.689 by Jeff Smith, car number 1, who has already come across the traffic and is very much in traffic. He's going through the right-hander at McLaren. Another car ticked off into clearways up towards Clark Curve they go, and Jonathan Lewis has 3 more slower cars that Jeff Smith has already dealt with, which now becomes 4 before Jonathan Lewis can close on the back of the race leader Jeff Smith. So it's a rather tall mountain to climb.
Yeah, Spencer Wanstall's just stopped at the paddock entrance, if you like, just on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. The car should be, I think the marshal is telling him to move it slightly more forward so that it is behind the walls there. So a shame for Spencer Wanstall's race to come to a close there. But, hopefully that we'll be able to see that car later on for its second race later on today. 2.5 minutes left to run in this race, and it is still Jeff Smith leading the way on that last lap, extending that gap by 1/10 of a second between himself and Jonathan Lewis.
And 795, one of the cars just been lapped by the leader, going a little bit wiggly, coming out of Graham Hill Bend, collected it all together and got back onto the circuit. And it's going to be a rather busy time up until the checkered flag now for the leaders. Plenty of traffic to be dealt with the 7Ss that have very creditably gone a long way into the race before being caught by the leaders in the rather quicker 7 category, as the race leader has now gone through. So too the second, third and fourth, Smith, Lewis, Croydon Fowler and O'Brien. 1, 41, 99 and 87. Mike Jordan becoming ever more distant now in 5th place, and completing the top 6 is Billison in car number 49.
So Jeff Smith has 90 seconds now to have that well-earned conversation with Alan there. He's worked hard to make sure he's onto the top 3. He's now making his way through in towards Surtees and McLaren before making his way towards Clark Curve. And makes his way towards the Brabham Straight, where it's going to be close. Not sure the last lap board is ready, just in case it comes towards the line. I think it's going to be, yes, it will probably be across the line. 57 seconds to run. Looking at his last lap time, 1 minute, so this will probably be the last lap, but it's going to be very, very close.
Yep, he took the last lap board down on the start-finish line, heads up towards Druids. There's going to be plenty of traffic to deal with on this final lap. It's as well, he's got an advantage of 5.1 seconds over Jonathan Lewis, because I can't afford to have any moments. Saying that, he gets an incredibly strange angle going into Graham Hill Bend. That was very spectacular indeed as he threw the car into the corner. What was it I was saying about being careful on the final lap?
I don't remember you saying anything.
No, okay,
I don't think Jeff Smith heard you
No,
anyway.
certainly didn't.
As he makes his way down through the final couple of corners, through clearways and on towards the Brabham Straight once again. Checkered flag is ready for Jeff Smith as he comes up towards the line. Checkered flag for Jeff Smith as he wins the first race of the Dunlop Mini 7 Championship of today, supported by Mini Spares. It's Jonathan Lewis across the line in 2nd place, and it will be the number 99 of Croydon Fowler rounding off our podium positions. As you see there, some of the minis showing off their orange flags on their cool down lap. Fantastic to see as a thank you to our wonderful marshals there. The number 88 of the number 87 of Conor O'Brien in 4th place. Mike Jordan in the 88 in 5th place, with the number 49 of Ross Billison in 6th. Andrew Davini in 7th place, managed to fix that car after the wheel fell off yesterday, put him into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. 8th place goes to the number 76 there of Joe Polly. 9th place overall, but 1st place in the 7S's classes is the 728 of Michael Winkworth. 2nd in class, 10th overall, was the 711 of Damien Harrington. To round off the top 3 in the Mini 7S class is the 789. It's the 789 of Arnold Duncan rounding off the top 3 in class Mini 7S's. Well, it was a story of Jeff Smith managing to break the slipstream and everybody else fighting over 2nd place. The gap for the podium, though, Croydon Fowler in 3rd place, Conor O'Brien in 4th, less than 0.3 of a second. Great stuff up towards the line. And best lap of the race went to Jonathan Lewis at a 59.1. So Jeff Smith will get his well-earned chat with Alan, as he did want a couple of words, accepted the challenge and won it. So he is well rewarded with that chat with Alan as he makes his way down towards the Parc Fermé area. So as you can see there, the orange flag's being waved by the Mini 7s in honour of our fantastic marshals.
and a quite spectacular tribute to our marshals, the Mini 7 drivers waving the orange flags out of the sides of the cars. Splendid, and I can hear a round of applause as well from all of you around Brands Hatch. Thank you, everyone. We say it so often, but it's true, we couldn't go racing without Orange Army, Orange family, and rather lovely of the Mini Racing Club to offer that little thank you and tribute to our marshals here at Brands Hatch. Very poignant indeed. So waiting for drivers, the winners of each of the categories will have been stopped up in the Parc Ferme area at the top of pit lane. I have news as well from now being out on the podium that we have spots of rain. Now this is slightly ahead of schedule. Scheduled for about 3 o'clock this afternoon. At the moment it's only a couple of little spots of rain, but the weather forecast was saying about 3 o'clock we might get this, but a couple of spots of rain. Nothing too much to worry about at this stage, but certainly worth keeping an eye on before we get our next race of the day underway. In the meantime, down here on the podium, I'm waiting for drivers to appear down the pit lane. May take a while for them to come down. 6 drivers in total, because we'll have a podium for the 7Ss and for the 7s as well. That
amazing race to the Mini 7s, close as ever. And we've got, straight out of his car, Jonathan Lewis, P2.
Yeah.
Almost a lap record. Almost a lap record.
How was it? I was trying my hardest, but I just couldn't catch Jeff. Is this live?
It is live.
Can I say hello to all the Mini 7 drivers in New Zealand, including my brother who I know is watching, and we need to organise a crossover race where you guys come here and we guys come to you, because it's good.
Absolutely, yeah. You're going to ship your cars down there?
Yeah, I think we could take a container out there. They're very similar, they're hard as well. They ain't easy.
So how was the race for you then?
Man, you were quick. It was good. It was good. I mean, obviously he's young and he was covering everything, and I had to wait for him to make a mistake. Thankfully he did. And then when I got clear, I set off after Jeff, but obviously he was gone. So I did my best. I'm getting old now.
Congratulations. Go and have a word with Jeff. And if you head down to the main podium to go and get your trophy. I try not to trip over the mic cable. Health and safety. Jeff.
Man, you're so quick.
Extremely fast, and you were gone.
Yeah, blimey, get me breath. Yeah, it looked easy, but as you know, I race with my partner Jo, and she's in charge of memory cards for our onboard systems, and she put my historic lap in. So I've been chasing my historic lap till about 4 laps in, thinking, wow, I'm like a second down, what's going on? So, no, that was good. Kept it together. I think the track looks slow today. Didn't get anywhere near the time I did yesterday. So, yeah, whether it's slowed down or not, or whether it's me just going slow.
Well, Jonathan nearly beat your lap record.
Nearly,
but not quite.
Nearly's fine with me.
And we've got a couple of hours now, bit of a break. You're going to check over the car, make sure it's all good to go for the next one?
Yeah, some have got a couple of hours. We're out in an historic in, I think, another 2 races. So,
wow.
Yeah, so we're doing both this weekend, so busy. So
a bit of Red Bull and away you go.
Yeah, something like that.
Congratulations. You've got to head down with Naomi to go and grab your trophy. And if I grab Nick before he runs away. So, 3rd place, we spoke to you just before in the pre-record. Congratulations, that was a mega,
I had to work hard for that.
Mega defensive there.
Yeah, I knew straight away after that halfway lap. I tried to follow Jeff through clearways, and I wasn't going around the same line he was going, so got some work to do with the car. But literally as soon as that happened, I was like, right, instead of going eyes forward, my eyes were back, and I was just as wide as I could be. And I thought, I got 10 minutes in, I was like, I can keep him. And I saw them all fighting behind. It was madness. And then I locked up into paddock, and I was trying to find a gear, and I was coming in sideways and coming down a hill, and Johnson's going one, Connor's going the other, and it was just survival. So I'm really happy with 3rd. I think I outperformed what the car was capable of then. We'll tune it up and try again in a bit.
So, I mean, points-wise now, you're moving on up.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I think I'm going to struggle to chase Jeff, but me and Jonathan are going to have a good go to the end of the season. So it's on, man. It's on.
Absolutely, it always brings it right down to hopefully the last race. So
Sure
nothing's decided until right at the
so
end.
close. It's just there's no racing like Mini 7 racing. Nothing like it. So yeah, get in.
The highs and lows, and today's a high, so enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you.
And you're back later on.
Yeah, God, yeah, yeah. I'll be ready. Give me a few hours, quick rest, fuel the car, maybe some new tyres, and go again.
And that will put you in P5 for the race later on.
Yeah, so I don't have to work hard to go forward this time, so I don't stop the boys coming from behind. So, but yeah, 15 engine's beautiful. Cam Auto, mate, it's going well. Mega season.
Thanking your sponsors, always
Yeah,
perfect.
always.
Nice done.
Thank you.
If you head on down, you will be able to grab your trophy from down the end. Say hi to the crowds. I think we've lost the Mini 7 S class have gone, but we did have Michael Winkworth at the front. We had Damien Harrington, P2, and then newcomer to the class, Arnold Duncan, in his, I believe it's russet brown. It's got a very interesting logo on the back window, which expresses the colour of the car. Let's go and have a quick word with some of the other guys, as we've missed the top 3 of the S class for now. Someone I haven't spoken to for a little while is Ryan Taylor. How was that, Ryan?
That was good, yeah. Good race. Yeah. It's quick. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Full of words today for me.
Yeah.
You were way more chatty yesterday before we turned the camera on. What's happened to your bumper?
I think there was a little bit of contact on the last lap. Over here, I think it just pushed off when we caught up with each other. We nearly hit each other, kind of thing, but I think so. On the last lap, bit of last lap contact.
And it's P4 in the end, I believe.
Yeah, P4.
So you're still good for second in the championship.
Yeah, second in the championship still, so try and hold on to that.
Nice work.
Last year.
And you're still enjoying, obviously, your mini stocks last year. So you went from short ovals, full contact, to Mini 7. How are you getting on still?
Yeah, it's going good. I'm enjoying it, especially making a nice change compared to the ovals. More laps, using all the gears. Yeah, it's much different. Enjoying
And I'd say not using the front bumper, but that's a bit loose.
Yeah.
One for your dad to fix.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, cheers, Ryan.
Cheers, thank you.
So Ryan currently P2 in the championship. Oops, sorry, trip up my cameraman. Let's go over with Stephen Hopper. Hey, Stephen. My namesake. How are you? And how was that?
That's warm out there. That felt like a lot longer than 20 minutes.
It does drag sometimes, doesn't it?
But it was good, and I liked that last lap that we did. That was good. Yeah, it's nice and warm, getting round. I just need to get rid of this bit in the middle, then I might be quicker.
I don't know, everyone's the same weight here.
Nah, not me. Some of the bigger boys.
The cars are all lead weighted, so it should be nice and evened out.
Correct. So it was good fun. I said it's warm, got to do it again a bit later.
Yep. Yeah, the car's handling well for you?
Yeah, it's getting there. It's the first time I've driven it for 12 months, so trying to remember how to drive it.
You've been around here a few times, though?
Once or twice, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, right.
Right, good race, all in one piece.
Yeah.
Cheers, Stephen. One more person I'd like to speak to, and then we'll probably go back to the regular feed. Arnold. So Arnold's got the russet brown Mini. Arnold from KAD.
Hello, mate. All right. It's wicked, wasn't it?
P3 on your first race weekend in that car.
5-second penalty for some reason.
Ah.
I don't know what for.
Okay.
We'll find out later.
So where does that put you?
I don't know.
Fifth?
I don't know. Ryan was behind me, but I don't know what the gap was behind that.
It was pretty close at the back, so we'll see where you come out. But
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be pleased with that. You were on the track.
P3 on the road is pretty good. First time out. I'm happy with that. They weren't that far away in front either, so we'll see what happens. We're starting further up the grid then tomorrow, so.
You're not here tomorrow, are you?
Later today.
You staying for Monday?
Tomorrow. I might win tomorrow. You never know.
Awesome. Well, glad to see you doing well.
Thank you very much, buddy.
And we'll see you soon. All right. I've got maybe one quick word with Ollie. I noticed he had a bit of an impact coming through the last corner. Detangle. Ollie, how was that?
How was that? Baptism of fire. Welcome back to the Mini 7 Racing Club, Ollie.
What were you doing over here? I saw you there, a bit sideways, and two of you wedged together.
Yeah, Lee's car was popping out second gear, and unfortunately it was making it shift across. So, and when that happens and someone's in front of me like that, I've always been taught to keep my foot down. So I kept my foot down. And yeah, I was able to carry on racing, but yeah, not the position I wanted. But you know, I've blown the cobwebs off. I'm looking forward to the next race now. Car's all right.
So warm the tyres up a little bit anyway.
They're certainly warm. The rad's a bit warm as well, so we're going to swap that, and we'll be back out soon. But yeah, nice. Was it a good race to watch?
It was mega.
Good.
Yeah, very good. So,
all right,
cheers,
good.
Ollie.
See you later, guys.
And that's it for now. So head back.
Congratulations, through you go, through the door, and the presentation will be made with the rather splendid first stage clothing and the DUNLOP cap as well. More rain out there now. And on the top step of the 7S podium, number 728, Michael Whitworth. Well done, Michael. Congratulations. Gets a round of applause from the drivers standing by for their 7th podium, the overall top 3. And although we don't have 3rd place, we celebrate Brian Taylor in 3rd, Damien Harrington in 2nd, and Michael Whitworth in 1st place in the 7S. Well done, both. Let's take a photograph and then inside now.
Welcome back, folks. We're going to be in the pit lane all day, and because my Mini knowledge is all right, but could be better, I'm going to be with my friend Pete. Now, Pete is Mr. Mini. You have been in this scene for many years. Just tell me about your involvement in the Mini racing scene.
Hi, Paul. Yeah, it's been many years. Started with my father. My father was a Mini racer. It was a BMC Mini works driver, so it had to go down the Mini route for me. So yeah, from the minute I was about to crawl, it was all down to Minis from me. And yeah, we've raced various types of Minis, steel-bodied Minis, special saloon Minis, space frames, which we're going to go and talk about later. But yeah, with Minis, once they're in your heart, they never leave, and they are the greatest little car in the world. And you know, such a good following, which you're going to see today. And Mini racing is without doubt the best racing out there. So yeah, we're going to have a great weekend.
I agree. We were just talking earlier, weren't we, about the enduring appeal of the Mini. So if you're in the 1960s and you came to Brands Hatch, you would have seen a grid full of Minis racing, giant killing Ford Falcons and things like that. But today you can't think of really any other car from the 1960s that has endured and you can find a full grid of. There's nothing, is there? You find cars like Escorts in other grids, but you don't find full grids of anything else other than Minis. Why do you think this little car has stayed with us for so long?
I think it's because they're just so good. They were so good out of the box at what they do, you know. There is no car that handles out there like a Mini. You get a Mini set up, you know, track focused. They are absolutely unbelievable, giant killing. I mean, you'll see today that what they do out there is, the lap times is unbelievable. And it's still the same basic car. It's got an A-Series engine. They've got still the same Mini suspension on, and then you go on to the specials, which is the fastest Mini in the world, and the quick ones of those are still running Mini suspension because it works. Why alter something that works? You know, absolutely fantastic. Fantastic people down on the grid. In all the Mini series today, there's some real gurus and real heroes out there. We've even got British touring car drivers racing Minis now. You know, Bobby Thompson's racing a Mini this weekend. Andrew Jordan's racing a Mini. Jeff Smith's racing a Mini. Why would they want to race a Mini after they're a British touring car? Well, Andrew's a touring car champion and world rallycross driver as well. Why would you want to come and race a Mini? Because they're the best fun in the world. There you go. That's the answer.
And talking about Andrew Jordan, I was looking around his car earlier. I mean, the levels of prep on those cars are just incredible, aren't they? The level of detail. People spend a lot of money preparing these cars. It's a relatively affordable sport to get into at the bottom end. But I mean, talk to me about engine tuning, because they are A-Series engines, but they're not, are they really?
Well, they are really, you know, they're still basically an A-Series engine. When you've got your Mini 7s, your Mini Miglias, or your S-Class, or your Libras, they're basically still your Mini engines. When you go away from the Mini engines is when you go into, like, your fastest Mini in the world, your special saloons. But yeah, I mean, the car behind you, you know, they've got Pete Baldwin's car. Pete Baldwin is the hero, the guru when it comes to Minis. I raced a Mini special saloon because of Pete Baldwin, you know, and he is my hero. Still, you open the bonnet, there's a Mini engine in there. You know, Mini gearbox, Mini block, Mini head. It might run a 45 Weber on the back, and internals might be, you know, heavier duty these days. You know, steel cranks, steel rods, you know, dog boxes, but it's still a Mini. everything is still Mini on them, and they are fantastic.
And we need to talk, don't we? We're talking about Peter Baldwin. For those that don't know, in Mini circles, Peter Baldwin, he's in his 80s now, isn't he? But he is an utter legend. Basically, that man, this car in particular, seemingly there's nothing he can't win.
No, there's nothing he can't win. Nothing he hasn't won when it comes to minis. You know, he's won the MIGLIA title 7 times, I think, when he was running in with his special saloon with his MIGLIA Mini, which you'll see a similar car today to that Pete used to drive. And he used to run that with a BDA in the front, 1300 BDH, all fuel injected, and he won everything here. There was no one to touch him, and today he can still bloody drive today. Up until recently, he was racing in historics, and he was the leader in that as well. So yeah, the guy is an absolute guru. So
it's mad, isn't it? That's what I love about motorsport, though, because you can get someone there, a gentleman, obviously of incredible talent, that's had a bus pass for 20 years, that goes out and spanks, people that are much younger, dare I say, much fitter, but talent and prep, it will out, won't it?
Yeah, it will, and knowledge. I mean, knowledge isn't on a shelf. You can't go and buy it. And those skills have been honed over many, many years. And the thing with Pete is, it sets him away from most others. Pete is the best person in the world to tune a mini engine. Pete's known worldwide, for building and tuning, well, mainly tuning mini engines. And he is absolutely unbelievable. And he's the nicest man you will ever meet. So.
Well, fine words, mate, fine words. Now, you are a bit of a wheel man yourself, a bit of a peddler. What is it about the Mini chassis in terms of how you can set these cars up? We're looking at lap times here. You're sort of well sub 1 minute here at Brands Indy, which puts the Mini into very quick car class, doesn't it? There's some really quick time attack stuff that doesn't lap as quick as some of these cars do. It's an appeal that never goes away, isn't it? Why are these cars still so good? Why are they still so relevant?
Because they're so good, and the balance is perfect. You'll see you watch today, you look at all the different formulas. The 7s are a classic example. Historics, they're on 4-wheel drifts coming through Paddock Hill Bend, and they're coming through 2 and 3 abreast. It's the best that you're ever going to see. The guys, it's not the most expensive racing in the world. I won't say it's the cheapest, but it's the most fun you'll ever have, and they are so rewarding to drive. And you come on a test day, and you'll see big powered cars out there, and the MIGLIA sat behind flashing the lights. Come on, out the way, you're holding me up. And there's no other car that I can think of that has started with the original car, which is the Mini, and is still current racing today. There's no other car in the world that does it, and there is a paddock full of them. And why is that? Because it's a Mini. Yeah. Everyone loves a Mini.
Well, I think we've all got a place in our hearts. We've all got a Mini story like my gran had to, my mum had to. It's just, I think in our families, we've all had them, haven't we? They've all been road cars. We've all got an emotional attachment to the car. I think it makes it easier to fall in love with the race cars. They look cute, don't they? So as you say, 25 of them coming around door to door yesterday. It's a real sight, isn't it?
Oh, God, yeah. And as you say, Paul, everyone can relate to a Mini, because if they haven't had one themselves, a family member's had one, and they're so cute. Like you said, you put them next to a modern car, and they're so small. But God Almighty, they're so big in character. They are absolutely wonderful. But I think you'll see it all today, and that does all the talking for you, really.
And we need to talk about the diversity of the races here today. So obviously Peter Baldwin's car, you could argue, is very much still Mini architecture. So A-Series at the front, things where they should be. But then we come to this car here. This is Lee James' car, I believe, isn't it? So this has got a bit of a history, this car now. It's a space frame, it's a Toyota twin cam, turbocharged. Nothing's where it was, nothing's where it should be. Just talk me through the architecture of this car.
Well, this car was built originally by, the chassis is actually a Falcon chassis.
Yeah.
Now the Falcon chassis were the company that bought, a guy by the name of Dave Forster, bought all the jigs and all the moulds from John Maguire, who was the original space frame builder in Minis in the 70s, 80s. This car first was turned out as a Mini saloon, full space frame, with a Toyota engine, but normally aspirated. The car was a revelation.
We should walk around. Come with us so you can see. Which way do you want us to go on this side? Let's go this side so you can see. Because you can't really appreciate, maybe on a Facebook live stream, the quality of engineering and also the packaging of these cars. It's insane, isn't it? So you've got here, at the front, 4AGE, twin cam engine, normally seen in maybe a Corolla or a MR2. Obviously, they didn't come with a huge turbocharger stuck on the front. But in terms of power and weight, what are we looking at here, Pete?
Weight, I mean, my space frame Mini with a 2-litre Vauxhall in that we had, ran just over 300 horsepower. That was 510 kilos all up.
Wow.
So
600 horsepower a ton normally.
Yeah. This one, I would say, because it's turbocharged, probably running about 380. I would have thought. I'm not sure, But yeah, it runs a Toyota gearbox as well.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, all the dimensions on the front are still Mini. You know, and as I said, it used to be a saloon, but there was an incident a couple of years ago where Lee had an accident, and then he converted it into a Mini. Is it an estate? Yeah,
it's Clubman Estate, isn't it? So if you kind of walk down here and have a look, so you've got very trick inboard suspension. So with the regulations then on the cars, I mean, this isn't in fastest Mini in the world, is it, with Castrol today, because he hasn't quite got it finished. But there are cars very much like this, and we'll have a look at some later. What goes in terms of pickup points, geometry, where things sit? What are you allowed to change in this class? Pretty much anything?
Anything you like. Anything you like. You know, as we walk down and have a look at the cars, you'll see that these are all special saloons. You know, you've got modified saloons, which is a modified steel body car, and then you have special saloons. You can still race in the fastest Mini in the world with a modified car, and you're running the modified class. But yeah, these are special saloons, and they're special for a reason. You know, they are. You can build whatever you want to build. As we walk down, you'll see that there's an Audi Quattro four-wheel drive engine Mini. You know, I think it's running 800 or 900 horsepower. You'll also see that Lee Jones's other car, where he's got a Subaru floor pan and running gear and a Mini body welded on top to it, so you know, it's a bit of a Frankenstein. And then you'll go down and you'll look at Harvey Deeth's car, which is a work of art, and that runs a space frame made at Roll Centre with Martin Short, and that runs a V8 Radical in the front wheel drive. Special saloon regs always have been. It has to be. The engine has to be in the end of the car, which it was originally designed for, and it has to drive those wheels. So originally, special saloons were front-wheel drive, any engine but front-wheel drive. Obviously, they used to run rear-wheel drive cars, and rear-engine cars. So I used to run a Le Mans Group C car with a Skoda body on top with a 3.5 litre Cosworth in the back years ago. But yeah, it's anything goes, and as long as they have a silhouette of that vehicle, then you can run it basically.
Well, that's amazing. How on earth do you get traction from a 380 horsepower car, front-wheel drive, on six? You've got no weight pushing it down, have you? You've got some aero, but these things aren't renowned for their aerodynamics, are they? How on earth do you drive? You're a professional driving instructor. How on earth do you get the best out of a car like this?
You've just got to drive the car properly and be patient. You know, you're not going to get 800 horsepower or 600 horsepower or 500 horsepower through two little front wheels just by banging on the throttle. You have to be gentle with them, but they do react very, very well. As you can see on this one, I think, you know, he's probably got 9-inch wide slicks on the front of this, and they are quite grippy, as you can imagine. But yeah, they do. They work so well. They work so well, and we never had any problems with traction. And I think most of the lads are going to tell you exactly the same. They don't struggle with traction.
But it's interesting, isn't it? Looking at the timesheets yesterday, because the weather was very changeable, the track was quite green and greasy yesterday. The really, really super quick stuff actually wasn't doing as much as some of the mid-range cars, wasn't it? If you had a mid-range A-series engine car yesterday, because it was damp and greasy, you could put it all down. If you had 400, 500, 600 horsepower, it's kind of useless, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we are governed by the conditions, and it's any vehicle, if it's wet and you've got lots of power, I mean, it's no good to you. You know, you get something like that that's drivable and you can walk all over these. You know, it really is down to drivability, and these aren't the best things in the wet, as you saw yesterday. In the dry, different kettle of fish.
So that's the thing, so we're looking at these clouds. The clouds look very changeable. What's your prediction? Let's have a Pete prediction at the start of the day. Fastest Mini, will it be a space frame monster, or will it be a traditional A-series car for the first session? First race is just after 11, track's very green, still a bit slippy. What do you reckon it's going to be? Who's your money on? Who should I go and put a tenner on in the paddock, do you reckon?
If it's wet, I think Chris Slade, because four-wheel drive.
Yeah.
In the dry, he's got a good chance of being Chris Slade because he's got all the power in the world. Harvey Deeth's going to be well. He's going to do well. We've got Richard Morris, who's qualified really well in a Enville Motorsports prepared chassis and car, and he runs a Vauxhall Inch, similar to what I used to run.
Is that red top, is it?
Yeah, red top, yeah. And then we've got Richard Billingham. It's his first time out with his new car today, and that is the most stunning car you'll ever see in your life. We'll go down and have a look at that later. Again, another Enville Motorsport car, and that runs a Vauxhall VXR turbocharged engine in the front. Quite tame, running about 330 horsepower, but drivable. But yeah, they're all built on the same sort of process, apart from the Audi Mini.
So what was we're going to have a look at that car in a minute, but what was the thinking with that one? Just do something completely different and steal the entire drivetrain out of a Quattro and stuff it up a Mini, basically?
Yeah, and to be honest, it bloody works. You know, it does. You know, it's all Audi A3, and now it's RS3 engine in the front, where it used to run, I think, a 1.8 motor in the front. But yeah, I mean, you look at it, the engineering in there is fantastic. I think the car was made in Norway. So, and he does a lot of foreign hill climbs with the car. And if you go on YouTube, you can see it going up the hills, and it is a really nice trick bit of kit. You know, it's got a sequential box in it and everything. And I think I was talking to Chris this morning, 800 or 900 horsepower. So yeah, it's a lot of go in it.
And that's what's amazing about this Castrol Classic Fastest Mini in the world. These are cars that are normally running solo, so running sprints, running hill climbs. But here they're running door to door. Obviously, I guess it's quite gentlemanly, as in nobody wants to take each other's carbon fibre bodywork off. But they are running wheel to wheel, aren't they? This is, you know, first past the post wins. It's not sprints, not time attack. It's you go past the checker flag, you've won the race.
100%. Second place, first loser, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and these guys, they're not here just to show and shine. They're here to race. And it should be close. Yeah, there'll be some good racing, because all the different classes, there'll be a race within that class, which makes the race what it is today. And you know, you could have, you know, if it's peeing down a rain, you could have a little A series. That's the fastest Mini in the world. You could have it quite easily, but we'll see. We'll see.
Shall we go and have a look at some of the cars? Come and join us. We're going to interview some of the drivers. Pete's going to talk us through. Let's pick 5 or 6 of the quickest cars here, or the most interesting cars here, and we'll share them with you.
Lovely, looking forward to it. Thanks, mate. Okay, so we'll go now then.
Well, we're back at Castrol Classic Fastest Mini in the world. It would be rude not to talk to Castrol, wouldn't it, really? So I'm here with the gaffer, David Sculthorpe. David, thank you for having us here at Brands Hatch this afternoon.
Hi, good to be here, and very pleased to see so many people in the crowd.
It's a big turnout, actually, isn't it? It's nice to have everyone back at motorsport. Of course, so many races were either run without crowds at all or weren't running at all. It's nice to be back at a race meeting with cars, with people, with spectators. It feels like the old days, doesn't it?
Absolutely, very much like it. And also with these fabulous minis, it's good to see that the classic motoring sport is still as lively and busy as ever.
Now, talk to me about Castrol. I think everyone knows the brand. You have been around a little while now.
Yes.
Obviously, the motor oil that's been used in motorsport really since the start of motorsport.
Yes.
Why are you involved with this race? What is it about minis and the fastest mini in the world that make you want to sponsor it?
Well, firstly, we love minis. In fact, we love all classic cars. And so therefore, it's a natural progression for us. Minis thrive on Castrol Classic 2050. I know that sounds advertorial, but they really do. And literally, thousands and thousands of gallons go out all over the world to minis in Japan, all over Europe, all over the UK. So it's a natural progression for us to move a little bit further into mini motorsport. And this is just a fabulous event to launch it with.
It really is, isn't it? And the weather's looking interesting today, because I was just talking to Pete earlier, and we're not necessarily sure that a 900 horsepower four-wheel drive is going to be a 300 horsepower A-series front-wheel drive. It's that kind of race today, so it's anyone's game. Have you put a 5 on anyone? That's what I want to know.
No, I put a 5 on Harvey if the weather dries up, but if it stays wet, he's going to really struggle. But that makes for fabulous racing, so I can't wait to see it.
Well, I think the grid could unwind itself, couldn't it, depending on how green the track stays or how dry it gets or how quick the lads can go. So it's anybody's guess, really, how this is going to pan out. Now, we need to talk about A-series engines, motive power, and your delivery van. You made the, I think, inspired choice of, rather than going for, you know, a Vauxhall Vivaro or a Toyota Pro Ace, you decided to go for an Austin A35 with a period screamer under the bonnet. Tell me the story of this little van we're standing next to.
Well, I was busily looking for a Fordson E83, which is the 1000 weight from about the 1940s. And all of a sudden, browsing through, trying to find any commercial, because they're getting very, very sought after. Any classic commercial now, you struggle to find them. But all of a sudden, this one popped up. And it was in Leicester, not too far away from us. And it had already been done by a company called RH Classics. And they'd already prepared the vehicle for a customer who'd been using it. It's been down to Le Mans 2 or 3 times. As we understand it, the customer bought the vehicle, then he took it to RH Classics to have the bodywork all done to put it in nice condition, and then he scratched his head and thought, I want to use this more. So he then took it back to them to have the original engine taken out, a Speedwell Midget 1275 engine put in. Then he modified the brakes with Midget disc brakes and calipers, and really just tweaked the rest of it and spent a lot of money on it, even to a really nice sounding radio, which is not really what you need. But everything's been done on the car, so we just basically bought it already done. And it's a tribute, as you can see, to Bob Gerrard, who was one of the famous races in Leicestershire. And it wasn't a support van that he ever used, but it's certainly in period with one that was. Roof rack's a nice little touch for putting the amber lights on. And also, the fact it's got a tow bar means we hopefully are going to be towing the little gadabout behind it on a single trailer. But we're looking for a classic trailer to go on. It's all going to be in period.
Well, that's the thing, because although this is a modified car, you know, a purist might say, well, that's not how it left the factory. Everything on this car is sort of period mods, isn't it? It was the kind of thing that people did do in period.
Yes.
They're the kind of upgrades that hot rodders and engine tuners were doing. But is that important to you? Because we'll talk about the Swallow in a minute as well. Do you like to have stuff around the paddock? Because you use this. This isn't just a trinket. You drive this around. You've done deliveries with this.
Yeah.
It's actually something that gets used in the business, isn't it?
It really is, yes, and it just attracts so much attention everywhere it goes. It's taken me a good 10 minutes to just drive back here because, you know, everybody's sort of seeing it coming by. People love classic cars, they really do, and it evokes something in them that is, you know, very much down the happy road, which we all need a bit of these days, I think.
Definitely, we do need a bit of that. And just for a bit of comedy today, you're actually going to run this as course car. So ahead of the race going out, the Castrol Classic, fastest Mini in the world, the course car for that is going to be the tuned 1275 Hot Rod. Who's driving it today?
We're very much hoping we can get Peter Baldwin to drive it round with one of the safety car officers in the passenger seat, of course. But it's just going round on the warm-up lap, just as a parade, really, not too fast, although it will go 80 to 90 miles an hour quite comfortably, but it won't be doing that round Brands Hatch today.
Well, you say that. You're putting Peter Baldwin, one of the most successful A-Series peddlers in the world, in this car. What's to say he's just not going to do a pretty quick lap?
That will be outside of my control, but I want to be there to see it.
Now let's talk about this. So you've got this is your paddock van. Yeah. You've got your paddock bike. In motorsport, you always have to have a paddock bike. So we'll make sure we don't trip down upon the lead, look, as we're walking through here. Health and safety in the workplace. Very important. This is your 1947 Swallow Gadabout. So everyone has an electric pit bike these days at Brands Hatch. You've gone old school. You've gone two-stroke.
Yes.
Of course, the precursor to Jaguar, basically. So people that don't know, Jaguar used to be a company called Swallow Sidecars and rebranded and evolved into the company we know as Jaguar today. But this is how they started. This was the kind of thing they used to make, wasn't it?
Absolutely. There is a story to this, and that is that when the Second World War ended, there was a lot of companies, not necessarily Swallow, but others, making this type of lightweight scooter that were parachuted into enemy territories for basically our troops to use it as fast transport to get to where they needed. Swallow were busy making lots of sidecars, and I'm sure if anybody who's seen Wallace and Gromit will know that that's the theme of a Swallow sidecar. But they immediately started to make other things because they couldn't do the sidecars in the quantities they were used to. So these came out, and I think there were between 2,000 and 3,000 of them made. This has got a Villiers 125cc two-stroke engine in it. It's fabulously charismatic because it's a precursor to any of the Italian scooters. It's got a kickstart to it, but it's also got a gear stick on the side. So with the clutch with the left hand, gear stick with the right hand, and back on the throttle again, it's an interesting drive, and it's great fun. It really is. It belonged to Jim Patton, who, if anybody is in the Jaguar world, will know he's the Jaguar aficionado, Jaguar Jim. And I was helping him move up to Cambridgeshire, and I saw it at the back of his garage and said, "What's that?" Knowing in my head, whatever he said he was selling it for, I was going to buy it, and I did, and it's been great fun and had huge attention, and Jim would freely admit, more so now with us, because everyone's getting to see and enjoy it, rather than languishing in his garage with his other collection of motorbikes.
And again, you use this as your paddock bike. What I love about your historic vehicles at Castrol is you seem to want to use them as they were intended, so you've been fetching the T's and everything on this, haven't you?
Yes, absolutely. We're trying to get it to run on Castrol R, but the honest truth is we haven't got rid of the old fuel that was in it, so it's a lot of smoke and a bit of coughing and spluttering, but this is going to be purely run on a two-stroke mixer 20-to-1 with 99 octane fuel and Castrol R40, so I can't wait to get that out in the paddock and smelling, because that'll be like the Pied Piper. I'll have a following of people behind it.
Well, that's the smell of Castrol R, isn't it? I think everybody remembers, particularly of a certain age, we all remember Castrol R, that lovely two-stroke smell, and it will smell as good as it looks and sounds, won't it then?
Absolutely. I am of that age and era where every paddock smelt of Castrol R, and I can't wait to try and help to return that as safely as we can back to the racing arena for classic vehicles.
What I need to know then, why is there no Castrol Mini in your fleet? When is there going to be a really hot little Mini for you to add? So when you come to fastest Mini in the world next year, will you be driving a Mini?
I won't be driving a Mini because I like to work on them rather than drive them. I like to drive them, but yeah, my thing is tuning them and suspension and all that kind of stuff. Who knows? I mean, we are so heavily into all types of classic car, but we're very tempted. All I can say is we are very tempted, and this weekend's leading me further and further down that road.
I think I'm the same. I've never wanted a Mini as much as I have today, seeing them all drive around yesterday. Now, we should talk, while I've got you here, about the importance of classic oils in your classic car, because a lot of people who own an older car might be tempted just to go to their local service station or car accessory store, buy a modern oil, because, of course, modern oils, you would think, have greater technology, are cleverer than old oils, and fit it to their classic car. Tell us as succinctly as you can, why should you not do that?
Well, one of the biggest reasons is detergent. Modern oils are heavily laden with detergent, and that is designed to help keep your engine clean. And when it does that in an old engine, it will strip out all the dirt that's actually in there, not doing any harm because it's caked on from years and years of use, but it's actually sealing up cork gaskets, cork seals, rubber seals, all those kind of things, and it changes the environment that your engine's operating in. So all of a sudden you've sprung a leak and you think, well, where did that come from? The other thing is modern cars use a higher pressure oil pumps, so therefore they're used to squirting thin oil round at very, very high pressure. This is slightly different. What we're looking for is a lower oil pressure but a thicker oil with a greater cling value to it, so it's actually clinging onto the car, and the fact that it's thicker means that old engines tend to be a little bit on the noisy side, a little bit on the clattery side. So a really nice 2050 or a monograde of the right era is going to quieten the engine down and make it run beautifully. The best example I can think of is anybody who's got a Jaguar E-Type or 3.4 or 3.8, anything.
Who hasn't? Really?
Who hasn't, absolutely. But the difference it makes to Jaguar running, about sort of 15, 20 years ago, everybody thought Jaguar's going to drink a bit of oil, put the cheap stuff in, but really that's all gone out of the window. Jaguars are beautiful engines if they're run and set up properly, and if they've got the right oil in them. Put a XL 2050 Castrol in it and it will quieten it down and make it run beautifully. So it's the oil for classic cars. If you're not sure of what oil you want, give us a call on our phone number. We've got full access to all the records going back to 1899. We can tell you what oil you need to put in a Didium Bouton, an Alvis, anything you like, and we've got it all covered. So yeah, but today we're not at work, we're here to have fun.
Well, thank you for that sage advice. So to summarise, don't put modern oil in an old car. Go to classicoils.co.uk.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. classicoils.co.uk, and speak to any of our guys, Dan, Martin, Trevor. Any of them will help you with your oil specification. And we've got lots of distributors, lots of stockists all over the country. If you really can't find it, give us a call or drop us an email and we'll supply it to you on mail order.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, David. Should we go and watch some racing?
Absolutely. Love to, Paul.
Right, let's go.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Here we go. Pete, we're back in the pits. You're going to take me around and give me a tour of the runners and riders of our fastest Mini in the world race. We're going to see some of the engineering involved, and we're here with your mate.
Yeah, Richie Billingham from Enville Motorsport, who is the creator of these beautiful machines. And as you can see, the attention to detail is absolutely stunning. And as you can see, there's three pretty much matching cars out here today under the Enville banner. So we have Richard Morris with a normally aspirated, fuel-injected red-top Vauxhall mini space frame. We have Jamie Billingham, who has a carburetted Vauxhall 2-litre space frame mini, and then we have the ultimate one here, which is Richie Billingham's Astra VXR engine turbocharged space frame mini. But yeah, I mean, if you want to have a look around the vehicle, we can talk you through it if you want to. But yeah, they are absolutely stunning bits of kit. Everything's built in-house at Enville. The body shells are bought in. Obviously, don't do those. Those come from Curly Mouldings. They're carbon fibre. But all the space frame, all the bracketry, all the suspension pickup points, everything, all that's made in-house at Enville. And yeah, they do, as you can see, a stunning job, really.
It's incredible. Richie, I have to say, mate, I've seen some very tidy race cars. This is almost a show car, the way you've prepped it, the level that you've prepped it to. So just talk us through. So for people that don't know how a space frame mini goes together, so it starts obviously with a tube chassis, but then what are you building into it? I appreciate we've got three different specs here, but talk me through your car. So an Astra VXR engine, why is that the motor of choice for you?
We just wanted to move on from the red top Vauxhall engine to put something a bit more new age because they're getting rarer to find, and hopefully with not spending so much money and more horsepower that way, you see. Yeah.
What kind of horsepower does this make, Richie, this one?
This is 290 horsepower, that is. So it should be pretty good.
And what does it weigh?
We reckon about 550.
So again, a lot of these cars, you're looking at there or about 600 horsepower a tonne, so you're very much way above supercar levels of performance. I mean, what is that like to drive in the wet?
It was very leery yesterday. Very, very greasy out there, yeah. So we struggled a bit, but hopefully it'll be dry today.
And what got you into mini racing? And what I'm really getting the impression of today, talking to a lot of people, is people have come through this, stayed with it. It's a very friendly, very accessible paddock. Everyone seems to know everyone. Everyone seems to get on. What is it that brought you into minis, and what was your path through mini racing?
Mini racing really is from Pete Edwards. First car for me to drive was a Mini, and then it's just come from him really. So yeah, and just have a play and amateur really, but we do our best.
And if somebody wants to put a car like this together, if they came to you and said, Richie, build me one of these, how much pocket money would they need to save up?
A fair few thousands.
Are there two price figures? Are there figures that people pay and there's figures that people tell their other halves that they pay?
Yeah.
We've all been there. We all know how that one works. So how are you feeling today? You've got 3 different specs of car. In terms of lap time, which is the quickest car? I guess yours is the quickest here, or is it because it's different and changing conditions, it's anyone's race today?
Yeah, it could be, yeah. Anybody's race, really. We've got Jay's down the field a little bit, but hopefully he'll come make some progress. So we'll see how it goes. It's a brand new car, so...
Oh, is it your first race, never driven before?
No, it's brand new out, yeah. We've only had 2 test sessions with it, so...
Oh, mate, you're very brave. But I think it's drying out. The track looks good. The track is dry, and I think we're going to get good conditions today. And what's your feeling in terms of how this sport is evolving? You're talking about fitting new engines. Where do you think it's all going to go? What's the next big thing, do you think, in mini racing?
I'd like to see these continue on. Let's get a few different venues as well to push them into, and get as many out there as we can. We should have another 2 to 3 cars as well back home, so yeah, brilliant. The more the better.
Yeah, very much so, couldn't agree more. And how about you, mate? Do you think we'd ever go electric? Obviously, I think the appeal of these cars is the fact that they were fitting great engines in. There's a pressure in motorsport, isn't there, to get more environmentally friendly. But to me, it just wouldn't work. It wouldn't be the same appeal.
No, I think you're right. You know, I mean, the problem is with the electric vehicles, half the paddocks that you go to haven't got electric in there, so you're going to have to start your petrol generator up to charge the bloody thing up. Yeah. So I think there's always going to be petrol engines out there, and I think with a race car, especially with club and racing, petrol engines here for a long, long time, and you know, the investment that people have put into them, you know, they've got to get the use out of them. Yeah, there are electric vehicles out there. There's Formula E, and there's a couple of other little championships that are doing with electric vehicles, but it's just like watching Sky Electrics, isn't it? There's no noise.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
No. We watched. We went to the. We were invited to the launch of Formula E at Donington, and you know, it was like watching a milk float go past. You know, there's no excitement, there's no noise, and we have them at Mallory. They come and do some testing at Mallory, and the only complaints we ever get from the neighbours is tyre squeal, no engine noises. Yeah. So yeah, it's not for me really.
Not for me either. But now let's talk about Mallory. As we got one of your stickers on the roof of this car here, we should just give you a little plug for all your hard work in helping us out here in the paddock. So driver training, that's what you do. You take people and make them safer and faster on a circuit. How important is driver training to any driver of any level? I've had it, you know, I've raced for 15 years, I've won championships, but even I like to sit with an instructor, because you can always learn something every time you sit with somebody new at a new circuit, even if you think you know the circuit.
Yeah, 100%, Paul. You know, having an instructor with you is the cheapest way to go quicker. You know, you can go and spend another 5,000 quid on your engine, but if you're not getting the best out of what you've already got, why go and spend the £5,000? Have a day's instruction. At the Motorsport School, we offer tuition throughout the UK. We have a number of instructors that we take here, there and everywhere. We've got a few working out at Silverstone this weekend, and that's what we do. We do all the race licence courses, so if you want to come and just see if you like it first, you can come and have a taster. Then we do the race licence courses, we do race tuition, we do advanced courses, we do instructor training, and you know, we do juniors as well. And I would love to see juniors out in classic minis. You know, you see them out in the Citroen Saxo, which is fine, but can you imagine juniors driving a proper mini and then progressing through from minis to mini 7s, and oh, it would be wonderful. So that's something I'm going to work on to try and see if we can get.
So do check Pete out online, because if you're watching all this race coverage today and thinking, I'd like to start motorsports, the first thing you need to do is get your ARDS licence, get your test basically. It's actually cheaper and easier and simpler than you think to get your race licence, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a real simple process, Paul. You apply to Motorsport UK, which is the sports governing body, to get a Go Racing pack, a Go Racing starter pack. Within that, you'll have a USB. It's going to cost you £99, but it does include your first year's licence fee. So within that pack, you get your licence application form, a USB with a video on there which you watch, and then you book your ARDS course at any of the ARDS schools throughout the UK, preferably with us at the Motorsport School.
Obviously, please go there.
And you come along, and it's a really simple process. There's 2 parts to the course. It's not a test. People call it the ARDS test, but it's not. It's a course that we have we watch the DVD again, we have a long briefing, and then we have a written paper which majority of the questions are on flags.
They're kind of multi-choice. It's not hard. It sounds like an exam, but it's not. It's basically, can you drive around a circuit, not fall off? Can you remember about 6 flags? It's pretty easy, isn't it?
It's a bit more flags than that, but yeah, you've got a licence, mate, so it can't be too hard, can it?
If I can get one, anyone can get one. Believe me, it's not that difficult, especially with a good day's tuition.
But yeah, it's a simple process, and it's a fantastic thing. Come racing, just come racing.
Yeah,
it's brilliant.
Don't be a spectator. Come and have a go. That's our advice, isn't it?
100%.
Yeah. Richie, thank you, mate, and good luck today. Obviously, we can't have a favourite because we're interviewing everybody, but hope it goes well.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, bud.
Cheers.
Good to go. Pete, we're back in the paddock. I found someone the same height as me, Sam. I mean, with Sam's Marcos. Just tell me about the regulations, because obviously it's fastest mini in the world. This isn't a mini.
No, it's not. It's lovely, isn't it?
It's lovely. It's a Marcos.
It is absolutely stunning. And yeah, it's a mini Marcos.
Yeah.
Okay, so all the running gear is mini, so engine, mini gearbox, etc. So it's allowed in because it runs a mini and it's a mini Marcos. But the car is absolutely stunning. I think it's been to NDAF at Owens Fabrications, and NDAF's done a lot of work on the car, and turned out so beautifully, as you can see. But the best person probably to give you the information on it is Sam himself.
Sam, I think the first question everyone wondering, Sam, is because I'm the same height as you, is how on earth do you fit in there?
It's a bit of a squeeze, to be honest. I can fold my legs up and get in. It's the headspace which I find the most difficult part about it. It's just getting in with the helmet and the hands device and so on. But once you're in, it's quite comfortable. Yeah.
So why did you decide to choose probably the smallest race car available in this competition?
It was my dad's choice, to be honest. I'd have been happy just in a normal mini, a lot more leg room, a lot more headroom. But no, I love it. It's great fun. It's great fun to drive. It's really exciting to drive. So very loose at the back end, but keeps it exciting for me and for people watching.
And talk to us through your mini driving career then. So how did you get to this point? Most people here seem to have come through a series of other minis to end up in the car they're in today. How did you do it?
So I've been racing for about 12 years now, but in various things, MGs, Lotus, and then racing. I bought a mini MIGLIA that I raced in the Swinging 60s Championship, and then sold that, and then we've built this up now, and also got a BMW R53 mini as well to race.
Okay.
So yeah, a bit of variety, but yeah, good fun.
And the Mini Marcos, obviously a very pretty kit car conversion from period, which is allowed in because of the regs, but I guess it's a little bit lighter. I'd imagine it's a bit slipperier than a standard Mini in terms of its aerodynamics. What are the advantages and disadvantages of running this car versus a standard Mini?
A lot more unknown. A Mini is quite a known, proven package,
Yeah.
so it's quite an easy thing to build and set up and get to know. It is a little bit more slippery. It should be a little bit quicker to its top speed. It still has pretty much the same top speed because it runs the same running gear and limitations there. It's got a longer wheelbase, which doesn't always help it. I think the Mini is actually more balanced.
Well, it's harder to make it rotate sometimes on certain circuits.
Yeah, exactly that. So getting it into its apex is a little bit more tricky than a Mini.
Yeah.
But once it's there, it seems to go all right. So fingers crossed.
Well, yeah, definitely. And I just think it's such a pretty little car. It's just nice to see cars like this. The colour choice is utterly fantastic.
Stunning, isn't
it really is. And what have you had to do in terms of prep? Is it a car that you bought ready prepped, or have you done the whole build yourselves?
Yeah, well, my dad's done the whole thing. So he bought it from a scrapyard.
Wow.
And it's taken 4 years to get it to this point. It's obviously a glass fibre body, fiberglass body. So it's had an awful lot of work done, completely stripped out, new cage built in, obviously new subframes, completely rebuilt throughout, to be honest. So it's turned out really well. I'm proud of him for building it as well. He's done so well with it. NDAF's obviously built all the cage. For which owns Fabrications, so they've done a great job. Bushels did the paintwork on it, and they've done a wonderful job with it. So yeah, it's turned out a fantastic little car, to be honest.
Brilliant. Well, the car looks beautiful, mate. I hope you managed to fold yourself in, and the best of luck today. Who are you gunning for? Who's your main rivals in class today, would you say?
To be honest, I think top 10 would be a result, to be honest, for us. Out there against the slick shod minis with aero and a lot more power. I'll be chuffed to bits with anything in the top 10 would be amazing. But wherever we are, I'm quite happy, to be honest. It's just fun to be at an event like this and with the crowd and everything. It's brilliant.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for talking to us, and the best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, Sam. Well, Pete and I continue to walk the paddocks, don't we, of the Mini competitors, and there's some cool stuff here, Pete, isn't there?
I'll tell you, Paul, I said to you earlier, there are some awesome bits of kit, and the way these guys have turned out, it's a real credit to the owners, and they're all clubmen, and it's really, really good. And the car that you see behind you, as I said, look how it's produced, look how it's turned out, a proper little Mini, A series, 45 Weber, it's the way they should be, isn't it? You know, they're absolutely awesome. Francesca's driving this today. It's her second meeting. She drove at Setterton.
She's been press ganged into it, look.
Oh, yeah, she's here now. She was at Setterton last week, weren't you? Running with Classic Sports Car Club. And she's here today having a play with us guys.
I know, I can't believe it. So, Francesca, this is your second ever meeting. This is a particularly nice car. How are you finding it so far? This is quite a baptism of fire to come in at this level. How's it going so far?
Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, and didn't really have many people to race with that race because they all crashed out. But yeah, it should be good next time. I think Alice was catching me, the other girl, in the race. Yeah, should be good.
And obviously your dad Rob is mad into it, I think that's fair to say. How much coercion has gone on here for him to get you into this series?
Well, he was the original driver, but I went a little bit quicker than him, so I took that position away.
And Rob, how did that feel to obviously have your kid beat you? Was that a mixture of pride or slight kind of anxiousness?
That was quite a challenge at Thruxton earlier this year, where I was thinking, damn, but at the same time, oh, I'm really proud. So I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it, yeah. No, I said, look, you know, you can't have the slowest dad in the world driving in the fastest Mini in the world race, can you?
It's very true.
Yeah.
So we want to know, Francesca, how much faster than your dad actually are you?
Well, it depends what track. We're going. We'll go with Thruxton. That was 3.5 seconds quicker.
A lap?
Yeah, the fastest time.
Rob, you're going to be making the tee for the rest of this season. That's quite a difference, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah.
So you got the talent. Do you get your talent from your mum?
Oh, probably.
Yeah. Very politically correct.
So what's the plan then with the car? I guess obviously there's only so many things you can do to the spec it is now, but how have you built it to this standard? What have you done to it?
We were very lucky, so we bought this car from Sam Polly, who was racing in that race in the Marcos, and had the unfortunate offer. Yeah, no, Sam raced that car with Classic Sports Car Club before us, and so we bought it from him. And it was quite strange at Snetterton last weekend. We were in adjacent garages, and Sam was sitting there drinking coffee with that car as an image on the mug he was drinking from, and he said, "Oh, I still hanker after it." But yeah, no, I was chatting to so it was a guy called Rob Howard, owned it previously when it raced as a Mini Miglia. I was having a good chat with him yesterday while we were watching racing, and he said, "Oh, I remember that car, love it."
It's nice, isn't it? I seem to get the impression walking around the Mini paddock that everyone seems to either have the same car for a long time or they get passed between friends, and cars seem to stay in the scene a long time. Is that how it is, Pete?
Yeah, it's family, friends, up and down the family, friends come in, they want to have a go, so the friend buys that car and then they have a new car built, and yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cars out here that have been around a long, long time, and they're still competitive.
Yeah, that's what surprised me, particularly talking earlier about those 70 space frame cars. The fact they are still, that's a podium car still, isn't it?
Certainly is, and it just goes to show, doesn't it? Yeah, cars have moved on, but look what we're witnessing with the Minis. They're absolutely awesome, awesome. But I mean, what's the spec of this car? Do we know the size of the engine?
1380. It's just been dyno tested about 135 horsepower, but it only weighs 580 kilos. So. It's got a lot of power to weight ratio, lots of sticky tyres right on the corners, and somebody who used to be really good at go-karts. So
clearly, and obviously is now very good at driving Minis. So Francesca, what's the ultimate ambition? Where do you think you'll go with it? Do you think you'll stay in the Minis and keep your dad happy, or do you think you might start climbing the ladder now, use that talent and go up a few Formula?
Well, I would love to race. That's my car there, my road car. I'd love to race that, like a race prepared one.
Yeah.
See how that feels, but. I don't know, really.
How's the budget looking, Dad?
Oh, I don't think it's the budget, it's just the time, really.
That's a scoop. No problem on the budget.
Brilliant, so budget's good. So we'll see you here next year in an R53 or R56, one of those you choose, and yeah, good luck for this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Good luck, Rob.
Thank you, Paul.
We're going to see some more. Pete, it would be rude of us, would it not, to walk down the paddock and discover the architecture of a race-winning machine. We're standing with Harvey and Harvey's car. These cars are nothing like Minis, are they?
100% correct there. And you've seen the Audi car, which looks quite radical. This car is radical in more ways than one. That runs a lot of off-the-shelf bits, Audi suspension, running gear. This is all purpose-built. This is an out-and-out purpose-built race car, built by Rolf Sainz with Martin Short. And it runs a radical V8 engine, and it's still front-wheel drive. So you work the engineering out on that. Driven by my good friend Harvey, who drives it so bloody well. Yeah, Harvey will give you all the specs about that. But the car is awesome, as are all his cars. And yeah, it's just magnificent.
It is something else, isn't it? Just the level of prep, and also, I mean, the level of engineering is blowing my mind, to be honest.
Oh, it's second to none. I mean, there's been a lot more development since the car was built. With rear suspension we were talking about the other day, and it just seems to be getting easier to drive and quicker and quicker and quicker. And yeah, it's a real credit to the team. It really is.
Well, Harvey, you're making it look very easy out there. I can't imagine this is an easy machine to pilot, because just talk us through the top trump stats, talk us through the weights, the powers, if you want to, the cost.
I won't discuss the cost because my wife.
Very wise, very wise.
My wife's around somewhere. So
I've had this conversation many times today. There are two figures, aren't there? There's the figure that you've actually spent on it, and the figure that the other half thinks you've spent on it.
Yeah. It's like,
let's keep it that way.
Yeah, well, when they buy a dress, it's always in the sale, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
obviously.
it's
For ages.
this is the male version of that, isn't it? Yeah, the car, some of the stats, it's got a 380 horsepower Radical SR8 engine, maxing out at 10,500 RPM. It's running an X-Track World Touring Car gearbox, a sequential gearbox, which we've updated to paddle shift, because it was a bit scary taking your hand off the steering wheel to change gear.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that. I mean, how much of a fight is this car? Because the regulations state that you have to drive the same wheels in roughly the same way, you're therefore looking at a front-wheel drive car with more power than many four-wheel drive cars have. How much of a handful is that?
Yeah, it is. It will, you have to be respectful with it, and if you take liberties, it will bite you back. But we've been trying to tame it now for sort of 10 years, and recently we've spent a bit of time on it, and it's all been positive. So although it was awful in the wet, but the traction and the handling in the dry is now getting better and better.
Well, as you say that, it's starting to rain. It's going to be an interesting afternoon, I think, because the track conditions change here on an almost hourly basis. But Dan, if you can, have a look through the window, have a look through at the inside of the car, because you'll see, and just talk us through the driving position, because you're basically sitting on the back axle of the car, aren't you, pretty much?
Yeah, so you've got the V8 engine, which is just behind the sort of front axle, as it were, or the drive line. We run the gearbox upside down, the drive shafts come out the front of the engine. That puts the V8 engine slightly further back, so it goes into the bulkhead area. So we've got floor-mounted pedals, so I have to sit obviously a bit further back to get the clearance of the pedals and the steering. So you end up driving it really from the back of the car.
Yeah, you really do. And again, the front suspension is very tricky, Dan, if you have a look at that. So we've got full inboard front suspension. Normally, obviously, these cars would have had a very basic hydroelastic suspension when they were first designed. This is quite a departure from that, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so, because we wanted to keep it within mini dimensions and have the engine and gearbox driving the front wheels transversely as the Mini is. We had to use push rods to get the suspension movement to come inboard, then with Olin four-way dampers, and also so we could get some steering lock, so we could still manoeuvre the car. The steering lock is compromised, but the suspension and bits and pieces work.
And that's the biggest radiator I have ever seen on a Mini.
Yeah, I think it's off a Group A Aston Martin or something.
And is it like the fourth bridge, this car, Harvey? Do you sort of get to one end and think, right, okay, I'm going to start again at the other end? So 10 years you've had it, constantly evolving it and developing it. Is it ever finished? Is it one of those project cars that's never quite to your 100% satisfaction?
There's always something you can do, isn't there? And it's almost like chasing the weakest link, or whatever you're not happy with, or where you think the car could be faster. There's always something to do, but the most important thing is to race it and enjoy it.
Yeah, very much. And what's it like running this mini fleet you've got going on here? So you've got this very impressive setup, every class covered, every member of the family on a seat. Is that quite an undertaking for the weekend?
Yeah, and the build-up as well. I mean, I'm lucky enough to have retired, so I've been putting these cars and preparing them myself, and it's nice to see the family out racing them, but it has been stressful at times, I won't deny. Particularly, unfortunately, one ended up on its roof in paddock.
Little brothers for you, though, isn't it?
It's brotherly love, isn't it? And then, if that wasn't enough, he decided to ring the engine last night, so we had to pull the engine apart.
And you're still speaking. That is brotherly love, isn't it?
Well, they did buy me a beer last night, so...
Easily bought.
I'll take some of the credit for that, because I did say consistency was the key, and it seems to be very consistent, doesn't he, Nigel?
Well, and I thought you got a lovely view of the race from the back, I saw as well.
Yeah, I think he was... why don't you give him a microphone? He'll help commentate from the back for you.
And he has an extra challenge, little kind of mobile chicane around the race. Yeah, it's great.
Harvey's blocker. That's what he was. He was Harvey's blocker.
Are there team tactics? Because you have so many cars in the field, are there team tactics? Are you in radio contact with your daughter and your brother saying, yeah, just move over a little bit for this corner?
That's wishful thinking. He probably saw the start. There was Clive and I very close together, so... I don't think we'd hit each other deliberately, but you respect each other as you respect all the racers.
It's very clean, I have to say, for the amount of power. And I know they're small cars and you can give each other room, but everybody does give each other room. It's not a door-banging series, this, is it, really? Not intentionally, anyway.
Well, no, people make mistakes, don't they, which is very unfortunate. But, these cars are quite expensive, they're quite unique, and you can't really buy bits off the shelf, as Peter said earlier. So, it's everything to replace and repair is expensive.
And, of course, it could be a wet or at least slightly damp race for race 2. Are there going to be any changes? Can you run a wet weather tyre on this?
Yeah, we do have some wet weather tyres, but unfortunately they were 12 years old. So, as we discovered on Saturday, they don't work that well. So, we're praying it's dry, and no doubt Bill and Chris in the Audi with four-wheel drive, so the Audi Mini with four-wheel drive, he's praying for it to no doubt tip down. So,
a bit of top inside information. Don't go sharing it around, but his brakes aren't working very well. He's not necessarily going to be out in race 2. We're hoping he is, but he hasn't got any brakes.
Well, that's a shame, and let's hope he gets the car sorted out. He's come a long way from Plymouth, and it'd be great to see him have a win, and to have all sort of three of us fighting for the lead would be fabulous.
But it's anyone's race, isn't it? Really could be anyone's race. I want Pete's prediction. Who do you think? Because it's the aggregate of the two results. What's your gut telling you, mate?
I think it's Harvey's day. I really do. He drives it superb, doesn't he? You can't know. I mean, we've had some battles, haven't we? And I'm very fond of the car. I'm very fond of this man here. And it's lovely to see him out. It was just a masterclass, really, wasn't it?
It was very good. You were just having a lovely little time on your own, mate, weren't you? Really, just enjoying it, driving very smoothly. Lots of flame outs, which was impressing me as well.
It was good fun. It probably looked a bit easier outside than it was inside, but
but that's like being a swan, isn't it? All graceful and elegant on the outside and pedalling like underneath. Well, there you go. So we're going to keep walking around the paddock, finding some interesting people to talk to. Good luck for race 2. Hope you get it all sorted, and we'll find some other interesting cars, won't we, Pete?
Certainly will.
See you in a bit.
Thank you.
Pete, in the pits, I'm confused because I thought regulation state engine and drivetrain must be roughly where the manufacturer said. We're standing in front of Fabio's car now. No engine, clearly no front-wheel drive. What's going on?
Correct. Well observed, son. Now, you are correct. This isn't built to special saloon rigs.
Yeah.
This is built to special GT rigs.
Right.
So they allow these cars in a lot of different series. There's a lot of bike engine minis out there, a lot with them in the rear. More in the rear than there are in the front. It's cheap power. It really is cheap power. And the gentleman that drives this, I had the shock of my life. Fabio Lufarelli opens the door. I was expecting a voice like like Gino De Campo, and we didn't get that because he's out from the West Country, isn't he?
The West Country?
So it's there, not the Black Country, the West Country, mate. So Fabio, and he drives it well, as you saw out there. It's, I should imagine it's a bit of a handful, especially in the wet. But he comes from an oval background, so he's okay, mate. He ain't scared of traffic. He's not scared of anything. He's had some quick cars over the years, which we've seen him down at Mallory in the Plum Pudding.
Yeah.
And it's great to see out here. And what a jaunt to get here. About 8 hours to get here, was it? 8 hours, 15 minutes. Do you know what? And
let's bring Fabio in at this point. Fabio, sorry, mate, I'm just tripping over you there. So this is a very different layout to every other car that we've seen so far. Yep. So, as you say, Super GT spec, space frame chassis, but it's all happening at the back. So talk me through the build. Talk me through who commissioned it, who built it, what you've done to it.
15 years ago, daughter did mini stocks, became of age, still wanted to race a Mini on short circuit. So she said, I'd like a Mini. So, okay. So then we decided to have a bike engine because it's cheap power, like you said earlier. And then Trevor Marshall come along. He's a friend of mine. He's a fabricator. He builds saloon stocks and Formula 2s. And he salvaged a car. So he built the space frame around it, but it had a steel body on it for short circuit specifically. And as it progressed on, she came of age. She wanted to do long circuit. So then we put a fiberglass body on. A little bit more intense on the suspension setup and corner weighting and things like that to get it right for the speed. Yeah. It tops on over 130 mile an hour. She was not very good with a gear change, with a gear stick. So bloke I got introduced to at Flat Shifter, he gave us paddles and electronic shift. So it shifts up and down without touching the clutch. So instead of going through 3 clutches a meeting, we've had one in there for like 10 years. So the engine's been in there for 14 years. I haven't touched it. Same engine. We change oil every meeting, 45 minutes, and hopefully she'll finish today as well.
Hey, does it make you a proud dad? What's great seeing this, isn't it, Pete? Just so many fathers and daughters, fathers, sons. There's a lot of families involved in mini racing.
Yes, there is, because it's a beautiful little car. It's got massive heritage, and it's a massive following. And with today and the particular sponsor, Castrol, supporting the venue, it's brought it out again. I think it will grow because of the back end and the popularity, and the people love minis.
Yeah.
It's a British, it's British power, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I haven't been to Brands Hatch with a crowd for a couple of years now because we raced obviously during lockdown and there weren't any people allowed in, so the races could be here but no one else could. It's so wonderful to see the people and the enthusiasm, like you say, the affection and almost the emotion you're seeing from people on the bank in there at paddock. It's very different, Pete, isn't it?
Oh, the mini scene's a big mini scene, and it's like VW Beetles, same, they're iconic cars, aren't they? And people will always have a little bit of in their heart of a Mini or a Beetle, anything like that, where their parents or grandparents may have had one. They used to go on holiday on the back seats, in the summer holidays.
I'm not telling you what I did on the back seat of my Beetle.
It
wasn't holidaying.
Too much information, sir. Too much information. But, they are, aren't they? They're just mega. I mean, you go anywhere where there's a mini show, mini event, there's thousands of people. And why is that? Because everybody loves a blooming Mini. Yeah. They are awesome. Why are you here today?
Because I love minis.
There you go, mate.
I heard there was free lunch as well. That hasn't transpired yet, but
no one told me that.
So, Fabio, talk me through. So, Dan the man is going to walk around the car, trying not to trip over his own cable. Yep. So, just be careful, Dan. You're very precious to us. So, if you can, just explain the architecture of a mid-engined mini racer.
Mid-engine, basically, we put the engine in the back as far forward as possible for the weight distribution. All the suspension is independent. We have Coney shocks, which you adjust depending on the weather conditions. It's called bump and rebound. Yeah. Different spring-in. It all has to be changed for each track, purely because you get used to the setup. All the body's fiberglass. The front end's removable for working on at home. We put the radiator in front as normal. Okay, it's got a lot of transfer to the back, but we've got electronic pumps. It's managed by a little box. It's chain drive.
Okay.
We made the rear wings because we wanted the width. We're running 10-inch on the back and 8-inch on the front. They were supplied by Compomotive, very generously as well. It's normal aspiration. The engine isn't modified, and it's been in there a very long time. Hopefully, it will finish the day as well.
That is incredible. You're saying 10 years. I'm just going to let Dan have his cable there. You're saying 10 years out of one engine. Yeah. That is almost unheard of in motorsport circles, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's a motorbike. It's cheap power. Yeah. It blows up. You have a bad day, but also with it, you get the gearbox. Yeah. So you haven't got to muck about and find gearing, and so you're limited on gearing because you change the sprockets like we did for this meeting. We raced here like 7 or 8 years ago, and it just wouldn't reach the corners in the right gear. So we've upped the gearing. It's actually spot on now.
I guess that's fairly easy if you're using sprockets, so can you just change your chain and sprocket, and then you've got different gearing?
You don't even need to change your chain. You just take the sprocket off, change it. You've got an adjustment on the differential.
Wow!
And it makes life so easy. And you've got paddle shift. The brakes are pretty crucial on these because of the speed, and you want to slow down quickly. We've got AP 4-pots on the front and Cosworth on the rear, and we've always had good brakes for Daughter, but it was initially built for short circuit. It's well overweight because it's all cold drawn seamless, and the other car we use is about 100 kilos lighter. So we've got a disadvantage: standard power, overweight driver.
But me and Pete are keeping very quiet at this point. We're not going to tell you. We've got a bunting issue here. We're just going to move that out of the way. Look,
your eyes tell all the truth. The bloke who built the chassis rang me up yesterday. He said, "Can you still get in the car?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "What about the overalls?" I said, "I'm fine, thank you."
Do you have to use margarine to get in?
No. You're going off the subject now.
Basically, he's an amateur.
Well, good luck this afternoon. I hope you do really well. It's great to see the car go around. It sounds epic as it goes round. And let's see a top 5. Do you reckon you're feeling top 5?
I just want to finish. Promote the sport. I'd like to appreciate Mr. Diaz for organising it. He's done a mind-blowing job.
He has, hasn't he? It's a really great event, isn't it?
Yes, he has. And he's very, very literal on the phone. He's very helpful, organised everything to the T, and done a brilliant job, as has this gentleman here.
Yeah, Pete's a bit of a legend. I'm finding that out today. Good luck this afternoon, mate.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Appreciate it.
More later. Yeah. So we're back in the pits with Jim. Jim, you were having such a very good race there in race 1. What happened? Because you were in contention for the podium and suddenly you weren't.
Yeah, I was loving it. It was all going well. I had a bit of a brake fade at one point, but that was one of those things, kept going. And then the oil pressures just started dropping. It was like 20 psi, and then on the corner it was like 4. So I thought it's going to go bang as soon as I pulled off. I think we found one issue with the oil pressure sender lying to me slightly. Yeah. So it was a bit under reading slightly. Now we're just trying to clean up the seat on the oil pressure release valve, and hopefully we're good to go again.
That's a dilemma all of us racers face, isn't it? When the gauges tell us one thing and we've got that thing: do we save the engine? Do we try and go for the race? It's difficult, and when you're club level racing and you're the one picking up the tab, it's very difficult, isn't it?
It is hard. It is expensive, but yeah. It's a fine line, isn't it? Kicking myself now. I should give him one more I could coast to 50 feet and I'd been all right.
But you could have launched your engine and then you wouldn't have been out for race 2. So it's catch-22.
Yeah, exactly. But we're okay. It's still shiny.
Yeah, it's true. And what changes are we making for race 2? Anything?
No, we're just trying to clean up the seat where the oil pressure release valve goes, change the oil pressure sender, and grow some bigger confidence.
Well, mate, it was good. I mean, you were in podium contention. Yeah. And we must talk as well about this incredible engine. I'm going to let Dan get some footage of this while we do it. So this is obviously, looking at that sexy head on there, this is not something that BMC ever designed. P, what's going on here?
No, but BMW did.
Yeah.
See, so we're on the right lines, aren't we? We're just the illiterate side. So on this car, you've got a turbocharged, and it's running a BMW 16-valve head. But as we were talking earlier, you're saying the cars are prepared so well, touring car spec. Jim's even running air jacks, look.
I saw that. That's very trick, isn't it? Because that, that's a lot of work goes into putting those in. It just looks really cool, Jim, doesn't it, when you get into the pits? I think it psychs the opposition out when you go up on air jacks.
I can't get a jack under it. That's the real reason it's too low. That's lighter to carry than a jack on the garage, but yeah.
So talk us through the spec, because it's a beautiful build, as Pete says. So what have you done to this? You've got a front whole subframe comes off there by the looks thing.
Yeah, I've moved the engine forward slightly. I've actually stretched the wheelbase by 4 inches on the car. It's kind of been an involvement over many, many years. This is actually my first ever road car, which I had like 20 odd years ago.
Oh, really? So when you passed your test, you used to smoke this on the road?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Until I wrote it off on the road and then reshelled it. It's a bit like Trigger's broom, to be fair.
Yeah.
But so it's gone along many evolutions, like from road legal, then drag racing, track days. Then I started helping NF out doing spanning for the MIGs, and then we kind of converted to like a MIG spec with a 5-port turbo, and then we cooked that head. So then we went 16 valve, and then it went properly quick, and then it couldn't handle.
Yeah.
So then we had to stretch it and make it wider and make it lower to handle. So handling's mint on it. I can't fault it. It's mega. But for next year, we're almost there for this year. For next year, we've got the new sexy engine coming from Castrol. Ali Block A series with a 5-bearing crank. So
that's the one there, is it?
That's the one there.
Is that there just in case, or is that just so you can kind of show everybody, look out next year?
A bit of both, and it was almost ready, and it's also there as a bit of a donor engine for bits if we need them, but sadly the bits that we need aren't on it, they're still in the workshop. But we're close, but not close enough, but we'll get there.
Well done, mate. Well driven in race 1, up until the point where the oil wasn't your friend, but I'm hoping it is for race 2, and I'm hoping you get that podium.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
On we go, Pete.
bend, using plenty of curves, plenty of bounce, and onto the deep slope over the knee. Full flight. 7 engines, the 7 class highway, number 39. That car playing with Woodbridge. Second place in class. Castrol Classic Oils. I'm not sure, I hope they will get it stopped at the Park Fairway end of the race, and at the moment I don't have focus on it. So I'm going to stay for a little while, and I think when it's on coming down, but certainly getting past this world race underway. Hopefully we'll be able to stick a microphone underneath and hopefully they'll be able to have a chat to you as well. Matt Tomlinson, London Marshal Appreciation. We also get a shout out to the medical response teams too, as they are volunteers for this. We absolutely can. Of course, we can't go racing at all. So fantastic for everyone involved, and a big shout out to these medical teams as well. The fastest in the world then make their way onto the grid. The only race this weekend that has a rolling start, and as far as I can see, hopefully I've got the correct grid in front of me this time around. It looks like I do. It's the number 60 Hargody in pole position. It's number 26 Bill Richards in second place. Row number 2, 21 Richard Billingham. Number 8 Matthew Skidmore. Row number 3, number 70 Fabio Laffarelli. Number 77 Richard Morris. Row number 4, number 121 Jamie Billingham. Number 44 Ashen Silver. Row number 5, 85 Clive Death. Number 132 Brian Davidge. Row number 6, number 144 Francesca Roodhouse.
number 72, Alice Death. Row number 7, number 5, Nigel Death. Number 11, Jim Lyons. Row number 8, number 1, Chris Slade. Number 13, Mary Grinham. Row number 9, number 59, Sam Polly. Number 62, Lee Jones. And on row number 10, all on the row, number 78, Mark Burnett. So the drivers now making their way on their formation lap, on their green flag lap, which again is the only race that has the rolling start as they make their way down in towards Paddock Hill Bend for the very first time, with Harvey Death on pole position. Now, he was the 2019 series winner. Jim Lyons had the fastest lap of the race when we came here in 2019. Anyway, I haven't seen him on the grid list, unfortunately, so it doesn't look like they've been able to. Were they starting 14th? Do we see Jim Lyons out there in roughly 14th place? Cars are now making their way on towards the clock curve, onto the Brabham Straight. The red lights are on at the start-finish line, and when they go out, we'll be able to break formation and get the fastest Mini in the world. Race number 2 underway. They start accelerating towards the line, have to hold formation. Red lights go out. We are now racing, and it's going to be neck and neck between Death and the number 26 of Bill Richards. Down in towards Paddock Hill Bend we go, and it is Bill Richards who manages to get the jump and take the race lead. Harvey Death, though, will want to try and have that position back as we make our way up towards Druids once again. Great start from Bill Richards. Richard Billingham in 3rd place there, and I think that's the number 8 of Matthew Skidmore, who's actually dropped back behind the number 70 of Fabio Lafarelli. So Lafarelli's got a good start up into 4th place, and now challenging away for 3rd place as they now make their way onwards out of the Cooper Straight and towards Surtees for the very first time. Great start from Bill Richards. He now leads this race.
That was super, wasn't it? And it was great to interview him on the podium when he said, hang on, he's 10 years younger than me, isn't he? And the number 60 on Harvey Death's car is in celebration of celebrating a 60th birthday this year. And he's in 2nd place at the moment. And the driver that is 10 years his senior is making his way in the lead of the race up towards Druids. So these are hugely experienced drivers and incredibly powerful cars as well.
Yeah, Harvey Death looking around the outside of Bill Richards, then going through Druids. Down the hill we go then, and that's where Harvey Death will just simply open up the taps in towards the Graham Hill Bend and retake the lead of the race ahead of Bill Richards. Down the Cooper Straight they will go. Then it's the number 21 then of Richard Billingham in 3rd. Lafarelli in 4th place with Skidmore in 5th. Now Lafarelli and Skidmore had a really, really good battle in the last race in the fastest Mini of the world. There's a bit of a gap between them at the moment, but we'll see what happens over the remaining 13 minutes of the race. At the moment then, they're already coming up towards traffic on what is the 2nd lap of this race. Harvey Death, though, leads the way from Bill Richards in 2nd place. Flames shooting at the side of Harvey Death's car. Fantastic to see.
It is so spectacular, isn't it? These cars are incredibly spectacular, and they've got quite a weekend here to be part of the Mini Festival here at Brands Hatch. The leader makes his way, the race 1 winner makes his way down towards Graham Hill Bend, turns into the corner. So top 2 in the same order that they finished in race 1, and Harvey Death in car number 60 with an advantage of just over half a second over Bill Richards at the end of the previous lap. Up towards the final elements of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit they come. Just watch these little pocket rockets accelerate down the Brabham Straight as Harvey comes across the line. Now ticks off another lap, turns into Paddock Hill Bend. That lick of flame, spectacular lick of flame from Harvey's car. 3 laps complete. He's also got the fastest lap of the race, and that's a 52.425.
77 of Richard Morris as well is sticking onto the back of the number 8 of Skidmore as they make their way now up towards Druids for another time in this race. We'll see if Skidmore can start to close in on Lafarelli again, because we were treated to a glorious battle between the two of them for a similar position in the race as well, but it turned out to be 4th place after Lyons actually dropped out at the very end of the last race. So the leaders now making their way out of Clock Curve and back onto the Brabham Straight, and still it is Harvey Deeth leading the way. He holds the fastest lap of the race, 52.4, but I'll tell you what, he's not getting away from Bill Richards as fast as the last race. So we make our way down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Last lap times, well, Bill Richards 53.2 was his best lap of the race, compared to Harvey Deeth 53.1, so very, very marginally in Harvey Deeth's favour at the moment.
Evenly matched, and amongst traffic that could just present an opportunity to Bill Richards to close on the back of the race leader. That spectacular lick of flame from the left-hand side of Harvey's car as he turns through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, down the Cooper Straight into Surtees. Potentially traffic could play a part in bringing down this gap. I think it might have already played a part on this lap actually, and the gap was 1.164 of a second at the end of lap number 4. This is going to be the end of lap number 5. They've got no traffic to deal with for a little while now, but still interesting to have a look at the relative pace, because it's under 1 second. Looks even less as they go through Paddock Hill Bend. It's 0.774 of a second, heading up towards Druids they go. So this time Bill Richards much closer to Harvey Deeth, who leads the race down towards Graham Hill Bend, still with no traffic soon in sight, so this is good news. It's a straight battle between the two of them, but the traffic on the previous lap rather played into the hands of second place Bill Richards.
Bill Richards here making his way through in towards Surtees and then on towards McLaren and Clark Curve. Well, let's see what the lap times are like this time around with a bit of free air as they make their way through and back onto the Brabham Straight. Still it is Harvey Deeth leading the way ahead of Bill Richards in second place, but Bill Richards is not going anywhere anytime soon. He's sitting in the rear view mirrors of Harvey Deeth right now as they cross the line. Again a faster lap from Bill Richards, this time by 1/10 of a second, so the gap's now come down to 0.665 seconds. So Bill Richards is definitely not giving up on this one, and lap after lap he's starting to close in bit by bit.
Billingham just a little bit too far back, isn't he? Some 6.8 seconds divorced from the battle for the lead. Once again, that flamethrower out the side of the number 60 car on the run into Graham Hill Bend. Now, very soon they are going to be back in traffic. Last time it played into the hands of Bill Richards in second place. Who will it play into the hands of this time as they go into Clark Curve? They're going to be up to complete another lap. They complete a lap really quickly, don't they? Goodness me. Very quick laps for these super fast minis. 52-53 second laps, a personal best that time for Bill Richards in second place, a 52.947, but a 52.637 for Harvey Deeth, who leads, means the advantage is only just shy of 1 second.
Yes, so Harvey Deeth having a better lap this time around. That's flames still spitting out of the side.
It's just great to watch, yeah.
It really is.
Spectacular.
It really is. Bill Richards second place as he now makes his way past the back marker, and the gap looks a little bit more sizable than just under 1 second now as they head their way through in towards McLaren and Clark Curve. Laffarelli's built a healthy gap between himself and the 77 of Morris, who's actually found a way past the number 8 of Skidmore. Then heading our way now in through Graham Hill Bend, but it's allowed Laffarelli to just keep extending the gap behind. The gap between himself and Morris is around about 2.8 seconds. So Laffarelli doing a great job. Had that fantastic battle with Skidmore, which he came off second best this time around though. Looks like he's having a better time. Got yellow flags up at Paddock Hill Bend because we've got, don't tell me that's that number 26 of Bill Richards that stopped on the entrance of Paddock Hill Bend. It looks suspiciously like the blue car of Bill Richards, who stopped.
Because Harvey is circulating now on his own at the front of the field, so this is a big story and a huge disappointment for Bill Richards that was running so very, very well. And now Harvey Deeth comes into the yellow flag zone.
Yes,
everybody slows down.
Sorry to interrupt you, because also Billingham's pulled off to the right-hand side of the track on the
From
run down
third.
towards on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend.
Bill Richards out of the car, just in front of the Paddock Hill grandstand. So dramatic lap that for the top three drivers that we were expecting to have on the podium. And Yeah, so 2 of the top 3 both having problems. The run down towards Graham Hill Bend for the yellow car that was in 3rd place. It was 3rd place on the podium in the first race, wasn't it? Was Richard Billingham. And that car was stopped on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend, and at the very top of Paddock Hill Bend, on the just by the ambulance gate on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend, we've got Bill Richards' car. So big disappointment.
Huge disappointment there. Not so disappointing though for Laffarelli, because that moves him up to 2nd place overall. And that also moves the number 77 of Richard Morris up into 3rd place. And now the number 8 of Skidmore is going to be battling away for a podium position as they now both make their way in towards Surtees, then in towards the double or treble right-hander really. You keep turning right until you get to the end of the corner, going through Clark Curve now, back onto the power. So that battle there, the number 70, Laffarelli's now into 2nd place. Morris in the 77 in 3rd. Number 8 of Skidmore now into 4th place, as they all now make their way down in towards the Paddock Hill Bend. And I think both areas are now not under yellow flag, so the drivers can go racing. We've got a fully green circuit again.
So all on his own at the front of the field with an advantage. Stand by. 25.2 seconds over Laffarelli in 2nd place for Harvey Death. So now very much a question of picking your way through the traffic for the remaining 5 minutes just under of the race. And Harvey turns through now Paddock Hill Bend on the run up towards Druids, and that was a rather bruising lap, wasn't it? Losing 2 of the top 3 all in one go. Laffarelli in 2nd in car number 70, that's the lime green and white car, and 77 Richard Morris in 3rd place. 70 goes across the line now, so that's the 2nd place car, 27.2 seconds behind the race leader. And the race leader, meanwhile, is turning into McLaren, then into Clearways. So this is really a little bit of a gift for Harvey Death. He can pick his way through the traffic, keep the perfect racing line, and all things being well for the remaining 4 minutes of the race, have a 100% record of race wins.
Absolutely, but I'll tell you what, this I think Skidmore now realises this could be a battle for 3rd place, because his last few laps have been really trying to close down on the 77 of Richard Morris, as they both make their way now through in towards the final couple of quarters, on towards Clark Curve and then back onto the Brabham Straight. It's the 77 of Richard Morris currently holding on to 3rd place, with the number 8 of Skidmore currently running in 4th as they all make their way down. That's Laffarelli in that green and white number 70, currently holding on to 2nd place. He's got some good pace about him at the moment, relatively matching the cars behind, although Morris did cut him down by about 0.2 of a second on that last lap.
So just over 3 minutes of the race remaining. The race leader comes across the line in the British Racing green and cream roofed Mini through Paddock Hill Bend on the run up towards Druids, and our eyes turn back for the 2nd place machine. The lime green and white car makes its way around Clearways, and the completion of what will be 14 laps by the leader, 13 laps about to be completed by 2nd place, and the gap between 2nd place and the leader extended to 30.3. So across the line goes Skidmore and Morris.
Yeah, and Skidmore's got the move up into 3rd place. He's moved ahead now of Richard Morris. So Skidmore up into 3rd place as he makes his way through Druids. And I'm getting a sense of deja vu here, Alan. It's Laffarelli in 2nd place now. It's Matthew Skidmore in 3rd place. We might have ourselves a really good battle for 2nd place coming up.
I have a feeling you may well be right. We have 2 minutes in which to see if that battle manifests itself, and they will be in touch with race control on the start-finish line to indicate the last lap board, which will come in due course, and the 2nd place car about to head up towards the line. I agree with you. The number 8 car is carrying good pace. What were the
Pretty 1,000th of a second in it.
Yeah, pretty
their last
similar, weren't
lap
they? Quite speedy. So Skidmore in third place in car number 8, and then Laffarelli 56.614 for Laffarelli, and Skidmore 55.613. Yes, rather close.
Very close, very evenly matched here as they head their way in towards Graham Hill Bend, and Laffarelli currently second place overall, with Skidmore in third place as they now make their way onto the Cooper Straight, making their way towards Surtees 2 before they make their way through this through McLaren and then through Clark Curve. 1 minute on the clock, and RVD is making his way now down towards Graham Hill Bend. Here comes our battle for second place towards the start-finish line. Laffarelli in that number 70, second place. Skidmore in that number 8 in third. Looking at the last lap times on that lap, and that really did favour Laffarelli that time around. 56.8 from Laffarelli, 57.9 from Skidmore. So he lost about a second on that last lap alone.
So the gap 1.8 between those two. The advantage the leader has 34.1 seconds. It's rather academic, really, because Harvey Deeth can just pick his way through the traffic and really take his time to do that, which he's doing now, going up Howard Hill up towards Druids. And Harvey Deeth has now completed 16 laps, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1, and that's the duration of the race. Harvey Deeth has been pretty spectacular, hasn't he?
He really has, and feels slightly robbed of the mechanical issues with Bill Richards, but take nothing away from Harvey Deeth. He's done exactly what he needed to do, as Richard Morris, unfortunately, in the 77 has come back into the pits in this very late stage. But Harvey Deeth then in that number 60, making his way now through McLaren, through Clark Curve, back onto the power and onto the Brabham Straight. It's going to be the second win and the fastest Mini in the world for Harvey Deeth. He won here in 2019, he wins again in 2021. Harvey Deeth then finishing 2 races on top in the standings. Then Laffarelli in second place at the moment. And just heading on to the Cooper Straight now in towards Surtees. And that late charge from Skidmore seems to have come to a bit of a halt, unfortunately. But Laffarelli then through the final couple of corners, back onto the power, coming up towards the Brabham Straight. And it is that number 70 of Fabio Laffarelli who will take second place overall in this race. Across the line he will go. And then it will be the number 8 of Matthew Skidmore across the line to take third place in this race. And a great job from them both there, picking up the pieces. Then the number 85 of Clive Deeth coming across the line then in fourth place, still on the lead lap. Then fifth place, the number 62 of Lee Jones. Seventh place was the number 77 of Richard Morris, but both Silver and Morris came into the pits very late on in that race. The 144 of Francesca Roodhouse finishes in 8th place. 9th place was the number 72 of Alice Deeth, and in 10th place, number 5, Nigel Deeth. In that race, of course, Bill Richards came to a halt out on circuit, so too did the number 21 of Richard Billingham. In that race as well, number 121, Jamie Billingham, also stopped clocking up around the circuit. The number 13 of Mary Greenham came back into the pit lane very early on into the race, and the number 132 of Brian Davidge also stopped clocking up around the circuit, classified 11 laps down in 15th place. So 2 very good days and 2 very good races for Harvey Deeth. He won here in 2019 as the fastest Mini in the world, and with that year sabbatical for every driver in the fastest Mini in the world, comes back in 2021 to retain his crown. Hopefully we'll be able to, Alan will be able to shove a microphone underneath him to hear his thoughts after that one. And as recoveries get underway out onto the track to recover, quite a high rate of attrition in this race. Unfortunately losing 2 of the 2 leading drivers pretty much at the same time. Richard Billingham came to a stop just at the right hand side on the approach towards the Graham Hill Bend, and pretty much on the same lap as well. Bill Richards came to a stop at the top of Paddock Hill Bend on the left-hand side. We can only assume both are mechanical issues, unfortunately, but they're both going to have to be recovered and taken back to the paddock area, which the recovery is in process.
So we're hoping to get drivers on the podium for the fastest minute in the world. I think there is no question. The fastest minute in the world this weekend is Harvey D. I think cars have been stopped at the Park Fairlane end of the event, so it may take a little while before Harvey D, W. Zaffarelli, and Skidmore make their way down to the podium. But the podium is all decked in the Castrol Classic Oils bunting, and various liveries around the podium as well. It's very smart indeed. Castrol Classic Oils have had an area in the lower paddock all weekend. I'm sure they will continue to be down there with the protests around the afternoon as well. But with a very nice dress podium, the only thing they're missing are top three drivers. So we'll wait for them down here on the podium. The last we thought they will be making their way down. It's quite interesting seeing them chatting here on the podium, because obviously they're on families, so acceptable checks, what have you. Somebody sure they know that just said to me, which is interesting, right? But there's not a whole lot to check really. Does it look like a minute just to go past? Yes, it is. The regulations really are really rather inviting to get the fastest minute in the world. Don't enjoy that. So hopefully the drivers will be joining us down here on the podium. Kieran, report to them.
We'll hear from the fastest drivers in the world, driving some of the fastest minis in the world as well. A couple of shout outs as well. Hashtag VHComspot. If you want to shout out, thank you for something this out on the circuit. Hi, Mike, when I'm on the box. Julie, hello to you. Watching with Tony, Becky, Jack from Hemel Hempstead and London. Enjoying the mini fest today. Great stuff. And wherever you're watching on the circuit, hopefully the rest of the day is just as good. As well as that, we've got Gary Hill, who's sent a photo of the 121 that came to stop. So that would have been 121 of Jamie Billingham. Now that looks like it's stopped just when the circuit joins from the main circuit. So that's up towards Clark Kerr. And he's reporting there's suspension problems with that car. So thank you, Gary, for the insight there. Very helpful. Missed that one coming to a stop, unfortunately. But that will also have to be recovered back to the pit lane. Next up in the series, just while I've got this time, is the DUNLOP Mini Challenges supported by Mini Spares. This is the MIGLIA race, which of course has the two classes, the MIGLIA class and the Libra class. We'll go to the screen very shortly. If you have a programme with you, use pages 30 and 31. And the main difference, one of the main differences is the Miglias have the 1293cc modified 8 engine, 0 to 60, 4.5 seconds with a top speed of 125 miles per hour, 4-speed manual gearbox as well, with a levers they have engine size up to 1400cc, 80 inch base, 10-inch Dunlop tyres, and there's mainly an invitation class as well. So pages 30 and 31, just quickly run through the grid. Alan, if you manage to catch the drivers, feel free to speak over.
Yeah, no one yet.
No one yet. All right.
I'm waiting patiently. I'm poised like a coiled spring.
I like that expression. So I like to call it spring. Just jump in when you need to. Row number 1,
just to bring you a sort of update. Of course, there are fastest minis in the world that need to be recovered from around the circuit. Although there are fastest minis in the world, they're not the fastest times making down from Park Fairbank to the podium, but we're still standing by, and we are hopeful that we'll get the top three. The TV crew are here. The podium is dressed with Castrol Classic Oils livery, so hopefully, maybe even if the top three drivers can hear this, they may make their way down to the podium as soon as possible, because if we were competing against the MIGLIAs, I think we'll possibly struggle a bit. There's plenty of them, very exciting racing in the first race of the day, so to go by. So hopefully we'll get the podium completed before the MIGLIA race starts. And I've just had word that we're not going to be able to get the drivers for the Castrol Classic Oils fastest mini in the world. The drivers are going to have their presentation down in their paddock, so unfortunately not on the main podium. Really just a logistical challenge. The drivers are not going to make their way to the podium, but they will have a presentation over. So now we can turn our attention to the next race of the afternoon.
race earlier on today, NF Owens taking the win of that one. 28 getting first from their race earlier today. That puts James Cuthbertson at the top and on pole position for the race. Joe Ferguson starts alongside in the 34. And it was a race where NF Owens managed to bring the toe, if you like, managed to get away, build that gap to everybody else behind. Andy Jordan, Aaron Smith through the D4 having a great battle for that second place. And with that reversal of the top 8, it puts the faster, or the race winner from the last one back to 8th place and forces them to try and get a couple of positions to try and finish the way back through the field once again. So we've mentioned much about the hard-working marshals today here at Brands Hatch, and they've been honoured by the racing club, the 7 Racing Club, with the 7s and the MIGLIAs both carrying orange flags to say thank you for all your hard work. Well, they've been working very hard down here on the start-finish line on the Brampton Straight, because clearly there is a slippery surface down there. Dressing it with an agent which many years ago used to be synthetic cement dust. I'm not quite sure what the makeup of the powder is now that they dress it with, but it works very well at dressing oil or water or any slippery substance which comes on the circuit will endeavour to make, although it's not on the line as such, it's getting closer to the line. Down the back straight, so a couple of full entry to Untitled Chapter. So the marshals have been working hard to address that fluid which is out on the circuit. Now, just a couple of checks of that work which has been done by the BMW safety car with a driver and observer at the wheel of the inside BMW, and they're just checking that the circuit is okay to go racing. We will, because you said it was a pretty cool race, Kieran, at the start of today, the years. My friend Simon Aaron, the esteemed motorsport journalist, described it as the best race that he's watched for centuries, which is very, very impressive praise for Simon. I'm inclined to agree with you. It's a great battle, wasn't it, from the top 3? It really was, and with this race, obviously, top 8 from their first race gets reversed, so now the race winner last time out, NF Owens has to start making places to try and battle his way back
choice for circuit vehicles by MSB, the owners of Brands Hatch, and also multiple other circuits around the country as well, including Donington Park, Horton Park, Cadwell Park, and Snetterton as well. The choice of all the circuits, the whole of the group is BMW, and the Miniology safety car comes around on Mini Festival weekend. Of course, BMW now the parent company of Mini, and the current modern Mini. Today we are very, very grateful to have the local Mini dealer at the festival at Brands Hatch, and they are offering the opportunity to the brand.
The safety car has reported back to race control that they're pretty happy with the surface repair which has been done by the dressing that has been placed down on the fluid, so we are good to go racing.
Great to hear, and it's going to be, hopefully, if I've got the right grid in front of me this time around, yes it is going to be Jamie Cuthbertson in the 37 on pole position, and it's the 34 of Joe Ferguson alongside. So I can safely assume that the numbers I gave you earlier are absolutely correct, I hope anyway. Row 2, number 49 Martin Wager, number 55 Ben Colburn. Row 3, 23 Rupert Death, 21 Aaron Smith. Row number 4, 77 Andrew Jordan, 32 Endaf Owens. Row 5, Sam Summerhays in 85, then 44 Sean King. Row 6, 91 Thorben Astin, 42 Paul Simmons. Row 7, 20 Mark Sims, 69 Tony LeMay. Row 8, 96 Justin Cooper, 17 Richard Jessup. Row 9, 27 Peter Harries, 87 Ashley Davies. Row 10, 15 Jordan Pocock, number 11 Kane Astin. Row 11, 26 Peter Arnold, number 4 Colin Peacock. Row 12, 8 Scott Kendall, 62 Chris Lovett, and 88 Kieran McDonald on row 13. In the Libras, 113 Philip Harvey, 149 Gary Warburton. Next row, 177 Peter Cruz, 115 Steve Baker. And on the back of the Libras, 186 David Franks. So, going through the gears then to start our green flag lap here for the Mini Miglias, sported by Mini Spares. And it's going to be Endaf Owens who starts in 8th place with that reverse grid shake-up. So it's going to be James Cuthbertson on that reverse grid at pole position. That's probably why he was flashing his lights so much when he finished in 8th place last time around. He knew from that point he was starting on pole position for this race. The drivers then get onto their green flag lap to put some heat into the vitals of the car.
If anyone knows about reverse starts, then inevitably one of those is going to be Andrew Jordan, who's very used to race 3s in the BTTC, and that is a rather unknown reverse grid, and with the cars going around the circuit on their green flag warming up lap, you can see just how much of the tarmac some of them are using to weave from side to side to try and get the tyres up to temperature. So in one long line they make their way up towards Druids. Top few have already made their way down and are heading into Graham Hill Bend. Right, now what's your prediction? Will we see the top 3 from race 1 finishing up on the podium in race 2?
Well, it's going to be tough for Endaf Owens to make his way through. This is where I just sort of cop out and not actually give you an answer. But Endaf Owens has been quick all day today. He's got a win under his belt in the Miglias. That's the reason why he's starting in 8th place. But there's a lot of good drivers in front of him. Aaron Smith put up a big fight in that number 21. Rupert Death, always a quick driver at the wheels of a Mini. And of course, as you said, Andrew Jordan has probably got one of the best chances of taking this reverse grid race result. So Andrew Jordan, if he can get his start right and keep pushing his way through the field, he's got the best chance of taking the win.
We shall wait and see. It's not an easy thing to do, but places can be made up right at the start. We've seen it quite a few times this weekend, starting on the front row of the grid. If you're on the outside of the front row of the grid, potentially you could be leading by Paddock Hill Bend. And now we've got the opportunity just to weave that final bit of heat into the tyres. The front row, second row, are going to be waiting for quite a while because the tail end of the field only just making their way into McLaren now. So very slowly up towards the line becomes James Cuthbertson in the yellow and blue, number 37 car on pole position. Number 34, Joe Ferguson alongside in the pink and grey Mini on the outside of the front row. And then second row in place, third row in place, fourth row. That's an important row with Andrew Jordan and NF Owens. Fifth row in place, Sam Summerhays and Sean King. And just a few more rows to come into line, get themselves into place before we see the marshal at the rear of the field with the green flag. He'll wave the green flag to indicate happy with the way the grid is lined up, and therefore we start the final countdown to get the race underway. It's taken a little while to get the final few rows into place, but the green flag is now waved at the rear, so we are about to go racing.
We are indeed. 5 second board is out. The red lights go on. And we're away. What are the starts like? Well, it's a great start from NF Owens. He really got the drive there that he needed. He's already trying to challenge away, not only for fourth place, but possibly for third as he makes his way now through in towards Paddock Hill Bend. A fantastic start. He's up into third place right now, as now you can see that's the number 21 of Aaron Smith also having a good start. 3 wide up towards Druids they go. NF Owens up the inside, and I think in the space of about 2 or 3 corners, has he got the race lead? He has. NF Owens leads.
Yeah, unbelievable start. It was an absolute cannonball off the line, wasn't it? And leading the race already, and we have not yet completed one lap. 32, NF Owens from the outside of row number 4 gets an absolutely lightning start. He's already got a bit of a gap over the second place car, which is Joe Ferguson from the front row of the grid, and that was an amazing start. Even he wouldn't have predicted it could have gone quite so well. Have we got a safety car? I think we have. Yes. We've got certainly waved yellows, and I can kind of see the safety car board nibbling away over there, and we do have the indication of a safety car on the timing screen, and the BMW safety car deployed now, so picks up the race leaders. Andrew Jordan had got a good start. It wasn't as good as NF Owens. He's up into 5th place at the end of lap number 1 when they pick up the BMW safety car, or rather the BMW safety car picks them up, and they head now up towards Druids. But that was quite unbelievable, wasn't it?
What a start.
NF Owens is an incredibly talented driver in a Mini. It's given us an awful lot of entertainment this weekend, and maybe one of the highlights was that start, 8th to 1st.
Yeah, incredible start, and almost onto the grass, going 3, maybe even 4 wide, heading down towards Paddock Hill Bend. That didn't deter him whatsoever. Kept his foot in and rewarded with the race lead at this moment in time. Just having a look at through the order, the number 11 as well of Kane Aston. Now, he had a troublesome first race. He started 20th place in this race. He's now up to 10th, so really good start from Kane Aston as he's moved up the order and really trying to get something from this race, as I believe we're about to go racing very quickly.
Yep, only 1 lap behind the safety car. It peels off, the lights went out, and everybody weaved the car for a final time. Here we go, up towards the line, about to get racing back underway. The incredibly fast starting number 32 car of NF Owens once again leads the field around. Andrew Jordan having a look on the inside to take 4th place away. He does it, yep, so another place ticked off. The key here is not to allow NF Owens too much opportunity to show a clean pair of heels to the rest of the field. So Andrew Jordan, quite right, had to make the most of that restart.
Yes, it's Joe Ferguson in 2nd place there, trying to make his way and trying to defend, but Andrew Jordan has now got that number 37 of James Cuthbertson right ahead of him. He's right on the back of him, down down the Cooper Straight. He has to go to the right-hand side of the Cooper Straight to go the long way round, going through Surtees. He's got it done, though. Fantastic stuff. Up into third place. He knows how important this is. We've got a spinner on the exit of Surtees. There's someone rolling backwards just onto the right-hand side of the track. Now, that looks to me like it could be Kane Aston.
We shall wait. It gets going again, pointing in the right direction. Superb stuff by Andrew Jordan to take third place. Now, the next one in his sights is the front row starter. That's the 34 car of Joe Ferguson, and Andrew Jordan not close enough as they head up towards Druids to do anything about challenging for second place. At the moment, Joe Ferguson driving a very, very clean race indeed. It is all, however, allowing the race leader, NF Owens, to get a bit of a gap at the front of the field. That is the last thing that multiple drivers here do not want to happen, because that gap is going to be very, very difficult to bring down. Andrew Jordan now turning into McLaren up towards Clearways and doing his best to set himself up for a manoeuvre at Paddock Hill Bend. Tied onto the back, he's going to do it before. He's on the inside line going through Clark Curve, and the position is made up towards the line now. They are still side by side, but the nose in front for Andrew Jordan. So 77 goes into second place, but fighting back is Joe Ferguson. Not happy about the former British Touring Car champion taking second place away, and Joe doing a great job. Has a look on the inside up towards Druids. Andrew Jordan still has the place, but only just. He can see just ahead of him, heading down towards Graham Hill Bend, is NF Owens in the lead of the race. But I think we are set for another thriller.
Aaron Smith is also trying to make his way through the order. He's running side by side with the 85 of Sam Summerhays as they head now down the Cooper Straight. Summerhays is on the outside, but Aaron Smith is trying to find his way through Surtees. Can't quite find it this way around. Tries to move up the inside in towards McLaren. Is there enough room? Well, there is now, as he's now found his way through. Aaron Smith makes his way past Summerhays and up a position.
So lights are flashing for NF Owens, the wiper going as well, which is interesting. That may well have been just a flick of the switch, and it was to the lights flashing was to let the slower car know that everybody else is coming through. So neatly out the way for a whole stream of probably a dozen cars make their way past the slower car as the race leader heads down towards. They are very much in traffic. Again, flashing the lights is NF Owens to let him know he's coming through Graham Hill Bend, down the Cooper Straight. Then we've got the gap, including in that gap is one of these cars that needs to be popped one lap down, and Andrew Jordan gets past it now. Going right with him is Joe Ferguson into Clearways. Joe Ferguson doing a great job of not allowing Andrew Jordan to pull away, and then we've also got to keep an eye on Aaron Smith as well. That has been superb, as we would expect this weekend. There he is at the front of that train of cars, and he can see the third place battle, second place battle in front of him.
He can indeed. So they now make their way up towards Druids for the seventh time in this race, and having a look at the lap times there, well, it's NF Owens setting the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. 2.4 seconds the gap between himself and Andrew Jordan behind. But as you rightfully said, that number 34 of Joe Ferguson is not allowing Andrew Jordan to get away. In fact, he's going to run side by side with him down the Cooper Straight, and maybe has the inside line heading up towards Surtees, which he does, and takes back the position. Joe Ferguson back up into second place.
Yeah, so the plan didn't work quite as Andrew Jordan might have liked, because he was thinking, get into second place, bring down the gap between myself and NF Owens in the lead of the race. Well, I have a feeling that Joe Ferguson rather had different thinkings about that, and he attacked for second place to get it back. He took the place. Andrew Jordan now has the place back, and the problem is that they're not going to be able to close up on the back of NF Owens, who is doing fastest lap after fastest lap. He's just put in a 54.899 because he doesn't have to attack, doesn't have to defend. He can pick his lines, and he's able to take the optimum line. So therefore, NF Owens is able to consolidate his advantage over what is now Andrew Jordan in second place.
And adding to that, Aaron Smith, it allows him to really close up. He's now onto the back of Joe Ferguson, going through Surtees, on through McLaren they will go, trying to find his way past two pink machines, battling for third place out on track. as they all now make their way onto the Brabham Straight. Well, it's Endaf Owens who leads the way then as he crosses the line to start yet another lap, and it's another fastest lap of the race, 54.862. There goes up the inside Aaron Smith to take away third place from Joe Ferguson as the two pink machines make their way down the hill and up towards Druids they will go. Is there a possibility for Joe Ferguson to think about a move? No, Aaron Smith defends the inside line. There's no way up the inside for Joe Ferguson. If he wants to move, he says, you'll have to go the long way round.
Bear in mind also they are in traffic, and the automatic flashing headlights for Endaf Owens are pretty cool. I know certain drivers that would quite like that for the M25, but it's not allowed because Endaf Owens is making everyone aware that he is right there because they're in traffic at the moment. The two pink cars are still having a battle, so once Aaron Smith was able to get past Joe Ferguson, as he did with Andrew Jordan, is not having that, so wants the place back and is doing his best to close up on the back of Aaron Smith on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Meanwhile, Andrew Jordan turns into the corner now, and the advantage that our race leader has got, and the fastest lap of the race has just been put in, a 54.852, and that is by the car which is currently in 6th place. It's number 23, which is Rupert Death.
Yeah, quick on his day, isn't he? Rupert Death now has the fast lap of the race and is trying to challenge away with Sam Summerhays for 5th place in this race, and really closing up behind him very, very quickly as they now make their way on towards Surtees. But Endaf Owens still leads the way by, when they came to the last line last time around, 3.7 seconds up towards the Brabham Straight. They will go this time around with Andrew Jordan in 2nd place, and then it's Aaron Smith in 3rd with Joe Ferguson in 4th place, Sam Summerhays in 5th, Rupert Death in 6th, then it's the 37th of James Cuthbertson in 7th place. As Aaron Smith here looking for a position, so too is Rupert Death, trying to find a way past, but no way through past Sam Summerhays this time around.
So we've now got 10 laps completed. We've got under 10 minutes of this 20-minute race remaining into the second half of the race. The race leader has an advantage of just under 3.8 seconds. He heads down the Cooper Straight now. Aaron Smith closing, ever closing on the back of Andrew Jordan's 2nd place number 77 car. Turns into Surtees up towards McLaren. Andrew Jordan very quick through that left-right section, then into Clearways. The race leader, meanwhile, who has this huge advantage in Mini Miglia terms. Cast your mind back to the first race of today. The top three, there was barely a centimetre between them for the majority of the race. Now, the advantage, the cushion, is held by Endaf Owens to the tune of 3.8 seconds. The fastest lap of the race that time. 3rd place car, the pink machine, number 21 of Aaron Smith in his pursuit of Andrew Jordan.
Yes, and the other pink machine is coming under pressure. In fact, gets a little bit of a position change there because Sam Summerhays finds his way through now up into 4th place with the 34 of Joe Ferguson falling down to 5th place. Now that's an ample opportunity for Rupert Death to try and find his way through. Currently going along the Cooper Straight and up towards Surtees. He's got the inside line, and I think Joe Thompson's backed out of that one. As we now make our way, as they make their way through in towards McLaren. Meanwhile, battle for 2nd place as they head their way towards the line. Andrew Jordan coming under pressure from Aaron Smith as they head their way down the Brabham Straight. Where will Smith go? He'll go to the left-hand side of the track, but they've got traffic up ahead as they make their way through in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Just about made that one, but Andrew Jordan holds on to the position ahead of Aaron Smith. Now on the climb towards Druids. Will Aaron Smith try and move up the inside? No, Andrew Jordan flicks the car over to the right to defend that inside line, and still no way through for Aaron Smith.
You have to trust the back markers at certain points, and going into Paddock Hill Bend is one of those times when you really do have to have faith. Well done for the back marker, and great bravery by these two, Andrew Jordan and Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith having a look on the outside on the run down towards Surtees, slots in behind as they go through the left and then the right. Aaron Smith absolutely tied to the tail of Andrew Jordan's car. This not the Aaron Smith that we see in the BCCC, who is now Aaron Taylor Smith. However, a very, very quick driver in minis, and that is being proven now. Jinks out to the left-hand side on the run down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Goes on the wide line into Paddock. The inside line being held by Andrew Jordan. He holds the place, but only just. It's brave stuff side by side into Paddock.
brave stuff. And behind them as well, Rupert Death has got the move on. Sam Summerhays up the inside going in towards Paddock Hill Bend, so that's put Death now up into 4th place. Meanwhile, the second place battle rages on down in towards Graham Hill Bend, with Andrew Jordan hanging on to 2nd place under immense pressure from Aaron Smith. On the Cooper Straight they will go, and heading up towards Surtees. Now all it's doing is allowing Endath Owens to get away, but I'm sure they won't worry about that. They're having a great scrap for second.
They are having a supreme battle, aren't they, the two of them? Aaron Smith setting himself up for something towards the end of this lap. He's absolutely tied to the back of the 77 car of Andrew Jordan. Up towards the line they come. Once again, Jinx out to the left-hand side. That's the wide line into Paddock Hill Bend. Andrew Jordan on the inside line, so there's no way through for Aaron Smith that time. Carries good pace through the corner though, and maybe something at Druids. Up towards Druids they go. Andrew Jordan in 2nd. Aaron Smith jinks out to the left-hand side on the run up towards Druids, but has to slot in behind. Andrew Jordan still has it. Endath Owens still with those automatic flashing headlights, turns out of the corner. He's down the Cooper Straight. Andrew Jordan, Aaron Smith, 2 minis tied together as one.
Absolutely great stuff, isn't it? Through Surtees, that battle for 2nd place goes, and Andrew Jordan now leading through in towards McLaren's, and now towards Clark Curve. Back onto the power they'll go, and Aaron Smith is just not giving up on this battle for 2nd place as they both now make their way towards the line. Endath Owens making his way across the line to start another lap, the 16th lap of this race. Side by side, Jordan and Smith goes. Smith on the outside once again. He likes this line going in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Andrew Jordan takes the inside line, and now Smith will try and maybe have a little bit of a switchback. No, he stays on the left-hand side of the track, making his way now up through Druids, round the outside. Still they run side by side. Jordan just about has the nose ahead and still holds on to 2nd place. Aaron Smith is throwing everything and the kitchen sink at this.
He really is, yeah. A tremendous battle. Has a look on the inside as they go down towards Graham Hill Bend. Andrew Jordan just has it. He goes wide over the curbs. Down the Cooper Straight they go. Aaron Smith is just going to have a nose in front by the time they get to Surtees, and Andrew Jordan has to slot in behind through McLaren up towards Clearways. Andrew has a look down on the inside. Nope, the door is shut. So Aaron Smith, my goodness, that was very exciting indeed. Up towards the line comes Endath Owens. So another lap in the book. How many more minutes have we got of this? We could do it in another half an hour. So 4.5 minutes, and Endath Owens has completed now 16 laps. In 2nd place it's Aaron Smith. In 3rd place it's Andrew Jordan. And once again, what a tremendous race from the Mini Miglias.
Yes, absolutely. Rupert Death as well, setting the fastest lap of the race last time around, so he's quickly closing in to that battle for 2nd place. If they keep going, there he is, right still on the back of them, heading their way now in towards Graham Hill Bend. And Andrew Jordan here will be really focusing on trying to get that 2nd place position back from Aaron Smith. It's allowed, though, Endath Owens a 6.3 second gap when they headed to the line last time around. Andrew Jordan is reeling back in Aaron Smith as they make their way out of Clearways through Clark Curve and onto the Brabham Straight. Here we go then for another round. Aaron Smith this time will need to decide where to place the car to defend that position. Andrew Jordan gets into that slipstream down towards the Paddock Hill Bend, but no, not close enough for Andrew Jordan this time around, as he now makes his way down the hill. Up then towards we go Druids, with someone on the inside, back marker on the inside of the corner as well, so they just have to be careful about that one.
So threading their way through past slower cars. Endath Owens is already on the Cooper Straight. The slower car gets very neatly out the way. Well done. That's the number 27 car, which got neatly out the way for the battling 2nd and 3rd place cars of Aaron Smith and Andrew Jordan. And now Andrew has been able to put his car right on the tail of Aaron Smith. Now, that's interesting. Took the wide line into McLaren. That normally gives a slingshot into the final part of the circuit, and that will set up a manoeuvre potentially for Paddock Hill Bend. Jinx out to the left-hand side does Andrew Jordan, as Brian Jones, the late great commentator here at Brands Hatch, would have said, the high, wide and handsome line into Paddock Hill Bend, and it didn't quite work. Eventually it worked for Aaron Smith. He did it a number of times into Paddock, but at the moment he still holds on to 2nd place.
He still holds holds on to it with just 2 minutes left on the clock, and Andrew Jordan really attacking that curve through Graham Hill Bend onto the Cooper Straight they go, and once again towards Surtees, still right on the back of Aaron Smith, and now Aaron Smith turns from the attacker trying to get that position away from Andrew Jordan to defender trying to keep that position as he now heads his way through Clark Curve back onto the Bradman Straight they will go. Andrew Jordan once again down into the slipstream. Where will he go? Where will he position the car this time around? It's clearly clear that Aaron Smith is going to take to the right hand side and make Andrew Jordan go the long way round in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and again it seems to be a line that works then for Aaron Smith. He tried multiple times around the outside of Andrew Jordan, didn't quite work. Andrew Jordan's got a great run up towards Druids, but once again he has to go the long way round heading in through Druids. Still no way through past Aaron Smith. They've got to be careful as well because Rupert Death is closing in behind. He's ready to have a bit of this action.
So the battling second and third place cars head once again onto the Cooper Straight. Aaron Smith and Andrew Jordan. Andrew Jordan right on the tail of Aaron Smith as they once again adopt the same lines. A tight line into McLaren and clearways by Aaron Smith. The wide entry to McLaren for Andrew Jordan, which maybe will give him the momentum up towards Paddock Hill Bend this time. Again, same manoeuvre. Jordan on the outside, Smith on the inside, through into Paddock. It's not worked for 3 laps for Andrew Jordan now, but it does carry a good deal of speed through the corner, just not quite able to get side by side around the outside for Druid. So slots in behind. It's been a carbon copy for 3 laps now of that manoeuvre by Andrew Jordan, and as the clock counts down we have just 14 seconds remaining.
14 seconds now quickly becomes 10 seconds of course as we'll wait for Endaf Owens to come towards the line. Moment now, what will be ready? Well, they have the last lap board out, but they'll also have the checkered flag ready as well, just in case. Checkered flag will be waved then at Endaf Owens, who takes the win here in the Dunlop Mini Challenges, supported by Mini Spares MIGLIA race. And towards the line comes the battle for second place. It's going to be Aaron Smith finishing ahead of Andrew Jordan, with Rupert Death rounding off the top 4. Great battling between the two of them, and Aaron Smith is the driver who comes out on top. 5th place goes to the number 85 of Sam Summerhays. That's then the 55 of Ben Colburn in 6th place, the 87 of Ashley Davies in 7th place. And in 8th place is the number 49 of Martin Wager. 9th place was the number 4 of Colin Peacock. Great to see him back up the order after that earlier incident at Paddock Hill Bend earlier on today. And Kane Aston recovering to 10th place. Didn't have, they had a little bit of a spin going through McLaren there and in towards Clark Curve, but again having to recover back to 10th place. A great recovery drive from him. Fastest lap of the race on his last lap, Rupert Death, 54.670. In the Libras, it was the 177 of Peter Cruz taking the win in the class, finished 15th overall in that race. Second place in class was the 113 of Philip Harvey, and third place for the Libras was the 149 of Gary Warburton. Well, as Alan and I said, great racing action in the Mini Miglias, and it really did deliver that battle for second place. Second place covered by less than 7/10 of a second between second and fourth place. Brilliant stuff. If only we could have had that, as Alan said, for another half an hour. That would have been absolutely brilliant. But the time is the time, and that will be the end of their race. So of course Alan will head down. Hopefully we'll have a chat to at least some of the drivers in the top 3 of that one, and see what their point of view from that battling was. Endaf Owens wins the second race in the Dunlop Mini Challenge, supported by Mini Spares MIGLIA race. And of course the orange flags aloft for the Mini Miglias for their parade lap in honour for our fantastic marshals.
be standing by on the podium for drivers, 2 categories just in racing, the victory and the overall top 3, the MIGLIA class. I'm pretty sure they've all been stopped at on Family End. Optimistic that the drivers will make their way down. We've got splendid trophy waiting for them, so DUNLOP maybe as well. Sunshine, my old friend, comes back to look down on the festival here at Brands Hatch, and hopefully it will look down on 6 drivers on the podium. Of course, so optimistic that we get the drivers brought down, and we'll have a room for you so too. Don't forget, of course, that Armour Mini are here this weekend. So the local Mini dealer from just down the road, Maidstone, and it's the opportunity to try out the electric Mini. Just go over to have a chat to any of them. We've got the tarmac area just behind the expo that Armour Mini have got. Opportunity to sample the electric Mini here at Brands Hatch is a rare opportunity and one well worth taking. So I'm currently talking to the very friendly staff of Armour Mini, and hopefully, fingers crossed, there's enough time to sample the delights of the brand new electric Mini festival. In the meantime, all the wonderful mini car clubs that we've got here at Brands Hatch for the Mini Festival 2021, well, they'll get the opportunity to parade around the circuit of racing today. So you've got a favourite that I'm looking forward to seeing on track, not albeit quite slowly on track, around about 6 o'clock this afternoon for the car club parade laps. And before that, we've got 4 races. The second race of the day for the Super Mighty Minis and Mighty Minis, man's racing together. We've got the second race of the day, DUNLOP Mini 7s, second race of the day, the Complex Production GTI Championship, and a final race of the weekend, third race of the weekend for the M3 Cup Championship. So plenty more racing to come, and also, of course, a double podium for race 17 of the weekend. The DUNLOP Mini Championship supported by Mini Spares, big MIGLIAs and the Liquids. Hopefully drivers making their way down to the podium in the sunshine. Speaking of racing, we've got Mighty Minis and Super Mighty Minis lining up on the grid. We have in there, of course, they've got a split grid. Super Mighty Minis line up like this. Row number 1, 41, Alex Crowley. 6, David Spurs. Row 2, number 10, David Patrick. Number 11, Evan Patrick. Row number 3, number 1, Ian Sly. Number 14, Rob Thompson. Row number 4, number 8, Stuart Coombs. Number 20, Martin Hathaway. Row number 5, number 7, Steve Rideout. Number 5, Anthony Lucas. Row 6, number 90, Paul Osborne. And number 54, Chris Moore. And row 7, Mondo, number 90, Ditchburn. Then for the Mighty Minis, they go up like this on their row 1, number 28, Jerry Wyndham. Number 6, Paul Holland. Row number 2, number 77, Ahmed Sharavani. Number 12, Suki Ditch. Row number 3, number 60, Matthew Baker. Number 4, Mark Price. Row number 5, number 22, Dan Haywood. Number 91, The Central. And number 14 on the road back, Mick Roper. So the Super Mighty Minis and Mighty Minis
about to get underway on their green flag lap, and there he goes with the sunshine bathing the circuit here on the Brands Hatch circuit. Now the driver the tyres, the brakes of the car. Launch, so we're at the same time. The gap between both screens when they make their way back. We saw a heavy traffic earlier on today in that number 11 charge his way through the field from one of the backs of the green here. Podium way towards the end of the last race. Started the fourth place this time. Nice. Great nose. Well, that's here as they all make their way now on towards the Christmas straight. Sure, last warming up on the car, warming up on the way, getting as much as possible through the car. You're at the front of the grid, you're normally at the advantage where all that hard work is virtually putting the single bit of the car.
Hello, welcome to Parc Ferme after another incredibly exciting Mini MIGLIA race, and it's Endaf Owens on top once again in the black and yellow car. Endaf just popped off to the podium to go and collect his trophy, so we'll grab him in a second or two when he comes running back. Just going to have a quick look around for some more drivers and see who we've got. Let's see. Sorry, we lost the live feed temporarily there, so we've got Aaron Smith's car. Got Aaron Smith's pink car here. It's developed a slight leak as it's come in. I don't know if that's oil or coolant, but an incredibly close battle with himself and Andrew Jordan, obviously former British touring car champion. In the meantime, should we head over to the assembly area for the Mini 7s while we're waiting for the MIGLIAs to come back? If we come on with me, head on round, we'll wait for the top three from the Mini MIGLIA and Libra race to come back. And as I see, we've got Joe Thompson from the Mini 7s, who I haven't had a chance to speak to just yet.
Well done, Gary. Second place, number 113, Philip Harvey. Well done. Congratulations, Philip. Gets a round of applause from the driver. Time is stepping forward with a trophy. And then to our winner in the Libra class, number 177, Peter Cruz. Well done, Peter. Congratulations. Gets a round of applause from the drivers in the waiting for that stage. battle once again. Tremendous battle for third place, and in the end, third place was number 77, Andrew Jordan. Well done, Andrew. Congratulations, on the race he goes. Naomi is there with the trophy and the Dunlop cash. A tremendous battle with number 21, Aaron Smith. Well done, Aaron. Superstar. Great battle between you two. And Naomi makes her way onto the podium to get the trophy. And once again, victorious. And Jeff Owens. Well done, Edna. Congratulations. Super race. Coming now.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. We lost you for a minute there on the feed, but we've got a fresh new camera, and we're down here in Parc Ferme with Pete Cruz, winner of the Mini Libra class. How was that for you, Pete?
That was interesting, basically. I thought all my main competition had disappeared, so I thought I'd chase some MIGs instead, so for a bit of a fun, and it was awesome, absolutely brilliant. I'd make a big thanks to Mike Tyre Rat Racing for building a brilliant engine this last few months, and it's a lot towards his achievement, really.
You haven't had the best of luck over the last few races, so.
No, we've had a lot of issues. The engine, was like the block was 15 years old, so it had a good life, but we were stretching it, so that's it, start again. So yeah, it's going good.
And you certainly get the award for the nicest sounding car on the grid. It sounds mega.
We didn't have that old cover on it for the rain, so we thought it might rain, so I put that cover on. If that cover's up, it sends 20% better, but there you go, safety.
It's the fuel-injected 7-port.
Yeah.
Well done, Pete.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see you in 3 weeks' time.
Hopefully. Okay. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Pete. Right, we've got the Mini MIGLIA guys who just come back now, but I'm going to speak to second and third. So P2, we've got Phil Harvey.
That's me.
He's our reigning champion.
No. Champion for 2 years.
Our double reigning champion, Phil Harvey. So how was that for you?
Terrible. I burnt the clutch on the start line, so I had to put it into top gear and nearest it home. And I'm amazed I finished second.
So you did the whole race in 4th gear?
Yeah. And I've got a lot of footage on my cameras of the cars passing me.
That must have been quite hairy having, the fast-running MIGLIA guys coming up when you're in 4th gear chugging round.
Especially when I lost my driving mirror on the right-hand side. When I went over the curves at Paddock, the bloody thing just moved, and that was it. I couldn't see anything out of that.
I think it wouldn't be a Mini unless you were going fast and something fell off.
Yeah, that's true.
But, well, nice work.
Yeah.
4th gear win.
Well, the thing is, it helps the championship. Because I've had 3 non-finishes this year, so I have to keep on finishing now.
And you got a very nice trophy to show for it.
Yes, it is very nice.
A celebratory anniversary trophy that just for this weekend. 50 years of Mini MIGLIA. Obviously it's 51, but we missed last year technically, didn't we? So, cheers, Phil.
Cheers, thanks so much.
And I'm going to speak to Gary Warburton, who came 3rd in that one in the Mini Libra class, the invitation class. How was that?
Yeah, interesting. We failed to start off the line. Problem with the crank sensor. It just crushed the wires, so they managed to get me going. We thought we'd go and have a go, even if it was just to do some laps, and picked 3rd up, so that's good.
How many laps did you get in the end?
I have no idea. It seemed like loads, but I have no idea. We were just flying around, just catching. I think I passed him 4 times, so I'm not sure. So, yeah, it was really good.
It's like a bit of a handicap race with Phil. Phil only had 4th gear, apparently.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. And we had the odd misfire, so it came to the end. That's good.
Awesome. It's good to see you with a trophy in your hand, anyway.
Yeah,
so,
brilliant.
or a bottle of water wherever your trophy's gone.
The trophy's over there somewhere. So yeah, brilliant. Be out for the next one, I think.
Excellent. All right. Good to see you. Looking
Cheers.
happy.
See you soon.
Cheers, Gary. Right, so now we've got the Mini MIGLIAs. We're going to have a word if I don't trip up. As with the camera, with the microphone coming around. Aaron! Okay, so Endaf did kind of run away with that one. However, your battle had to be, of the race. That was the race, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, we would have been battling for the lead. Like if Endaf hadn't have been out there, it was amazing. Like there was nothing in it between us two. He was trying every trick in the book to keep me behind, and I was trying every trick in the book to get by. And it did eventually pay off. So yeah, happy days.
I saw your lights on, blazing.
Oh yes, yeah. Well, it sort of puts them off, doesn't it?
I don't think you'd be able to put Andrew Jordan off his nerves of steel.
Well, I managed to find a small gap somewhere though, didn't I?
It was an amazing move. I think it was round Druids just here. It was like round the outside, I think.
There was too many. Like it was one minute I'd be up the inside, then he'd be up the inside or round the outside. But yeah, really good battle.
And you go away from the weekends all smiles?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's home circuit. We've had 2 podium positions. You can't argue at that. And yeah, it's a nice day.
What's happened to your front grille? So you got some fluids coming out here.
No, it's what that is extra cooling. and it's decided it doesn't want any cooling.
It's just releasing a little bit of power.
Yeah.
Breathing power. Yeah. Yeah. As long as it's not oil coming out, then you're all right.
Definitely. Yeah, you don't want that.
All right. Well, good to speak to you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Double podium.
Yep.
We'll see you soon.
See you later.
Aaron Smith there. Fantastic result, and I'm hoping we might find Endaf. There he is. He's got half of his clothes on, so that's progress. Please, can you put your clothes back on? I met Endaf in the showers last night, but we won't talk about that too much. So, 2 from 2.
Sorry. Yeah, it was a tough race. Just managed to get a break on the restart, and yeah, lucky few laps in. So, good day.
I expect you were looking in your rearview mirror thinking, right, let's just go and get out of there.
Yeah, I think they were catching up for the first couple of 3 laps, and then I think they started battling. So, yeah, I had a lucky few laps and got away then. So, yeah, good.
Did I see you were trying to sell your car? You can't be ending, like that. You're obviously on the pace. You need to keep going.
No, I have built a new car, so I'll try and sell this one on and get the new car out, possibly Pembrey or Donington, and yeah, just pick and choose them then.
We share quite a few of your posts on Facebook. The amount of car builds you've got going through your workshop. I mean, how many have you got on back order at the moment?
I think we've got about 19 shells to do. So, but yeah, it's really busy, and I find it quite rewarding when the cars you're battling with, the cars we've sort of part built. So that's quite enjoyable about doing that then. So. Yeah, it's good.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations.
Good. Thank you very much.
Double wins. Good points.
I'm not doing the championship anyway because I've missed 4 rounds. So just come and enjoy it.
Come and have some fun. Makes it a bit more relaxed, I suppose, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's much easier. Yeah, no stress. So, yeah, good.
Have you seen Andrew Jordan? Has he disappeared, or he's probably in assembly area?
Where's Andy?
If you don't mind, we'll head on round to the assembly area. We're going to see the Mini 7s. Thanks, Endef. So, we come on round. As it happens, timing-wise, we've got the Mini 7s going out just now. So we come out into lovely sunshine. It's been mixed weather here, but this is nice. So, I'd say almost perfect conditions for the Mini 7s. They may even start to overheat their tyres by the end, so that's a bit of a turn up for the books. So there we go, trailing it round. We've got 34 cars, absolutely packed grid. Got John Coburn Evans and a super bright green machine. This is one of the S-Class cars, so that'll be a 12.5. Largely standard, but they do make about 85-90 horsepower, so they're tweaked a little bit. I really would like to go and see Joe Thompson, because he's been complaining all weekend I haven't been to go and see him, so he's just over here. He's still got his crash helmet off. This is his car. He's normally a front runner, but he's well down the order in 16th there. So let's go and grab him. Joe. Sorry if I didn't blow your earphones out at that point. You've been saying to me all weekend I haven't been to come and see you, so I'm here.
No, you just meant to say nice things about me.
Okay. How's it going?
Not very well. We've had probably the worst weekend of the year so far. Testing's been a nightmare with some electronical issues with the car. And then in race 1, we had the steering column, all the splines on the end are gone, so no steering from that. So we've got a new one in for this one, starting from the back, so we'll have a laugh and see what we can do.
Yeah, and the conditions are perfect.
Yeah, the sun's out, and what more can you want for?
Do you worry about the tyres overheating when it's like this? No. You don't worry about anything? He's super chill. All right, well, good luck, Joe. I finally found you, so that's good. It's going to work with Jeff Smith, who actually drove away in the first race. He's down in 8th because of the way this reverse grid, so if you finish first, you start in 8th. It mixes things up a little bit. Hello, Jeff.
Hello.
We are live.
Hello.
Coming on in. So you're hoping to drive away with it again?
Oh.
It's a challenge from 8th.
It's a challenge from 8th, definitely, when you've got
the quality of field in front. Yeah.
Do you think you enjoy it a bit more going through the pack?
It wasn't easy last race, but yeah, it'll keep me busier. I'm worn out from doing so much racing.
I think, Jeff, you had your lap timer set to the historic Mini earlier, so it was expecting the lap times to be a bit quicker than what they actually were, so it kept you going.
Exactly, I was chasing it a bit too much and going, oh no, we're like 4 tenths down by the time we get to Druids, what's going wrong?
Have you reset it now?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, I'll let him carry on. We've got Jonathan Lewis, I'm sure would love to have a chat. Jonathan of Snetterton. Oh, I tell you what we will do while we're here. We've got our P3 from the Mini MIGLIA race. We'll have a quick word because he ran away after the podium. Great race?
Yeah, very good, yeah. Yeah, very busy and ended up got a cracking start and obviously then there was some cars between us on the restarts, so he did a cracking job, had a good race with Aaron, so yeah, all good, happy weekend.
Probably looked, I don't know, more fun, like kind of battling through rather than just driving off.
It's more fun to win even if it's a quieter race, but no, it was good fun. Good clean racing, hard racing, so yeah, look forward to Pembrokeshire now.
Awesome. It must have been that cheese quiz we did earlier.
This is it, yeah.
Right, let's have a quick word with Jonathan. Look, Jonathan has got an open face helmet, so it'd be nice and easy to talk to. Hello. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. Recovered. I don't know how NDAF's doing it.
So, 20 minutes. What's your tactics?
Tactics to attempt to get through. It'll be hard, but we'll have a go. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Let everyone in front do all the work for you.
Well, no, you never can. You never can predict anything, can you? You're just going to do the best you can. You know, the situations you find yourself in, try and deal with them. Well, I do anyhow.
So you were racing 41 years ago in the Mini 7s.
Yeah.
You enjoying it just as much?
Yeah, I'm loving it. I mean, most of the people I've met today go, you don't recognise me, do I? And I used to race against them. But, you know, it's tough. It's tough, and they don't give me an inch. In fact, they're probably worse on me than they are on themselves. But, you know, I put myself up for it, so I'm going to go for it.
Yeah. No pressure?
Nah, none at all.
Go and have fun.
Exactly, that's what I'm going to try and do.
And keep this orange car behind you. I suppose that's the deal for the championship, isn't it?
Well, it is and it isn't. I'm not thinking that one yet. I'm just still enjoying myself.
We've got a lot of rounds to go yet, so...
Yeah, exactly.
All right, have fun.
Thank you.
As the cars start up, we must be almost ready to go to the race, so grab a couple more. Yeah? Keep going. A quick word with Nick. I put my microphone right under your helmet.
Yeah, no worries.
How are you?
Very good, I'm excited.
You're looking very chilled.
A lot more chilled than I was this morning, so it's the pressure this morning to start on the front row and keep the boys behind and try and look forward was quite a lot. So it's quite nice to be here, going right, eyes forward, focus on lines a bit and try and find some more speed and go forward. So.
I always say this, but I'm very envious of you. Like, perfect conditions, Mini 7, it's got to be the most fun Brands Hatch as well.
Man, it's a mini festival. There is no better place to be this time of year, without question. Definitely.
All right, we'll look forward to seeing you do what you do.
Hopefully. Cheers, mate.
Conor O'Brien is the Mini 7 S-Class lap record holder, and he's looking pretty snug in there. Do you think he'll be able to talk? Or is he a bit...
Try.
Hey Conor.
Hey mate.
I was just saying you are the lap record holder for the Mini 7 S-Class.
Lap record?
Lap record holder, Brands Hatch Indy.
S-Class. I thought you meant the 7.
No, for the S-Class. So
okay.
That's your aim?
Yeah, well, Winkworth, I'm pretty sure he's going to break it, but he hasn't done it yet. He done it in qualifying, but yeah, hopefully it stays.
Yeah. So who's the man you're chasing?
Yeah, basically. Well,
although he does appear to be down in 25th, so he's
I'm in 7, aren't I?
Oh, of course you are, yeah. I've gone back a year.
Yeah, I know. I was getting confused.
Well informed as always. Awesome. Well, have fun.
Yeah, thank you.
And, we'll see you after the race.
Okay, yeah, hopefully I'm on the first step.
Cool. Cheers, Conor.
Cheers, mate.
I do get a little bit confused between the S-Class and the 7 because they do look exactly the same. The only thing you will see, the difference in the two cars, they've got a red header sticker when you're watching racing in a minute. and the S-Class has got the green sticker, and they start 10 seconds behind. So, you want me to fill some more? I'm still filling. All right. Let's head on down to pole position. It's Joe Polly. So, like I said earlier, it's reversed. So if you finish 8th, you're now on pole position. So Joe has got a fantastic chance here to get out front. Hey Joe. Are you good to chat? Yeah. Awesome. Coming on in. Well, I'm going to put that. Go underneath your... there you go. I should be able to hear you now.
Cool.
Pole position.
Yeah.
How's that?
Bit exciting, bit different. I've had pole before, but not at Brands, not in the 7s. So yeah, it's quite exciting.
So just take it steady and try and get
yeah,
through that
just
first
hope I get
corner.
a good start. My starts aren't the best, so there's no pressure there.
You're thinking wrong. You've got to think that it's going to be the best start ever.
Yeah.
Go at it confidently.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with the traffic and the first lap sort of melee. It's just getting the thing off the line. As long as I can do that, then I'll be all right.
How many RPM do you normally pull when you drop the clutch?
I don't know. It never doesn't seem to make any difference whether I have low revs or high revs. It just, I don't know, this thing just doesn't seem to go off the line. But
Okay, yeah, well, you know, it's only a small engine, but you just have to keep it revving.
Yeah.
But, all right, have fun.
Thank you.
Good to see you out front.
Cheers.
And if you're top 3 at the end, we'll give you a nice interview at the end. So, yeah, there you go. Cheers, Joe.
Thanks.
Okay, now we're going to go over to the proper live feed. So we'll see you in a minute.
S-Class, they'll have a 10-second delayed start. That's how they line up on their row 1.
So, no podium for the Super Mighty Minis, I'm afraid to say. They'll be taking care of the presentation on their own, which means back up in the commentary box, we have a very, very full grid indeed, as Kieran has given it to you. Spectacular racing earlier on by the old guard of mini racing and the new young guns as well. So quite a mix on the podium with Jeff Smith, Jonathan Lewis, who said himself, so 41 years since he won the title in Mini 7 racing, and still very quick indeed. Second on the podium earlier on. The plan had been to celebrate 40 years last year in the 40th anniversary. We all know that last year didn't go quite according to plan. However, he's back out and he's quick as well, and he's alongside the race winner from earlier on, Jeff Smith, in the red 01 car, 01 car. So Marshall's making their way off the grid, and they'll be going off on the green flag lap now. Asked the same question we had for the reverse grid earlier on. How many do you think are going to make it onto the podium?
Well, I mean, we've already seen Jeff Smith is pretty quick in today, as well as he always has been. So I'm expecting him to charge his way through the order. But Conor O'Brien as well put up some really good displays. He got some really good overtakes and just couldn't quite stay ahead at the crucial points. But if he gets ahead, he's got a great chance of getting himself up the order. But if we saw some of the starts we've seen from that particular point, 8th place, I think Jeff Smith has got a really good chance of a good run down towards turn 1. I mean, if he can, I'm sure he's copied the notes off of Endaf Owens and getting a good start off of 8th place.
That was an amazing start.
So
Absolutely
we'll have to
incredible. And we heard from Andrew Jordan, didn't we, on the podium? He couldn't quite believe that Endaf Owens had got into the lead by the time the safety car was out. But, well, Andrew's dad is starting a bit closer to the pointy end this time. He's in the orange number 88 machine, just making his way around Graham Hill Bend now. Former British GT champion is Mike Jordan, a BTCC race winner. And I think you're right. I think we will see both Jonathan Lewis, Jeff Smith, Conor O'Brien, Nick Croydon-Fowler doing very good things in this. And it's going to be very much about the start. It was all about the start, wasn't it, for Endaf Owens? And we'll wait and see what we can do with a huge grid. 7 S's at the back and 7s right at the front. Pick your favourite. And we are about to go once again mini racing here at Brands Hatch, all part of the Mini Festival.
Absolutely. So the Mini 7s, obviously, there'll be a break in between the Mini 7s getting away and the Mini 7S classes, a 10-second delayed start to be more precise. And the difference you can tell between the two classes is that the Mini 7s have 2 digits in their car number and the Mini S classes have 3 digits in their number, starting with a 7. So a nice way to differentiate between the two classes.
Joe Polly on pole position has brought her car to a stop, she being the partner of Jeff Smith. So Jeff brings his car up to a stop now on the outside of row 4. Take a while to get all of them round. They're not all fully around Clark Curve now, so I think the 7s are pretty much in place. And now the 7S's slowly bringing themselves to a stop. Who's going to get the best start? Well, the good news about the 7s, they are all very differently liveried, aren't they? Some very, very bright and colourful Mini 7s down there about to take the start of what will be a 20-minute race.
Yep, so the last of the Mini 7S classes just taking their place on their grid and making sure they're lined up in the correct grid positions. We'll have the marsh from the back wave the green flag. There it is. 5-second board will go out. And I believe have we an aborted start, possibly?
Start delay board.
Start delayed.
I can only see the RT of start and the D of delayed, but yeah, it rather looks as if we do have a start delayed. There was a car smoking, and it was the number 7 car. I don't know if this is the reason for the delayed start, but that's Jordan Sims from the 5th row of the grid.
Well, 5-second board goes out now,
Okay,
so
that's
start
not the
was
reason then.
delayed. So 5-second board goes out.
Oh, hang on. There's a car with a door open. The 41 car of Jonathan Lewis. So I think still start delayed because we can't have a car with the driver's door open to get the race underway. And number 7 still looks a little bit smoky down there.
It does, doesn't
on the grid. Jonathan Lewis getting as much air into the car as he possibly can. Marshall back down on the grid as well. So are they not happy with the order potentially? Marshall having a word with one of the 7S's. I can't see which one it is.
If I'm looking at the grid sheet, possibly is the 742 of Ben Butler, if that's the gap in the rows there.
So let me see. It's the 7S's that are being spoken to by the marshal down there. Let me get my monocular out and see if I can zoom in and identify that if the cars are in the correct order. So you reckon 742? You're right. It was Ben Butler that was spoken to first of all on the front row of the 7S's, and then a quick conversation with Greg Dorr. And what have we got now? Have we got another board, a 30-second board being displayed now down on the start-finish line. So whatever the problem was, and I don't think we ever really got to the bottom of what the problem was, did
No,
we?
I don't think we did, but it's going to be another green flag lap
It
just
will,
to make
yeah.
sure that the cars have, all of that hard work they would have put into warming up those tyres, warming up those brakes would have absolutely disappeared. So it's that second opportunity, another opportunity to make sure the cars are properly warmed up beforehand. Now the 27 has not got away. That's Leon Ollie Window, who's struggling to get away. Those yellow flags are out to warn other drivers of that.
Yeah, and the car has come to a stop. These hugely experienced marshals that I've been seeing working hard on the grids and down in pit lane, they will very quickly work to get that car going, and they do. So well done. Thank you very much indeed. See, that's when we say that marshals are superb in their help to go racing, and we couldn't do it without them. Well, that was, they made light work of that, didn't they?
They did indeed, but I do wonder when Leon Ollie Window stops that car again on the grid, will he have a similar issue? It might have been that he just didn't get the car started or something along those lines anyway. But whatever the problem was, now will he have to start at the back of it? Well, he's trying to make his way through the order to take his place on the grid, where he's starting on the 6th row in 12th place. So he is trying to make his way back through the 7S classes, and I assume he's going to try and take his position in 12th place. But how far he'll get, because we've already got the leader, or at least the pole sitter in Joe Polly, making her way and pulling up to the grid slot.
And she's there very early, if you bear in mind that the last of the cars just making their way through the left-hander at Surtees now. That's almost a third of the lap that they've got to do before we get the final countdown for the race to get underway. The front row's in place with Joe Polly, and on the outside of the front row, Andrew Devaney. On the second row, Ross Billison in car number 49, the white and blue car, and Mike Jordan in the orange car, already at a stop. So to third row, fourth row, fifth row, sixth row, and seventh row. The number 27 car just slotting itself in now into its original grid position. So we wait for the man at the back with the green flag, and we have the final countdown for the second time to get this Mini 7 race underway.
So green flag waved at the back then means we're ready to go. 5-second board goes out. Red lights do come on this time, and they go out. We're underway. Good start there from the 49 of Ross Billison as they try and find their way through. We're 4 wide going up towards the Paddock Hill Bend. Mike Jordan is trying to go to the left, going through Paddock Hill Bend once again, but it's Andrew Davini who finds himself in the lead of the race then for the Mini 7Ss. The S-Classes now make their way past the commentary box window on towards Paddock Hill Bend, but a good start then from Andrew Davini, makes his way up the order. Mike Jordan as well, up in the 88, trying to find his way through. He's going to be second place, coming down in towards Graham Hill Bend.
And turns through the corner now. And just to update on Leon Ollie Window, he didn't get going in the 27 car. He finally did, but not before the 7Ss were going. So, unfortunately, a problem with the starting of the car twice there for car 27. And a few of the 7Ss had to avoid him and pull to the right-hand side of the circuit. But then eventually the car got going and he joined with the 7Ss.
So he does get underway though, but he's going to be quite a way behind at the moment. So it is Andrew Davini leading the way ahead of Mike Jordan, and then it's that number 1 car of Jeff Smith who's found himself now up into 3rd place. Croydon Fowler down the inside of Billison as they try and find their way through Paddock Hill Bend. He does get the move done, does Nick Croydon Fowler. Meanwhile then, that 41 of Jonathan Lewis also looking at that open door up in towards Druids they will go, and he gets himself another position as well. Connor O'Brien looking for another move through, but the doors closed on that occasion. Now Jonathan Lewis has that number 99 car of Croydon Fowler in his sights.
He does, yeah. Nick Croydon Fowler, the driver that was so complimentary about these experienced drivers that surround him. He's a very young man and he is surrounded by a huge amount of experience, and very nice words that Nick said on the podium about his competitors. It's impressive to see. So too, it's impressive to see that Mike Jordan, I wonder if Mike ever knew that he would be called in his racing career father of Andrew Jordan, because very much a very established racer in his own right, but he is Andrew Jordan's dad, and he has a look for the lead of the race. Just a sneaky look down the inside at Paddock Hill Bend. He can't really take too many chances there, because that would leave the door open to Jeff Smith, who we know, double champion, looking for a 3rd championship on the trot. He is absolutely on the tail of the orange car of Mike Jordan as they head down towards Graham Hill Bend, and Mike Jordan doesn't put up a huge defence. So Jeff Smith up into 2nd place.
Yeah, nice move there from Jeff Smith, and as you said, up into 2nd place now. Jonathan Lewis meanwhile 4th place, and we've got an almighty battle going on for I think that's 6th place. Spencer Wanstall there trying to get some moves done as he makes his way now through McLaren.
So the leaders make their way through clearways up towards Clark Curve. Jeff Smith is already having a look to take the lead of the race. Didn't take long, did it, from the outside of the 4th row of the grid. Goes to the wide line on the approach to Paddock Hill Bend and has to slot in behind. Mike Jordan, meanwhile, is losing 3rd place on the outside of Paddock to Jonathan Lewis, but Mike holds the line. That's going to give him the inside line for Druids. Jonathan Lewis would have needed to have stayed all the way side by side through Druids, decides not to, so slots in behind Mike Jordan. So Mike in 3rd place. Jeff Smith it is that leads the race, turning out of Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, we had cars slightly tripping over each other going through Druids there. I think one of the cars caught up in it was the number 80 car of Joe Thompson, who found himself sideways at one point going through there. But quite a few drivers had to take a bit of avoiding action, bit of a lock up there, I think from... I think that was Jonathan Lewis there trying to slow that car down.
It was, yep, under a huge amount of pressure and trying to challenge for 3rd place. It hasn't slowed him down though, has it? Pulls out to the outside of Mike Jordan on the run across the line. Neck and neck they are across the line into Paddock Hill Bend. It's still going to be Mike Jordan on the inside, Jonathan Lewis on the outside. Great racing by these two. Still side by side they go. Dust being kicked up by the top 2 as they go through and up towards Druids, but it's still Mike Jordan who is in 3rd place. Nick Croydon Fowler is having a go here as well, so he's going to be side by side for 4th place with Jonathan Lewis, but Jonathan Lewis just gets a nose in front by the time they get down to Graham Hill Bend. Again, Mini 7 racing, absolutely fantastic.
Fantastic stuff, and that's a warning, if ever Jonathan Lewis needed one, that Croydon Fowler is willing to try and pick up the pieces as they now make their way in through McLaren, through clearways and on towards Clark Curve once again, back onto the Brabham Straight, and it is still Jeff Smith in the lead. We have had a spinner. We've got a couple of cars off up at Druids there, and a car right into the middle of the track. So one car in the gravel, one car in the middle of the track.
The leaders are on the approach to Druids now. They'll be gone.
Safety car deployed.
Yep, so inevitably safety car to be deployed to recover that car, and Jeff Smith now, as a result of all of that, has quite a gap, which will now, when they meet the safety car down on the Cooper Straight, is going to be dissolved, isn't it? So Andrew Devaney will close up, Mike Jordan will close up as well, so too will Jonathan Lewis, Croydon Fowler and Wanstall as well, because all now under the control of the BMW safety car.
Gives us a chance to sort of breathe and take in what's happened. Jeff Smith has found his way now once again back up to the top of the running in the lead of the race. Davide in second place, with the number 88 of Mike Jordan holding his own out there against a strong attack from Jonathan Lewis as well. The number 99 of Nick Croydon Fowler in fifth place, Spencer Wanstall in sixth place in that number 2 car. Then it's the number 80 of Joe Thompson, gained 2 positions on that last lap alone. Number 20 then follows him in Darren Thomas. In ninth place is the number 76 of Joe Polly, and rounding out the top 10 so far in the 7s is the number 49 of Ross Billison. To take you through the top 3 of the 7Ss, it's the 728 of Winkworth leading the way, 742 of Butler in second place, and the 712 of Dorr rounding off the top 3.
Weaving the cars to keep as much heat as possible in the tyres of the Mini 7s out on circuit. Where did the sunshine go? It's rather gone away, hasn't it? No, it's coming out again now.
Peeking through again,
yeah,
and then not, and then is. Can't decide whether to stay or to go.
No, and a couple of people just said that on the podium. I wish the weather would make its mind up. Sort of thing my mum used to say on a regular basis. But the leaders behind the BMW safety car head up towards the incident point on circuit, where the rescue teams are dealing with the car, stricken on track, facing the wrong way. For one of them, another one on the outside of the circuit, so they thread their way through. And Jeff Smith, well, it didn't take him long, did it, to come from the outside of the 4th row of the grid. A very, very quick driver indeed, proving so in Mini 7 racing. Never really got the chance to shine so much in the BTCC, and Brands Hatch was really one of the highlights for Jeff, because he was able to put the car on pole position for, I think it was the final meeting of the year here at Brands Hatch, which would have been on the Grand Prix circuit. So Jeff Smith leads the field around. Who has the fastest lap of this race? Well, it's the lime green machine R. Red light comes on, so not able to recover those cars under the control of the safety car. So therefore the word has come from race control that we need to neutralise the race, and therefore the marshals can go over to the incident point and assist the recovery. And unfortunately we have a pause in the action.
Yep, so the race is suspended with time. So the red flag, yes, of course, brought out, and it means that, well, it's the number 1 of Jeff Smith still in the lead after that, of course, after a couple of runnings and a couple of laps under the safety car. It's the number 77 there of Andrew Davide in second place, the number 88 of Mike Jordan rounding up the top 3 for the Mini 7s, and in the 7Ss, of course, the same order as the safety car for obvious reasons. Michael Winkworth in the 728 leading the class, 742 of Ben Butler in second place, and then the 712 of Greg Dorr rounding off the top 3 for the 7Ss.
So with the race being suspended and the drivers awaiting instruction. Opportunity to have a look to what else we've got to look forward to this afternoon for the mini festival here at Brands Hatch. We've got 2 more races after the completion of the Dunlop Mini 7s. We've got the TK Couplings Production GTIs, their second race of the day. Third race of the weekend for the mighty fast single-seaters, the F3 Cup Championship, the final race of the weekend. But don't forget, of course, also we've got the parade laps with the mini car clubs, of which there are plenty here, and it's been a really warming feeling to welcome everybody back to Brands Hatch over the last few weeks and to see so many minis coming down. An opportunity, Kieran, that they must have been looking forward to and keeping their fingers crossed that this was going to be an open event, an event open to the public.
Oh, absolutely, and it needs it as well. You know, it's fantastic to see so many minis here. It's fantastic to see, you know, a festival actually feeling like a festival with a crowd obviously present. Obviously, great to see you back here, and wherever you're watching, hopefully you're having a great time and watching some very, very enjoyable action. And as you said, we've got 2 more races after this, the TK Couplings Production GTI Championship and the F3 Cup Championship, as before you said, the Mini Car Club Parade Laps to round off today's proceedings. Well, it was a good race, wasn't it, up until the safety car was deployed, and I've actually just seen there is more at the tail end of the circuit in McLaren and in Clearways as well, which is... well, they've stopped timing and they've stopped clocking up on our screen, but as the recovery gets underway of the incident up at Druids and then the incident up at Clark Curve as well.
And in this interruption, it's got a little bit darker as far as the sky is concerned. Maybe a double check of the weather forecast for this afternoon, but the weather forecast had said that it was going to be dry for the remainder of today. Yep, maybe just a little drop of rain about 6 o'clock is what this weather forecast is saying, which has in recent months proved to be pretty much the most reliable. Let's have a look at weather app number 2. Okay, yep, that's saying the same. Maybe a spot of rain at 6 o'clock. And weather app number 3. Let's see if they all agree. Weather app number 3 thinks I'm still in Dunfermline from last weekend, so that's not awfully good.
So that's the summation of app number 3.
Yeah, that's why it's very much third on the list. So, Knockhill last weekend, Brands Hatch this weekend, and we await instruction from race control over the restart. At the moment, the minis lined up down on the circuit. There was quite a bit of fluid dropped on the run back towards the paddock, wasn't there? Because the marshals have been busy down there on the tunnel road from the inner paddock. So our marshals have been busy all day today here at Brands Hatch to bring us the racing that inevitably from time to time does have to be stopped, and hopefully we can get the race back underway quite soon.
Yes, and of course, without the marshals, without their presence here, we simply cannot go racing. So a big thank you to them, as well as the medical crews present today, the organisers of the events as well. It's been great seeing some great racing action, some great minis as well, and a big thank you to all of you who've brought your fantastic cars to display for everyone to see, for everyone to have a look around as well. Sometimes in the commentary books you get jealous because we don't really get the opportunity to have a walk around and see those cars, so we're definitely stuck up in a box all day, but we can definitely see really, really good range of minis all gathered at the Colin Chapman Way.
Porsche Festival here on Sunday in a couple of weeks' time. Next weekend So 2 weekends' time on the 5th of September for the Porsche Festival. Doesn't happen every year, but whenever it does, it's every alternate year. It's been quite superb in the past. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Spoke to Derek Bell, being reunited with the Porsche 997 here at Brands Hatch, and there are always a number of very, very impressive drivers and a number of very, very impressive machinery as well. We had a demonstration from the 919 Hybrid as well, with a Le Mans winner, it being Le Mans weekend this weekend. Very appropriate. Nick Tandy, just a couple of years ago, gave us a supreme demonstration of the 919 Hybrid, a car that we were told at the time would potentially have been the most complicated race car ever produced, and potentially the most complicated race car that ever will be produced as well, because of the various systems that were working side by side on the 919. It's one to look forward to, and celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Porsche Club Great Britain as well. Yep, we did think it got a bit darker. It's going to be a very different complexion to the race when we get it back underway, because it has started to rain.
It has, yes, and perfect indication as well is the amount of umbrellas that have gone up the Paddock Hill grandstand. Always a good indication of what the weather's like. So yes, the circuit under this stoppage will start to get a little bit greasy out there as well, with the amount of water building up. Hopefully it doesn't take away too much, but any water on the track can throw up a little bit of a spanner into the works. I don't want to say the TK couplings are not very far away, but whenever we've been very close to their races, there's always brought a spot of rain, unfortunately. I think that's just the way it's gone for them. They haven't really had a dry track to have fun with either.
Yeah, I'm going to throw all of my weather apps out of the window now and not believe any single one of them. This is 1 hour too early. So, unfortunately, sorry about this, but everybody getting a little bit wet now with this brief interruption of action. Do bear in mind that when the Mini 7s get back underway, it's going to be well worth watching. And the production GTIs and F3 Cup Championship, all to look forward to as well.
Yeah, it looks like as well, once the recovery's done, we'll have a restart and we'll have 8 minutes on the clock. So it will be fast and sharp to try and get the drivers and see how they are able to make up the positions in that short time, with a changeable circuit as well. It's not the same circuit they had when the race was suspended, so that should throw a spanner into the works, as the drivers now are formed up and guided by the marshals to their grid positions, which if it's a restart that's obviously during the race at some point more than a quarter of the way through, it's normally based on the grid positions from or at least the race positions from the lap before the race was suspended. So that's why Jeff Smith is on the front row on pole position. Andrew Davini will be in second place, and a bit of organisation as well, as the marshals get handed the grid sheet about which driver starts where. It does mean as well Mike Jordan starts in third place on this restart. Then it's the number 41 of Jonathan Lewis. Number 99 Nick Croydon-Fowler will start in fifth.
Just see Andrew Jordan going over to the pit wall alongside his father. Just a couple of words between the two of them. It's going to be a bit tricky, this restart, isn't it? It's going to be very, very greasy indeed for the restart. I think it might have rained quite heavily just now, because quite a lot of people have evacuated the bank opposite the start-finish line. I think it's eased off now, though, so it's safe to come back. And as the marshals do their job of lining up the grid, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 And nearly 6 rows complete now in the lineup for the restart.
There's a couple on the bank braving the weather. Hopefully it doesn't dampen your spirits. It certainly will be high octane. 8 minutes left of racing for the Dunlop Mini Challenges, supported by Mini Spares, the 7 Series and 7S Series as well. And even in the rain, some of the drivers leaving their doors open for a bit just to get some air circulating through, as it gets quite warm in the cockpit, as far as I'm led to believe. And with all those overalls on, with the helmet on as well, it can easily start to warm up just a tad in the driver's seat.
Yep, so the pit wall now being cleared, and the final countdown to get what is now going to be, it's a warm-up lap, but it's also an exploration lap to find out just how slippy this is going to be. My goodness, this is going to be exciting. I wonder if it is still... Yeah, it's still raining, so just coming outside, it's still ambiently quite warm, but a green flag is underway, and it's going to be a really rather greasy circuit as they head off towards Paddock Hill Bend, and Jeff Smith is going to be the first to discover just how slippery it is.
Yes, and being the first one to be able to test the waters and seeing how much water there is out on the track is not ideal, but it's not racing scenario, at least not yet. So this is the opportunity the drivers need to make sure they know how much grip, or as I said yesterday, how little grip there is, and how much grip and where it isn't.
And it is still raining, I can tell you, because I've come outside the commentary box and it's still raining quite a lot. So it's not going to be a circuit that's going to be getting any better, unfortunately. So they are discovering now, running down through Graham Hill Bend, how slippery that corner is. Notoriously a very, very tricky corner to get right when it's wet or greasy. So the field thread their way down along the Cooper Straight. Some of them have not yet gone through Druids, so it's a big grid, isn't it? They're going to be waiting for a little while on the front of the grid. This the final warming up lap for the second of our races this weekend for the Mini 7s, and up towards the line they come. The Dunlop Mini Challenges, supported by Mini Spares. For as many years as I can remember, they have enjoyed this support by Mini Spares and by Dunlop as well. Up towards the front row of the grid comes Jeff Smith and Andrew Devaney, Mike Jordan and Jonathan Lewis on the second row of the grid. And now it's raining really quite heavily.
It really, really is. So that leaves little doubt in the driver's mind about what sort of line to take in towards the first couple of corners at the very least, as it was raining lightly, a light dusting, maybe a bit greasy, but now we might see some more puddles out there very shortly with how heavily this rain is starting to fall down. Nevertheless, the 7S Series make their way now towards their grid positions. And as you said, it's a long time for the Mini 7s to wait at the front of the grid. Any effort in warming up the tyres and brakes slowly going away. But the last of the Mini 7S's, Mini 7S class I should say, making their way up towards the grid. Green flag is waved from the marshal. 5-second board goes out. Red lights go on. And we're back underway. What are the starts like? Good start from Jet Smith. Also a good start from Jonathan Lewis. A fantastic start as well from the 88 of Mike Jordan, who tries to move up the inside. Looking still for a move up the inside, but no. The door's closed on that one. A good start then from the front of the pack. Andrew Devaney now leads the way, but he's onto the gravel. He's found a bit of grease out there. Keeps his foot in to try and rejoin back onto the circuit. He gets away with that one there, but he really did run out of grip from the lead of the race.
And rejoins at the tail end of the field scores of the 7s. The 7Ss have been released as well. 10-second gap before they were released. And now, coming down towards Graham Hill Bend, Jonathan Lewis, Mike Jordan having a look on the inside at Graham Hill Bend, and going over the curb and having a look to retake the lead of the race is the red number 1 machine of Jeff Smith. They are 3 abreast going into the left-hander at Surtees. They have to sort themselves out. Mike Jordan thinks, right, okay, well, I'll keep a watching brief on this one, because Jonathan Lewis in the wet is leading, heading through Clearways. They both go off, so they understeer off into the gravel. Jonathan Lewis and Jeff Smith, both of them are stricken in the gravel on the outside of Clearways, and Mike Jordan is the leader around Clark Curve.
Well, Mike Jordan taking the lead of this one, but for how much longer? Because that number 80 car then is trying to find a way to move around the outside. That's Joe Thompson thinking about a move round the outside in towards Paddock Hill Bend with Mike Jordan on the inside, but that number 80 car gets a great run out of Paddock Hill Bend, and so Joe Thompson takes the lead of this race.
An unbelievable run.
An unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable, and takes over the lead of this race then, heading in towards Druids, taking a wider line to try and get back onto the power earlier, and it's worked once again. So Joe Thompson finding the grip out there.
Some drivers excel in wet and slippery conditions, and by Joe Thompson on the lap that they're on at the moment, one of them, because that was very, very impressive. Great pace through Paddock Hill Bend. Mike Jordan in second place, having to look in his mirrors in turn, and just look over to the gravel at the outside of Clearways. Yep, still Jonathan Lewis and Jeff Smith are both in the gravel on the outside of the corner.
Yep, it's double waved yellows all the way through from Surtees and onto the Clark Curve there. So what it means though is we've got a battle for third place on our hands then, as Croydon Fowler gets past Mike Jordan then for second place down in towards Paddock Hill Bend. He's got the inside line at the very least. Mike Jordan hangs it around the outside, see if there's more grip out there, and yes, he gets a great run out of Paddock Hill Bend and keeps a hold of second place. So Nick Croydon Fowler will have to try that move all over again, and just seems like the outside line, that's where the grip is for these drivers.
Yeah, it's in wet conditions, and it was once very well explained to me that if you're on the line, then the rubber sort of gets compacted into the gaps in between the stones in the tarmac, so that's why the water stays there on the surface. On the outside line, so i.e. off the normal dry line, there isn't lots of rubber which has been compacted in, so the water doesn't stay so much on the surface, so that's why it's grippier offline. And when that was explained to me, all of a sudden it made complete sense, didn't it?
It really did, yeah, it makes complete sense. Well, we have Thompson then rounding the final corners and onwards then towards the Brabham Straight to lead a lap here. In the closing stages, we're 4 minutes from the end of this race, with Thompson leading from Croydon Fowler, wanting to try and challenge Mike Jordan then, but Mike Jordan holding on to second place, doing a supreme job. Conor O'Brien's going to be looking in his mirror soon, because he's got Spencer Wanstall in his mirrors there, and the hard-charging Andrew Deviney, who was off in the gravel and fell to the back of the Mini 7s in the class. He's now up back into, what's that, 6th place. Not a bad recovery at all.
Doing rather well now. I think it's stopped raining, hasn't it? So that's good news. But yeah, you're quite right. The recovery by Andrew is quite superb. And now having a look on the run down towards Graham Hill Bend and maybe taking another position. And that's going to be presented to him possibly by Surtees, because the number 2 car goes a little bit wide and slippery coming through. That Spencer Wanstall goes a little bit wide and slippery into Graham Hill Bend. They're all going a bit wide and slippery into the left-hander at Surtees, and Mike Jordan closes right up on the race leader going through the yellow flag zone with those 2 cars beached. They're going to be covered as well from the gravel trap. Meanwhile, the race leaders come up towards the line. Don't forget, this was an 8-minute restarted race for the Mini 7s. Thompson it is that leads. Jordan and Croydon Fowler complete the podium positions, and they are all through, having completed 4 laps after the restart.
Yeah, Conor O'Brien in 4th place, Spencer Wanstall in 5th, and Andrew Deviney in 6th place, as they all now make their way up towards Druids. And Mike Jordan here still on the tail.
We've got another one which is off on the approach to McLaren, and we don't need to worry about that because it gets going now, so points in the right direction and rejoins. So I can't see the lime green machine, so as Jonathan Lewis's car being recovered and Jeff Smith's is the only one that remains there.
Spencer wants to take it to the grass as he tries to find his way through past Conor O'Brien, but no way through there, as he now has to stay behind, of course, through the double waved yellows, as they now tiptoe their way in through McLaren, through Clark Curve, past Clearways, back onto the Brabham Straight with 2 minutes on the clock left to run, as the leaders now make their way on towards the start-finish line. And Mike Jordan here looking very up for this battle for the lead of the race against the number 80 of Joe Thompson, looking round the outside, going in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and we know that's where the grip is. He might be able to get a better run through, but look at this, that's Johnson, number 80 there of Thompson, hanging in there, trying to hang in on the inside, but Mike Jordan, has he got the move done? Going through Druids, he's still on the outside line. Thompson has the inside line. Does he get the better drive? Yes, he does. Hangs on to the lead of the race. Meanwhile, Davidi behind gets a position ahead of O'Brien. Mike Jordan trying to challenge away once again for the lead of the race. It's only brought Nick Croydon-Fowler into this battle, though.
It's all the mathematics of turning into the corner, isn't it? If Mike Jordan had been able to stay all the way around the outside, it would have given him the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. He wasn't able to do it, and then in turn, when he slots back in second place, all of a sudden he has to defend rather than attack because Nick is right there as well. So as they turn through Clark Curve up towards the completion of another lap, lights on for Mike Jordan in second place, just allowing the race leader to know that he's there, as if he needed reminding. Fastest lap of the race has gone the way of Croydon-Fowler. Nick Croydon-Fowler in third place. And look at that, the trio all head through Paddock Hill Bend together. Once Mike Jordan was challenging for the lead, and then the next lap he loses second place on the run up towards Druids. Now, if Mike can hold on the outside all the way around Druids, no, he can't. It would have given him the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, which now Nick is doing. So we're going to have a new leader of the race, or are we? They're going to be side by side coming out of the corner. The leader goes wide over the curbs. That's slippy for Thompson, but it's Croydon-Fowler who just pokes the nose in front. So tremendous stuff from third to leading the race. This young driver is very, very good indeed, isn't he?
Absolutely. He got the move done before the double waved yellows as well, so now they have to hold position until they get to the green flag. So it's now a short run up towards the line to try and take the checkered flag. And who's it going to be that gets there first? He started this lap in third place. Nick Croydon-Fowler will come across the line to take the checkered flag and the victory ahead of the number 80 there of Joe Thompson, and rounding off the podium, the number 88 of Mike Jordan, holding off Spencer Bonstall by 0.14 seconds, who in turn on that final lap set the fastest lap of that restart, a 105.178. Great battling for that win and for that position there. The 7S class are just making their way across the line as well, and it's the number 750 there of Neil Slark who takes the victory in class, the 742 of Ben Butler in second place, and the number 728 of Michael Winkworth rounds off the top three. Well, that was absolutely brilliant. It's amazing what a little bit of water on the track can do, isn't it?
Fascinating stuff. Yeah, it will be quite interesting down on the podium to hear what the drivers thought when they were sat on the grid watching the recovery taking place and then watching the rain come down as well. Well, Nick Croydon-Fowler really did step up to the top of the class in that race. That was quite superb in very, very slippery conditions, beautifully timed, took the lead of the race on the final lap, and just superb. I look forward to having a chat to all of them down on the podium. It may take a while for them all to get to the podium, but a podium is coming up.
Absolutely, and it's a well-earned victory there for the number 99 of Nick Croydon-Fowler, who started that last lap in third place. Top four covered by 0.9 of a second as they crossed the line there. That's mightily close between them all. And Spencer Wanstall grabbing the fastest lap of the restart, not necessarily of the race, because of course we had the race initially in dry weather conditions.
What a race. Safety car, wet and greasy, leaders going off. So, Nick Croydon-Fowler, our provisional winner.
Yeah,
we're not 100% sure what happened there. Down Cooper Straight, it was yellow, but we're not quite. So that's to be clarified. So you're first or second?
One of the two. I'm happy with either. Do you know what? I was sitting behind the two for the 3 laps, thinking I've got the grit, but I'm just going to wait because they could just take each other off. And then got Mike onto turn 1. Went planned great. Got down and sent it down the inside of Joe. And then we both got off the exit nicely together, and then I didn't see the orange till I got up here, so I don't know. It's I wasn't going to back out. It's the last lap, so we'll let the marshals decide. And it's
a shame to see a couple of the championship leaders go off into the gravel, but it did make that quite an unpredictable race with the grease and the rain. And
I was doing my dance rain earlier, rain dance, and I got it. And I love conditions like that, man. It's all feel. It's all about just tiptoeing. The car's doing this, and all 3 of us were doing different lines into clearways, and we're all coming off in different places. So it's fantastic, absolutely mega. Loved it.
I'm just on the lookout for a couple of drivers. I think.
No worries.
We've got Mike Jordan just here. Cheers, Nick.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers. See you again.
If I can go on through, can somebody grab Mike Jordan for me before he runs away? Is that possible? Hold on one sec. Okay, so they're heading on down to the trophy presentation. We've lost them, so there's a bit of contention because I'm not sure about the yellow flag situation. So, they may come back in a sec. Let's see if we've got any other drivers that we can talk to while we're here. It's the last race of the day for us. That is the last race of the day. So I hope you enjoyed that at home, and I hope you enjoyed the live coverage so far. Thanks again to Mini Spares for sponsoring the live feed. And that's it. That's a strange way to end the day, but all the drivers have left me. So thanks very much to everyone at home for watching. I hope you enjoyed the full day of footage here. We had obviously fastest Mini in the world, Mini 7, Mini Miglia, Libras, S-Class. I'm going to watch some of this back when I get home. It's some amazing racing. Thanks again to Mini Spares, also 24/7 TV for helping put all this together. And we will see you 3 weeks' time, Pembrey in Wales, where we bring you another exciting weekend of racing, Mini 7, Mini Miglia action. So for now.